What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday to all of you. It's the freaking weekend, and we have conference basketball popping off in 25 minutes. Our show is starting earlier today so that we can attack those 12 p.m. games. I also just restarted my computer so it'll be fresh and fast and ready for us to attack. I also handle things a little bit differently. I've been feeling with all the focus on college basketball that I've been leaving a little bit off of NBA and NHL. So I capped the entire NHL card, made 9 bets last night. Capped the entire NBA card, made 5 bets last night. So then I could just sit back and focus on college without that heaviness of those other sports waiting for us. We are starting with college basketball right off the top. And what a show for you guys. We have Justin Mcelvy and Wine Time Sports ready to attack all of these college basketball games. So we're going to start with college basketball. We're not going to do the entire schedule. We've picked now we're going to do every game before 5 p.m. though. So you guys are locked and loaded with afternoon action. Make sure your account is ready to rock for live action. I got to make sure I'm signed in as well. Can't let that get me. But it's great to see all of you guys. So then we'll go into the National Hockey League. I love the card. Everybody who's looked at, we have small slates. I believe they're both NHL and NBA or 7-game slates. They are spectacular. 9 bets on 7 games. It's what I like. It is what I like. So then we are going to go into NBA. I've moved on 5 spots in NBA. And then after NBA, college basketball, NBA, because we'll have Justin and Wine Time, and then NHL on my own. And then we have WBC action from our very own Jose Bouquett, who starred on the Sauce Network last night. Now, another community getting a little taste of why we love Jose Bouquett so much. Great to see all of you guys. Let's pop this out here. We're not going to do the full-on copying and pasting and everything because we have 23 minutes before and I haven't moved on either of those games. I didn't find them quite where I wanted to move on. Let's get this chat popped out. Let's get this going here. Great to see all of you guys. So thank you for joining us. We got Truth Teller in the house. Rez Mob ready to go. UCF, West Virginia, under 141 and a half. Dizzy Donut, Cuba -1.5 here. Stacks play day number 1 from Justin Mcelvy. Boston Celtics team total over. Number 2, Miami Charlotte over 229 and a half. Free bands play days. New York Knicks. I'm right with you, Dougie Wise. I'm on the Knicks with you. Serious business. We had Steven Fehrenbach. Nice job. The Fairfield double up. So we've cashed 3 straight double ups. You're right. Utah Mammoth did deliver. We did cash the under, but it was not a great day. It was not a great day. In fact, it was a slight losing day. We went 15-15, and I'm pulling my notes up. I restarted everything, but I think it was down 1.11 unit, 15-15, down 1.11 unit here. Yes, Irish King, we're starting a little bit earlier. So that we can cap in full these 2:12 p.m. games. And let's get right after it. Let's bring on our first guest. His Stacks play of the day delivers here. Medicate Mondays, it delivers. He will also be making his debut on All About the Hoops on Saturday. He stars on our shows on Wednesday and Friday. And I love capping the Friday. I feel like it's just the start of the weekend. I love capping the Friday card with this next gentleman. Please welcome our guy and yours, Mr. Justin Mcelvy, to the show.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
I'm excellent. How are you?
I'm pumped up, man. I'm really, really enjoying these Fridays. I've only made 3 bets in college basketball. I love the way I said. I think I got to start doing this now because I can't stop thinking about college basketball, and I can't let it affect NHL and NBA. I feel like it has affected NBA, so I stayed up later. I'm barely sleeping, and I'm waking up feeling great. I'm just pumped up, man. I really am thankful for what we do every day. It just gives me so much, and I'm so pumped up. I'm just pumped up. I feel great. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. Yesterday made me realize, like, I can't go to games and do it like that, like, as much as I want. I'm too old for that, Jimmy. Like, I was hurting all day yesterday from the leftover from the Robert Morris. But I woke up this morning and went on my little run, and I was so pumped up. I'm like, man, I'm ready now. Like, I should just go backstage and just wait.
That made me laugh. Made me laugh when you sent that. Let's bring on our partner here, our next guest. And this is when you know you're a real gambler. I got goosebumps thinking about his night last night and how much money he made. You know, it's tricky when you have, and you guys, a lot of you won't know because he wasn't live on the show, but he had an absolutely monster night. I don't want to get caught up into that too and talk, he swept this and did that, because it's hard to follow that up. So let's just not, but he is rolling right now, and it's just good. It's good for the soul. It's good for the soul. Please welcome the host of Walk Off Wagers, a new father, and you can tell that everything in his game has been elevated with his daughter now in his arms. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, our guy Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, Stacks. Happy Friday, fellas. Yeah, coming off a nice day yesterday, but it's always hard to do that again back-to-back days. So we're trading lightly today. I've only made 1 play so far. I think I'm going to move on this 9 a.m. start time in about 18 minutes on this first game we're going to talk about. So we're going to get right into it. Cheers to you, Stacks.
Okay,
Jimmy,
whoa, I'm back, man, for the first time.
Yeah.
This is my first drink since Friday with you guys last week. I got a little ill. It's a freaking weekend, man. It's a freaking weekend. Let's get this money, man. Let's
Cheers
get
to you guys. Let's go.
All right. There's Matty Ice in the house. Nutflush Allen said, thanks for the bullishness. I'm fading Pittsburgh. That felt real good. I can't tell you how good that felt. But I did screw it up a bit. The 3 units I had pregame, I added the first period under 1.5 and lost that, which did not feel good. But, there's something about being right in this business we're in that, yes, the money is crucial, but then just being fucking right and really right is important. Now, you're going to be wrong a lot too, but let's get to work. Great to see all of you guys. Let's roll. So we have 2 games starting in 17 minutes. We're going to start, and I haven't moved on either of them. Nasty Nate in the house. Nasty Nate, we just cheered. In 3 weeks, I'm going to be staring Nasty Nate down at that poker tournament, man. That guy, back-to-back years. Oh, no, it's not back-to-back because it was a Big Show. Big Show got me the year before. But last year, he took my bounty, took my cash. And he's a really good poker player. So I'm going to be fucking staring him down, man. Staring him the fuck down. All right, let's roll. Big South Championship quarterfinal. Let me get all of this up here. Lots of time to get our action in. Not lots, 17 minutes, but we don't need to worry here. Let's roll. Oh, also, it's trade deadline day in the National Hockey League. So don't worry about getting any of that information. Jose is on the 1s and 2s. He's going to bring in breaking news anytime there's a massive trade or a big trade or a decent-sized trade. Now, he does struggle at times understanding the size of the trade, But we'll just let him roll. And congratulations on your great debut on the Sauce Network last night, Jose Bouquett. Big South Championship quarters, Gardner-Webb Runnin Bulldogs, 4-28, 1-15 in the Big South at the High Point Panthers, 27-4, 15-1 in the Big South. We're in Freedom Hall, Johnson City, Tennessee. Now, I talked to you guys about these worst teams in America playing better. Like improving some of them. Some of them have coaches that care. The coaches that are going to be there next year, they're building something. We cashed on Mississippi Valley State extremely easily. All game long, we were in the driver's seat. We were ahead in most of that game as double-digit dogs. And shout out to Spoons for keeping me calm when that line moved against me from 10.5 to 12, saying it's non-issue at all. Let's roll and set this one up. Now, saying that, Gardner-Webb, they've been playing better and better and better for a while. But the High Point Panthers are very, very good. Central Arkansas in the 12 p.m. game is very good. That's a little bit of a...
The Minnesota Wild are trading for Nick Foligno.
Okay.
I don't have a whatever return yet, but Nick Foligno. And
no, that's a heart and soul character guy. I don't have futures on I have over 95.5 points, but that's a great start, Jose. You're on the board. We also would love to see your face too. Why don't you show your face, man? Where you hiding from, man? Okay, let's roll. So Gardner is here in the quarterfinals of the Big South because they beat SC Upstate. They've been playing teams tough. But as I said, the High Point Panthers are a different beast here. Now, the first time they went to High Point, they lost 104-49. They lost by 55 points. High Point more than doubled them in scoring. Feels like a high school game. January 7th. And then what happened? As we talked about for weeks, Gardner-Webb improved. I went 8-5 in college basketball, by the way. We can get into that after we get through these 12 p.m. games. But Gardner-Webb started playing better. They went and played High Point at home, and they played very well. They covered the 25.5 because they lost by 25, but they covered the first half too. They shot 57% from the field and 50% from three. I mean, they played their very best game. They just couldn't get a single stop. So I was hesitant here. You want, when you're going to fade a very good team against the worst team in the league, you want them to overlook them. Well, the problem is this is the quarterfinals of the Big South Championship. The line opened up at 26, went down to 25, then climbed up to 27.5. 6 minutes ago, moved back to 27. So we've had a 1-point move towards the mighty High Point Panthers. And when we get to the cash flow, imagine they'll give us some information here. We get to the cash flow, no information here, but maybe we'll let Wine Time hit leadoffs, and maybe Wine Time can tell us what's going on in the Action Network. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, this is one of the morning games I won't be moving on, but yeah, I'll look at the market here really quick on Action. Currently, they've got 42% of bets and 53% of cash on High Point right now, and yeah, Circa's moved this a point. A couple books have moved this towards High Point, so maybe it is a smash and grab, but I mean, do they really need to do that here? Do they need to beat these guys by 30 points? I mean, maybe they are because this line's telling us they are, but I'm not going to take nearly a 30-point favorite here in this spot. I will be moving on the next game, I believe, but nothing for me in this spot. I think High Point could smash and grab, but I'm not going to lay it here.
If High Point's up 25 points in the first half, I will live bet Gardner-Webb with you guys at halftime or with a minute or so left because Gardner-Webb, their motor keeps going. They just can't defend. But as I said, we talked about what they did not. So they had to shoot 57 from the field, was it 50 and 57 or whatever from field and three to lose by 25? It's as if we're talking about, yesterday, I can't get into this obviously because we're rushed for time, but yesterday Carter got to play with Ella's group. So Carter, 5 years old, playing with it's a 6-13 group, and Carter got to play in the game, and it was great watching him run around. But I imagine that's Gardner-Webb's defense, was Carter's defense against these 6 to 13-year-old girls, or 7 to 13-year-old girls. Take it away for us, Stacks. Our first game on a Friday, and sometimes I get waves that come over me about how much fun and how much I enjoy this shit. I just got one. Take it away, Justin. Big South Championship quarters, Gardner-Webb, High Point.
Yeah, I do got a little bit of action, and I was debating the whole time since we was texting if I was going to make it official, and I think I am. So I'm going to take the High Point team total over. Best number you can get me. And I think High Point, I don't know, I just expect them to pick up big numbers. And I don't want to lay the spread because I think Gardner-Webb's going to be feisty. That's why I think that High Point going to have to keep scoring and scoring, because if I had to be on the side, I would say that Gardner-Webb would be side for me. I would think they'd stay inside this number. I don't think they got a chance of winning, but I don't know. I wrote down when you said about that live. I like that idea. So I'm going to write it down, because if they are down like 25, 27, anything that sounds like that, talking about Gardner-Webb at halftime, I'm going to step out and live bet it, and I'll step back in, because that's the reason why I don't want to give up the spread, because I think Gardner-Webb going to stay inside this number. And I don't want to take their team total over, which I usually like to take the Dogs' team total over if I like the dog. But I can't trust them to score as much as I can trust High Point. I can trust High Point to put a big number, whether they cover or not, or how it plays out. Even if it gets like double-digit spread, even if it's like 30, I expect that High Point's going to still keep the pedal to the metal. Gardner-Webb's going to stay inside that number. So I'm going to I trust High Point just to put up a big number. So I ain't posting though. It's the best number you get me.
I can get an over 91.5 at minus 112.
I'll take it.
Let us know, please. Can anybody beat that over 91.5 at minus 112 here? Justin's on the board with High Point team total over 91.5. Well, it's great. It's great. It's nice to have some action, some for us to cheer on. So that's great. I like it. It's exciting. Let's roll on. ASUN Championship quarters. Bellarmine Knights 13-18, 7-11 in the ASUN. Central Arkansas Bears 20-11, 15-3 in the ASUN. Five-star Veterans Memorial Arena in Jacksonville, Florida. Stacks backed Central Arkansas in a hugely important basketball. It was against Queens, right? Wasn't that a game against Queens? And I absolutely loved it. I think Central Arkansas is going to win the ASUN. I put in no futures.
I don't think it was Queens.
Was it? Here, let me see. It was...
was it Austin P?
Yes, it was Austin P. 93-88 on the road. That was just an incredible bet. I think they're going to win this. But it's 12 p.m. afternoon start. It's their first game in the conference tournament, and Bellarmine just beat Jacksonville, who are weak, but beat them 82-79. Bellarmine also got some confidence smacking Austin P as well at home right before. And I'm just a little hesitant I want to back Central Arkansas in this tournament, but do I need them here in the quarters? They step up against tough competition. So I was just hesitant. And I didn't move on a team that I really like. So this is a team that has one loss in 14 games. And that was at Florida Gulf Coast in overtime. They're just monsters, and they're taking care of business. But again, they beat Bellarmine at home by 8 on February 11th, and they lost at Bellarmine in overtime 84-78. Do you know, here, something of this is great about the Central Arkansas Bears. They have not lost in regulation in conference play. All 3 of their losses are in overtime. This is the team, and they showed it, but still, I don't. And Stimmy OG says he's big on Bellarmine plus 7.5 and money line. Well, that scares me. Twisted on Central Arkansas over 155.5. Irish King on Central Arkansas first half minus 3.5. So I just don't need them here. I kind of look for the dog who's played a game, at least for the first half. I know that I've got my account ready to go for live action on Central Arkansas. The books are telling us that Central Arkansas is going to smash. Well, that's all well and good. Like, I don't, sometimes you need that to push the button. 5.5 to 7.5, a 2-point move towards them. And then I will look up the cash flow, but we only have 7 minutes till tip off. So let's go right to Justin. Justin, take it away.
Yeah, it was hard for me this game, so I ended up passing because one thing, when I like Central Arkansas, when you talk about that game against Austin P, I got him as a dog, and I was comfortable in that situation as a dog. But now we're talking about more than 2 possessions. I wanted to be on Bellarmine, and for me, I didn't move on it. And the only reason why I ain't because I had a circle and I was ready to move on it and send it to you. And then by the time I did it, it moved. It moved drastically against me. So I was like, clearly, I'm on the wrong side. So I still got it in my notebook, but I ain't gonna move on. But it'd be, and I do like the over. You said somebody put it in the chat. It'd be Bellarmine and the over for me, but I don't have nothing.
Twisted got Central Arkansas -5.5. And I knew, obviously we knew the quarters were today, and I was like, look, I want them against the best teams in the. I was nervous. This isn't where I would necessarily want them. Wine Time, did you have interest in the ASUN championship quarters?
Yes, a lot of interest here, fellas. We are going to move in the first half here, though, on Central Arkansas. -4, -105. Getting that pretty much across all my books right now. So only have to pay -105 for this. I think they're going to come out and smash and grab. I think Central Arkansas wins this game by 10-plus points. I was thinking about doubling down on it, but it's kind of a game I'm moving on last minute. I just placed a bet about 2 or 3 minutes ago and tweeted it out as well. I think this is a good spot for Central Arkansas. I think the line's telling. We don't have a market right now on odds logic. So I will look at action. I have it right here. And this is pretty much what I want to see. I mean, if we were to believe this, if we actually believe this, 50 and 50, both ways, 50% of money, 50% of tickets both ways right now. And the line is moving towards Central Arkansas. Some of the sharper books are moving this to a 7 right now. I'm just going to get involved in the first half here. I think they win this game comfortably, but I'm just going to get involved in the first half, get in and get out. I think they'll probably be up by double digits at half. One of my worries is maybe they take their foot off the gas at the end, but I think they cover this full game as well. But I'm just moving on the first half here. I think they come out firing in the first half. One of their players, Hunter, he's averaging almost 20 points a game. His point props are, I think, at 21.5 right now. He's probably going to have a big game tonight too. But yeah, I'm on Central Arkansas here. First play of the day, -4, -105 in the first half.
I like Central Arkansas a lot. I hope to back them in the ASUN finals or possibly the semis.
So you like them a lot as a team, or you like them a lot today?
No, I don't. This isn't for me. When you get to the conference tournaments, in the underdog wins the first game, they have absolutely nothing to lose, nothing at all, no pressure, no nothing, feeling good, and we know what can happen. Is they can start hitting shots, start hitting threes. Central Arkansas knows they're a big favorite here. They haven't, as I just said, they haven't lost regulation all kind. This makes me uncomfortable. I even the line movement, which is exactly what you'd want if you were backing Central Arkansas, doesn't affect me in a situation like this.
What time does this game start?
In 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay.
In 3 minutes. Okay, so those are our noon spots. So sounds like you're thinking
Yeah, I'm gonna make a decision in the next minute. What's the best number you can get me for Bellarmine?
The best number for Bellarmine here. Let me just grab it. The best one I can
Start
find.
my deal on the side of Wine Time. That's stressful though.
Is wow, it's wow. So at the sharp books, this is at the off. Oh, we're making changes. I can't get into it, but we can talk about Pinnacle and all of the offshores, and we're very excited about some news coming up. So at Pinnacle, this is moved to a 6.5. It's a 7.5 everywhere else. Wow. So Pinnacle's moved it to a 6.5. Bet Online just moved it back to a 7.
Yeah, my best number is 6.5 right now.
Wow. Okay, I can still get you a 7.5 though. No problem.
Hey, I'm about to say, you give me a 7.5, I'll take it the full game. That way, me and Wine Time, we could both win here.
No problem. I can get you a 7.5 at -110 on the legal books. Okay. So Justin is in now too. He's on Bellarmine.
I'm gonna see what this what this next game is, and I'm gonna step
Yeah,
out.
no, don't worry. Go make your bet.
Well, I want to see what the next game is.
The next game we're talking about is at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, you're good.
Belmont.
Make your bet.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
I'll
you
bet.
got time. Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a second here. Let's take a second Wine Time because we were rushing there to get those games in. So let's take a second and say what up to everybody. Miss Smokes a Lot says Charleston Southern is the play or Charleston Southern parlay. I'm on Charleston Southern. We're going to get into that here. A coin leaning in Central Arkansas over 73.5. Thank you guys for joining us. We started up a little early just so we could get those 12 p.m. games in. We got a big, beautiful card. We're counting down the days until Palooza. And everything is okay, you know. And one of the things about capping, that's the reason why I'll never leave and I've not left, is because in the most difficult moments of my life, I have dug in. When I thought, you know, when I was right on a precipice where I was like, God, I could lose everything, I've said, no, you cap your way out of this. You stay strong, you believe in yourself, and cap your way out of this. So I was at a point, you know, down 43 units. It fucking sickens me to say it in college basketball. I'm now down 17. I dug in when everything was on the line. And look, I'm not proud of being on 17 units in a year, but it means so much to me. And it makes me fall in love with what we're doing. That you got to dig in sometimes when the chips are down and believe in yourself and climb out of holes. Now, you know, you could probably do that in other facets of your life as well, but I'm just talking about sports capping. So I you know, and then having this 3 weeks before Palooza, if you guys remember last year, the January and February were the worst 8 weeks I'd ever had. And then I needed to be with the group. And then I went on a 7 or 8 month run that meant everything to me, and this still does. So I'm really pumped up and excited and thankful, and thankful to have the cappers in the chat that have stuck by me. You know, kept tune in and say, no, we want to hear what you have to say. I know you're struggling right now in college basketball. We're here for you, and it means so much to me. And then having, you know, Wine Time, Justin and Spoons and TJ, like they were all saying to me, look, we know you. You dig in, you're going to climb out of this, trust yourself. And hearing that from my friends, and they're not saying, hey, no one said, hey, go take a break. No one said that. No one said, hey, go take some time to go take a break. No one said that. They said, no, go dig in and get this money. So means a ton. Means a ton. And to have it happen before Palooza and know that I'm not going to come to Palooza broken, man, this is helpful, man. It's helpful. And then watching you absolutely destroy over the last week and a half, like it builds my spirit up, and I'm pumped up.
We got to keep winning, Jim. Let's go. I know you're motivating me even more, man. We just got to keep winning. We got to keep winning.
Yeah, we do. And I'm pumped up. So thank you, Twisted. And thank you to all of you guys for sticking by me here when it was all on the line. Everything was on the line. And so I'm just pumped up. Let's roll here. Let's get back to work here. Yeah, TJ, there were moves. None by me. Justin moved on High Point team total over 91.5. And Wine Time moved on Central Arkansas first half -4. Bellarmine plus 7.5. So the next thing we need to do is make sure that we're logged in. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, TJ, I'm on -4 in the first half here for Central Arkansas. Stacks is on Bellarmine in full game plus the 7.5.
So let's just make sure that we're logged in.
There's our guy right there back in business.
Justin Dope, ready to go.
Our guy, shout out to our guy Nasty Nate in the building. He said I'm having an awful week betting. Hey, we're gonna turn around today, Nasty Nate. Couple hiccups in the road. That's what happens sometimes, but you're gonna get it back today, and let's get it. Just stay tuned. I hope you tailed that Central Arkansas bet, man.
Yeah, let's have a day. We're capping all of the afternoon action here as well. All of the afternoon action, everything before 5 p.m. is on our card. Okay, let's roll, fellas. Let's roll. We got our guy Justin back in action. We just waxed. We didn't cap anything here, so let's roll. We move on to 1 p.m. Eastern, MVC Arch Madness, and shout out to our guy Lucas Ryan. Hope he's going to be there, and so I told him to get in touch with Jose today and give us some live thoughts here. Drake Bulldogs 13-19, 6-14 in the MVC at the Belmont Bruins 26-5, 16-4 in the MVC. Miss Smokes a Lot says Drake, and I was very interested in Drake. Not enough to move, pre-show, but and also I think I need to be taken back a little bit as well from these dogs that win their first game, because it is something that I kind of move towards. By the way, though, I should say, TJ, is that if High Point is up 25 points at halftime or just absolutely annihilating Gardner-Webb, my plan is to move on them live, and Justin likes it too. So that is a plan at this point. Bellarmine, Central Arkansas is off and racing. But here, let's talk about Drake, Belmont. So, everybody wanted to show Drake that they weren't a good basketball team this year. They've been running roughshod over this conference 3 straight years, and so the message was sent. But sometimes you can't take a championship pedigree out of a basketball team, and look, I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but they took out the Saluki 67-63 to get this all started. Belmont has been off for 5 days. The reason why I'm not on Drake right now is because Belmont lost their last game at Illinois State. And Belmont had nothing to play for. But with nothing to play for, they smashed Indiana State. They annihilated Evansville. Those games were at home. Then they went on the road with nothing to play for and did nothing and lost 81-74. And that slap in the face was like, okay, well, they're gonna now they're coming to St. Louis Arch Madness off of a loss, and that gave me pause. But I can understand why Case is on Drake here, and I still am interested. It didn't stop the interest. I was like, well, at least I could just talk it out with everybody. So Belmont played Drake, and Drake hosted Belmont. This was back on Saturday, January 10th, and it was a very, very tight game. Belmont won 78-76, and it was, even then, Belmont was changing the guard in the conference. And Belmont opened that game up at 7.5, closed at 4.5. So there was an acknowledgement that Drake was coming to play. Drake was up 44-25 at the half, dominating. So we know that this team is capable of putting together, stanzas of very strong play. The next time they played each other was at Belmont, and it was a 103-90 loss. Belmont was ready for Drake right off the hop. It was 51-43 at halftime. In a difficult situation, Drake still shot 53 from the field and 50 from 3, and that's 50 from 3 on 28 threes, not 12 or 13. They were 9.5-point dogs. Belmont covered as a favorite. So here we go. This is Drake, Belmont. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and then hand it to our guys. We've got time here. It's 7-0 High Point, by the way. 7-0 High Point. Bellarmine, it's 3-2 Bellarmine over Central Arkansas.
TJ got in Central Arkansas live. That's a good number there. I'm watching it live right now.
Oh, wow.
It's a good number to get in.
No, that's great. That's nice. Okay, so we have Belmont opening up at minus 11.5, and they move to minus 13. And it's now 10-0 High Point. I mean, wow. I think, High Point's just class, and
there's a reason why they're laying almost 30 points.
But I do think that if they absolutely dominate, so I think this is actually working out for a live bet. So we'll see how
I'm about to say, it definitely look like what we talked about.
Yeah.
I'll move on it with you guys.
There might even be more.
The total opened up at 156. It's now 153.5. And when we get over to the cash flow here for this one, we have 66% of tickets and 64% of cash on Belmont. And so anybody on Belmont should be, very confident and comfortable with the situation. Yeah, it's public, but the line's moving heavily in their direction. 65% of tickets on the under, 51% cash on the over. All right, here we go. 1 p.m. action. We got time, 52 minutes before tip-off. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Drake, Belmont.
Plenty of time to get your action in, fellas, and where you've got more action in this game. Yeah, I gave out in the chat yesterday, Drake money line plus 180. They went outright yesterday. It was absolute I can't believe they actually won the game outright. It was a close game. from start to finish. They ended up pulling that one out. This is a big letdown spot, though, for Drake, guys. Drake has had a disappointing season. They haven't played good basketball. It was just situationally a good spot for him yesterday, and here they are in a back-to-back playing Belmont. I think this is a Belmont smash spot right here, guys. I'm trying to find the best number available because I haven't moved on it yet. Let me see the best number. I think I can get a 13.5 right now at -110. Let me just double check. No, I can get a 13 now. Let's look at the market here really quick. I know you already touched on it on Odds Logic, and it's 66 and 64. Opened up at 11.5, and it's at a 13 at some spot. I mean, the sharpest book moved this to a 13. I don't know why I thought it was a 13.5, so it is a 13. That was my mistake. So yeah, I'm getting in on the 13 right now. -13, -110, according to Action right here. Let me pull this up. Drake and Belmont, 56 and 51 on Drake. So people are, I mean, it's kind of 60-40 on two different sites, two different ways. To me, there's a reason why Belmont's getting 13 now, lane 13, I should say. So give me Belmont. I think they're going to smash Drake.
You're in business, Belmont -13. So Drake has been in the final of the Missouri Valley Conference 5 straight years. They've won it 3 straight years, and that followed in the footsteps of them losing in the final 2 straight years. So they have that championship pedigree. But I can understand this market saying green light for the favorite. Let's hear from Justin. Drake, Belmont, Enterprise Center, Arch Madness. Take it away.
Yeah, I don't have nothing official in this, and Wine Time he just made sure that I'm not going to make it official, but I'm going to pitch a case for Drake that for me, it was Drake or nothing, but I decided before the show, I didn't know who Wine Time was on. I decided for sure not to make it official. I was thinking about quietly betting it, but a lot of things, when you look at these tournaments, I don't think you can look at the season that they had. You just got to look at what does this team do every single year? And regardless of whether a Drake team that's up or down, for some reason, when tournaments start, it's always like they make a quick little 2-3 game run. And I like Drake yesterday. I was mad that I didn't join Wine Time on the money line, but I was already on the spread, so I didn't want to get greedy. So I was happy with Drake, and I wanted to run it back. And I just like, you know what, Belmont with the rest, but I like the momentum. Like you keep saying, you didn't want to keep talking about it, but I like the teams that could get not necessarily a dog. Well, they have to be a dog, but the teams that got a game in, that's the team I want to go back to, especially when I could get a gang of points. So, but they took care of me yesterday. I ain't gonna ask them to repeat it, but for me, it'd be Drake or nothing.
Yeah. No, I completely get it. I can see both sides of the ledger, and I'm comfortable staying off of it. Yes, we're in business. We're in the soup, man. We're in the soup. But got a long day ahead, a lot of capping, but we're in the. Okay, looks like the guys are ready for it. All right, Los Judy, yeah.
I've made 2 plays already, and I did move on. Not giving it out on the show, but I did take the Netherlands +3 -120. I know it's against our guy Jose Venezuela team, but I think that's kind of a weird number for Netherlands. I think they might win that game outright. Shout out to Jose.
Wait, you just came on here and faded Jose's Venezuelan team publicly?
Are you fucking serious? Are we fucking serious? That drive-by shooting one? Go fuck yourself.
I knew he was coming on.
Just a little something, nothing crazy.
I swear I knew he was coming on here.
Cheers, guys.
Oof, okay. Let's. I get it. Completely get it. Nothing for me. Okay, this game, next game, was so interesting. And I had a question that I needed answered. I couldn't find it anywhere. I messaged Spoons, and Spoons gave me great research on the topic. So let's roll. This was a game I had queued up and wanted to bet, but there was just one thing kind of hanging over it. And now with the opportunity to talk it out, I thought that was worth doing. We head to the CAA championship. Northeastern Huskies, 6-23, 2-16 in the CAA. At the North Carolina A&T Aggies, 11-18, 4-14 in the CAA. We're Care First Arena in Washington, D.C. for this one. Now, Northeastern, Boston U, there's a couple teams that have been decimated by injuries. more than any other schools. And the Huskies are one of them. And they have a kid who's come over from Stockholm, Sweden, and his name's William Armory, and he is.
Wine Time, you made an enemy today. You made a Wine Time.
It's just,
You made
it's
an
just
enemy.
money, Jose. You know how it is.
Corey Perry to the Tampa Bay Lightning from the Los Angeles Kings.
Wow.
It's all love, my man. It's just money.
Wow. What a great pickup for the Lightning, which means the Lightning are going to lose in the Stanley Cup final. Wow. So Corey Perry he's going to lose again in the Stanley Cup final. Wow. What a great.
So that trade means Lightning losing the Stanley Cup final. That's
crazy. This guy just loses the Stanley Cup final year after year after year after year after year after year.
That makes me want to sprinkle. That makes me want to sprinkle that after the show, like just a little.
Well,
you said that right off the top. You said it like so. You didn't even think about it.
No, they're going to lose in the Stanley Cup final. Yeah. Wow. And I bet the Sabres last night to win the East at 10-1. So, and I was so hesitant. I sent my futures to TJ. I was like, how can I don't want to add anything to the most beautiful group of futures I've ever had in my entire career. I'm 46 years old, and it's the single best futures of any sport I've ever had. And I was like, I don't want to touch it. It's so beautiful. And I was like, shut up. Make a fucking bet and shut up.
And I meant to tell you, I told that when I seen it. That's why I reposted it or retweeted, whatever it's called.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
When I seen it, I joined it.
Oh, nice. Well, and TJ says rip up that Sabres ticket. Yeah, but so they'll play the Lightning in the second round. We can make decisions around how we want to handle that, but it's a fun one. Okay, 2014 Central Arkansas. Nice. 2014 Central Arkansas guys are rolling. Spooner says, so you're saying bet Tampa to make the cut. The problem is, Spooner, I was too late on the Tampa train, which is crazy because I've been on Tampa futures for like 3 years in a row and lost my shirt, but it was just too short. It was just too short a number. But I guess if we could bet, you know how like in the March Madness, you can bet when a team will get eliminated. By the way, our March Madness pools, our set, you guys voted for $50 each. They're so, we have 2 bonuses that are so exciting. I just need to wait for them to be confirmed for each pool, for the confidence pool, which is your roster of teams with 90 points, and then the bracket. So I can't wait to talk all about it. But let's roll. AM says Northeastern looks nice here. Yes. Why did William Armory not play the last game with Monmouth? Why? Why did he not play? Why can't I find any information on him? Why? So, and then this team that just struggled with so many injuries. So I said to Spoons, I was like, why? I can't find any information. Why? And so he's, starts digging in and replying and, digging in and trying to get information, trying to get clues, trying to figure it out. And we couldn't find anything. And then he said, now, remember, they played Monmouth so tough last game without him. So maybe they don't need him. The line, and we're going to go over this in a second, is telling us that they have a very good chance of winning this basketball game with whatever lineup they put up. But Spooner said, I'd be surprised to see him play, to be honest with you. He's very valuable to the team. I see what you're saying about the line, but it's built, the line being so tight, built off the prior matchup. Spooner says, I believe he's done everything he needs to do this year. He'll get NIL money at a better school next year. He didn't come here from Stockton to play in the CAA tourney. So, and Coin, it's certainly the sharp side. But do I want to deal with him not being on the floor? So let's set this one up a little bit more here, and then we'll hand it over to Justin. So I came very close to moving on Northeastern until I was going to move on Northeastern. And then the Armory stuff came up, and I was like, God, and then they played so well without him. So let's go through the situation here. I also, while I was thinking about this, I was thinking, look, North Carolina A&T had their day. They had their day in LA. It was a big win, big coverage. Chris Paul Classic. It was a big deal. They've lost 3 straight games. They've lost and not looked very good. They looked fine at home versus William and Mary, but they lost by 18 at Campbell. They lost by 23 at UNC Wilmington. Now, Northeastern's losing a lot of basketball games. So Northeastern has lost 12 straight games. They lost 89-83 to Monmouth. They played North Carolina. They played North Carolina A&T one time this year, and that was a victory. They went to North Carolina and beat them 85-74. So I think that Spooner is right that the line isn't necessarily sharp action. She said Northeastern Huskies have gone there and done that. You look at a team that's 6-23 against teams 11-18. Well, then you step back and like, okay, well, they're just 2-16 in conference. And North Carolina A&T is 4-14 in conference. So let's go to the line of history here for this one now. 22-14 Central Arkansas. I'd love to see it. Let's get you guys on the board here. This total is a 153. It opened up at 156. And then on the point spread here, this is a pick'em. Now, the earliest lines to come out were a BOL or Bet Online and opened up at -1. And 10 minutes later, it was a +1. 10 minutes in. And now it's sitting here at a pick'em. But if you look at a different book for a story, if you go to a legal book for the story, you'll get a very different tale here. So let's go to Circa doesn't have this up supposedly, but let's go to South Point. So South Point opened this up with Northeastern at +1, and now they're -1.5. -1.5. So that tells a very different story. That tells that they were dog to favorite. But BOL came out before South Point's line. And when we go here to an offshore, they got North Carolina A&T as the favorite on the money line. So you're getting told different stories. And when it comes down to it, if Spooner hadn't have said this line is all predicated on their first matchup, and then you look back and you're right. He's right. And now we're talking about a pick'em. So I've told you guys a couple of the things that I've done to climb out of this hole in the last 3 weeks. One is I stopped betting 1s and 1.5s. I start thinking, look, if the market is telling you this is a coin flip, man, and there's no dog to favorite, and you could say there's a dog to favorite here, depending on what book you're looking. If the books are telling me it's a coin flip, I better have conviction if I'm going to move on something. So I've been letting a lot of those go. So there's my diatribe. I thought at the end of this, setup, I would then be saying, I'm going to bet Northeastern. I'm not sure. That first matchup does kind of mess it all up. If in that first matchup, the Aggies had beaten the Huskies by 11, my money'd be in. Justin, take it away. Northeastern Huskies, North Carolina A&T Aggies.
I stayed away from this game because pretty much everything you just said, but I would be on the other side, and I wanted to get there. And the only reason why I didn't is pretty much what you said. And when I look at this, I'm not a big what I think the line for every game that I cap, but this is one I did. And I was on the AT&T early in the season game that you mentioned. It was in Englewood, and it seemed like I pick and choose. I'm 3-1 since betting this team all year. And I just not understand how it didn't open up like -2, 2.5 as far as A&T being favored. This is a team, they're playing Northeastern. Like we mentioned, we talk about catching and falling odds. Like, why are we in a rush to or try to convince ourselves to bet on a team that this is where they break their losing streak? Like I couldn't be on Northeastern. It'd be North Carolina A&T, or nothing. But I'm not gonna move on. I just don't understand the line. I don't understand the line movement. I don't understand. I feel like you're right. The line is telling you Northeastern, but the eye test and the season's not telling me Northeastern. And then it just makes me start thinking. We talk about head fakes. Like I don't know. It just seems like this is a head fake or something. I just don't see Northeastern winning this game.
Wine Time, can you give us the action breakdown on the cash flow as well? Because here we're getting okay, just flipped. Just flipped. 53% of the tickets, 75% of the cash on Northeastern now. Now, every legal book here, Circa's not showing anything for some reason, as if the game's not up there, but every legal book except for BetMGM now has Northeastern as a 1.5 point favorite. Superbook has them at just a 1 point favorite. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, guys. I mean, this is a Northeastern spot here, and I'll just go over the market here really quick for you guys. It's pretty similar to Odds Logic on action. It's 57 and 61 on Northeastern right now. To me, it just seems like a Northeastern spot. I think AM put it in the chat. Just a horrible team that's kind of gets a fresh start in this conference tournament. This number, they're a favorite here for a reason. I backed NC North Carolina A&T. In that same game that you guys were talking about, the game in Inglewood, I was on the money line. I was on them plus the points, and here I am on Northeastern. I think Northeastern's going to get it done. They're the favorite for a reason here. I'm seeing 1.5s across boards. I'm getting it currently at a pick'em right now, minus 110. So that's what I'm going to give to you guys. I'm on Northeastern here. I think they're going to have some motivation in this tournament. So maybe not in game 2. We'll probably fade them in game 2. But I think in this first game, I have enough conviction to back Northeastern here. So I'm on Northeastern. I'm going to make it official right now and move on it at a pick'em at minus 110.
Northeastern for our guy Wine Time, who is on fire. Northeastern.
Oh, wait. Wow. Change of line. Hold on. It's not letting me.
Okay.
What just happened here? Northeastern. Wow.
What? Talk to us.
Plus 1.5 now. Damn, that's a 1.5 difference. I haven't placed it yet, so let's go back to this game. I'm gonna hold off right now. I'm gonna look at some of these markets.
Okay, I want to just go to the books here now and not rely on sites.
I apologize, Jim. Sorry for interrupting you, my guy. Northeastern is now a minus 1.5, so that's what I'm gonna have to give to you guys. That makes me a lot better. Northeastern minus 1.5, minus 110. I'm gonna place it right now.
All right, Wine Time has moved on Northeastern minus 1.5. What's the money line?
It's not available on here. I have to make it official. I have to go to a couple different sites. So I have it right here on this other one really quick here. Northeastern is, let's see. God damn, I hate having to scroll down here. Northeastern, money line not available. Just the 1.5 is available.
I'm going to have faith in my trepidation and trust it. So I'm going to stay off of this game because my plan was to bet them, and then I got cold feet, and I'm going to legitimize the cold feet. It certainly feels that when a 6-23 team goes from dog to favorite, or is even lined as a -1 favorite, that there's something fishy about this. Thank you for the updates, guys. Thank you, Coin. That's a great update. We have the best update, though. These are the updates that mean we need to toast. Look at our guy, Chill Will, and Lil Domo, and Uncle Mike.
Let's go.
Says, I've been in Austin since December. I'm not leaving until after Pub 5. Says, Lil Domo will be flying into San Antonio on the 24th.
Let's
Ready to
go.
rock with us, man.
Shout out to them. Those are two cool. That's a cool family right there. You got to meet them, Stacks. They're good people, man.
Oh man, it's just the only time in life where you don't get let down, man.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Shout out to Chill Will and the fam, man. Okay, we have the taint play of the day in as well. Let's get this locked and loaded. Taint play of the day is Central Michigan and Ball State. God, I spent time on that game. That very close, very, very close. Just a fascinating game. It's too bad that there's so many games on each card because they all deserve this kind of thing. Now, if we were living in Vegas, we would just meet up or be in a big house or whatever, and we would have gone through all these. When you're sitting there, you can go through them in 10, 20 minutes and talking and move on. But the show changes things, makes things a little more difficult. But thank you for sharing that with us, Matty Ice, man. We will be talking about Taint here. But Taint is in. The Taint play of the day, Central Michigan, Ball State over 133.5. He's also on Georgia Southern plus 5.5. And that did make that Georgia Southern game is so interesting. I hope that no, it didn't make our card. That game is so interesting. I spent time on it. It's Georgia Southern is certainly very appealing. But Taint is in. And shout out to our guy, Matty Ice. Let's roll on here. So I bet this one. Okay, I know I'm a little hesitant, and I think that we know the psychology around winning and losing. And when you're losing, you just fire everything. You start taking bigger risks, and when you're winning, you're a little smarter, tighter, and there's more of a sense of calm rather than a sense of reaching. Maybe I didn't explain that well, but let's roll. I'm on Charleston Southern here. 2:30 p.m. We have the Big South Championship quarters. Charleston Southern Buccaneers at the Winthrop Eagles. So look, the Northeastern Huskies line was nuts to me. If we look at I went 8-5 yesterday. If we look at the spots that, and Jose backed them. The Indiana State line was nuts to me. The Missouri State line was absolutely nuts to me. So I bet both of them, and they both cashed. Missouri State won by 20. Like
Missouri State was down, I think, at 10 points early in that game, weren't they, Jim? And they just absolutely put foot on the gas, no brakes. That was crazy.
And we talked about it for so long. And without that talk, without all of our talk and Deacon being involved in that, I would not have got the bag. It was us as a group here. So I believe that Northeastern kind of follows in that this line makes no sense. Well, this line, and I'm sure I've piqued Jose's interest already. This line makes no sense to me. Now, when it makes no sense to me, a capper like Spooner can find sense in it very quickly. He's so entrenched in the inner workings of college basketball, and he's so we do react differently, to this sport. He can say, well, it's because of this, and it's because of this, and it's because of this, and that's what makes him excel the way he does. Here we have Charleston Southern winners of 3 of their last 4. That only loss was in double overtime. They're playing good ball. They beat Winthrop at home 86-84. Winthrop was going to win the Big South. Winthrop was 13-1. They lose at High Point by 2 points. There's no harm in that. Then they lose at Charleston Southern. Then they barely get past Presbyterian. Presbyterian, I wanted to talk about the hose here in this show. It's just too many games, but I still am interested in moving on Presbyterian. But we'll let that go. We'll let that go for now. So the Buccaneers here, 7th in the Big South, playing a team that was 13-1 in the Big South. How does it? Now? Yes, they did beat Winthrop at home and they went to Winthrop and only lost by 4. This is also a team, we talk about all these losses they had. Well, they lost to High Point at home in overtime by 2. We're watching what High Point's doing right now. They lost when they went on a 8-game losing streak. 4 of those games were in overtime. I mean, when have you ever heard anything like that? Like, this wasn't a regular losing streak. So then now you're saying, okay, well, now it's starting to make sense. Now that the record that some gamblers will be looking at doesn't do the justice of the play that they're delivering. So I felt comfortable moving on Charleston Southern here. Charleston Southern. So let's get into the line history and the cash flow. And also the line I got Charleston Southern plus 4 at minus 111. Let's get into the line history. We have, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so this has moved against me very heavily. Right when the show started, this moved to 5.5, 1.5 move against me. Honestly, I don't need Spooner saying, hey, it's okay, it's okay. It's just like the Mississippi Valley State spot. It's okay, it's okay. I don't need it, but this line was insane. And now somebody's come in and said, look, I'm going to put my money down and say that this line's insane. Didn't hurt us with Mississippi Valley State. DC Capra on Winthrop -4. I mean, everybody in their right mind would be on Winthrop. My mind is not right. And when I see something that doesn't make sense to me, a team that was 13-1 in conference play against a team that went through an 8-game losing streak and was sitting 7th in the Big South, it's okay that the line moved against me here. I do think that this is one of those spots where you can be like, just like the Mississippi Valley State, even though I was very concerned. When we get to the cash flow here, I'm not sure if we're going to get any information here, and none here. So maybe Wine Time can hook us up. But first, we're going to hear from Justin. Justin, I'm on the Buccaneers, man. Take it away.
Yeah, I don't have no action in this game. If I had to bet this game, I probably would have been on the other side. For me, it would have been Winthrop or nothing. I just think that, the line was special. I didn't know why it wasn't like a little bit taller, like maybe a 6.5. But I don't want. There was so many games that I had stronger opinions on, what I feel like is a better cap, and I didn't want to mainly base my bet on me thinking, well, damn, this line's low, books give me money, but I think it's Winthrop or nothing.
Wine Time, we've had everybody. It's been one-way traffic on Winthrop, but Spoon has come in saying that he moved on Charleston Southern +4.5, which is a nice thing to read. By the way, High Point's up 13 with 4.5 minutes left, and the lines moved. The opening lines moved the point towards Gardner-Webb, which is very telling. It means that the books sort of feel that Gardner-Webb's going to keep fighting like we thought, but there's no advantage. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, and we got Central Arkansas up 33-18 right now. Hopefully they can get this home for us, guys. That would be good to start the day off. Yeah, Jim, I'm right there with you. And I think I wouldn't feel so discouraged because the line's gone against you, because we talk about it all the time, the opening line moved up. And the fact that this opened, the fact that you got a 4 in this, it's kind of wild. You know what I mean? That probably should have opened up at around a 6 where it is right now. 5.5 is actually on most books right now. I like it where you are. I didn't move on this game, and I don't think I'm going to, just because the line has moved against. But I would, if your bet's already in, I can see Charles Southern winning this game outright. I mean, it seems like a spot, you know what I mean? This line feels fishy. You got a team like Winthrop. I mean, who's going to really take Charles Southern in this spot other than a couple people? But someone has came in and probably placed a big bet on this, which is why Winthrop is now 5.5. I don't think this is a very heavily bet game today. I can't even get numbers on action right now. They're not even giving me numbers right now, so that's crazy. So this isn't a very heavily bet game. I'm going to stay away. Shout out to our guy, Troy Torrance. He said this game is priced perfectly.
What, now or the opening line, Troy?
Yeah, now, yeah. I see that's –
I guess he's saying no. He's saying the 5 and the now with the move of 5.5.
That's what I think. Yeah, and that's what I think it probably should have opened up at 5.5 or 6. But the fact that it did open up at a 4, maybe the books are a little bit scared because someone put a big bet down and they don't want to put another big bet down on the 4 or 4.5. But I don't know. It would be Charles Southern or pass, but this is going to be a pass for me.
All right. Well, let's roll on, fellas. Let's roll on. Now so for those of you who don't know the inner workings of the show. I have a chat with Justin and Wine Time, and they send in their games. I put all of the games together. I prefer to have them for every single game that we cap. So I don't know who's moving on what now. I did when I was putting it together, sort of knew who would, but now it's just all together. So we're gonna start going through games where I'm gonna be, figuring things out. Another thing I want to mention is that when we're pressed for time, and I know that for this show, which gave me a sense of calm, I capped the entire NHL card fully, the NBA card fully, 9 bets in NHL, 5 bets in NBA fully, because I felt like I was kind of too focused on college basketball. So I made that the most important thing. So when they had games they wanted to talk about, and I was kind of thinking, I was like, you know what, just let it go, move on to the next game, and we'll talk about it out loud. So I'm ready to make moves with you guys. Next spot on the board, ASUN Championship quarters. We are back in Jacksonville, Florida. Florida Gulf Coast Eagles, 15-17, 8-10 in the ASUN at the Lipscomb Bisons, 19-12, 12-6 in the ASUN. If you guys weren't with us yesterday, I wanted to know exactly how far away Florida Gulf Coast was from Jacksonville, just to get a sense, like, is this a home court? Whatever. It's a 5-hour drive. So it's not, just, use that with however you want. Florida Gulf Coast got this party started on Wednesday, which is nice. Nice to get to play in a conference tournament, win a basketball game, not have to play again the following day. They took out North Alabama, a team I've liked this year and made money off of. They took them out comfortably, 69-58. They won by 11, and they covered. Lipscomb comes in with winning 3 of 4 here. Let's focus a little bit more, though, on the dog, the 8-10 in conference, going up against a 12-6 Lipscomb Bison spot. So the dog played Lipscomb twice. They played them Saturday, January 10th at home, and they lost by 7 to Lipscomb. They were up at halftime, 30-28, covered halftime, and then Lipscomb took off. In that game, Florida Gulf Coast shot 51% from the field, but just 29% from 3. Also, an issue with Florida Gulf Coast is their foul shooting. They shot 63% from the line, while Lipscomb was the professional group that they are, shot 86% from the line. Rebounding was nearly the same. Florida Gulf Coast, in their first meeting, were 2.5-point favorites. Okay, so they were 2.5-point favorites at home in their first meeting. Let's move on to the second meeting. So the first meeting was January 10th at Florida Gulf Coast. Next meeting was at Lipscomb, and Florida Gulf Coast lost again. This time they lose by 15. This time they're down 7 at the break. They shoot 43 from the field and 38 from 3. They play clean basketball. They lose the turnover battle slightly. In this one, we had an 8-point difference. Lipscomb opened up at 6.5 and closed to 5.5. So a big point difference. So those are the first 2 meetings here. Let's set up the line history. Let's send it to our squad. Line history wise, we have Lipscomb right now -4. So does that make sense? Let's start there. So does the 4 points make sense? So let's go over one more time here. We know that at Lipscomb, they opened up at 6.5 favorites and closed at 5.5. And then at Florida Gulf Coast was 2.5-point favorites. So that just simply feels like it's just simply in the middle, 4. So it opened up at 4, and it's at 4. This was available for a little under 2 hours. It moved a 0.5 point towards Lipscomb. At 5 in the morning, it moved another 0.5 point towards Lipscomb, and it was juiced towards Lipscomb, implying that maybe we're going to move to a 5.5. Never moved to 5.5. We're right back at 4. Buyback. And then when we get to the cash flow for this spot, we get no information from Odds Logic. So we'll have to hear we want to hear from Wine Time on this one. So Wine Time, touch if there's any information from Action, touch on it. And I'm not sure. Actually, wait, you know what? Who wanted this game? Okay, let's get Justin to start this because it was just okay.
I'm gonna want this one too, Stacks. I'm curious what you're on in this game.
Okay. Oh, there were games that you both wanted too. Okay. Okay. Well, so let's go with Justin. We'll have Wine Time hit lead off for UIC Murray State. Justin, take it away. Florida Gulf Coast, Lipscomb.
Everywhere I turn, it seems like I'm the only one in the world, and I love it. I love it even more. I love Dunk City here, Florida Gulf Coast, in case anybody don't remember what they was called. And I wish that Lipscomb didn't lose their game like Gulf Coast did prior to going into the tournament, because I always like for the teams to back the teams that they get that loss out the way right before the tournament. But they both did. But I like the way I was impressed about Gulf Coast. And I think this line is a tad bit off. And I think that this line is telling you that I feel like that if you're looking at it being that Lipscomb won both meetings earlier in the season, that you would think this line would be a little bit wider. And I'm not talking about where they're open or the high point at it. But I'm confident in Gulf Coast, and it's extremely unpopular, but it makes me even more confident. It's probably like, if I would have capped this earlier, like this would have been one of my first games that I sent you, Jim. Give me I got Florida Gulf Coast at, I think I played plus 4.5 minus 120. But I'll take the best number. I didn't post it nowhere, so I'll take the best number you can get me.
Let me tell you, Stacks, this is a very unpopular pick. It is. And that's exactly why I am right there with you, my friend. I am doubling up, making this official right now. This is double up spot. This might be my favorite spot on the board. I don't know how I kind of overlooked this spot, honestly, but I am making the moves as we speak. Florida Gulf Coast +2, -110 in the first half, and full game money line +155 currently right now. They're going to win this game outright. This line makes absolutely no sense. The market is telling us everything we need to know here. If you're looking at the sharpest books, two books that I respect. I mean, Circa opened this up at a 4. South Point opened this up at a 4.5, and it's down to a 4. Who's betting Florida Gulf Coast today, guys? I haven't really looked at the chat, but is there anyone out there that's actually betting them today? I don't think so.
From what I heard, just me and you.
This is a perfect situational market standpoint. Everything you look at, I'm going to throw the X's and O's. I'm going to throw what I see on the TV out the window in this game, and we're going to double up on Florida Gulf Coast here. I love this spot. I'm glad we talked about this game. This might be my new favorite spot on the board here. I'm going to make all these plays official when you guys take it over here, but I'm with you. Florida Gulf Coast, this is must bet, I think.
Yeah, I love the spot, and then I ain't gonna lie, like, and I ain't just talking about YouTube. Like the two dudes I went to the game with, to the Robert Morris game, both text me and was like, "Yo, Lipscomb," and I just sent laughing emojis. That's all I did. I ain't say nothing else, like, cause can't tell them nothing. But I haven't heard nobody but me and you, Juan, I swear. And not that I already bet it before that. I love the spot, and this is the one time that I've been on the island, and it wasn't like, damn, maybe I shouldn't give it out. I was like, I'm giving this play out. This is what I'm staying. I got another one where coming up later on.
Like what our friend Jose Bouquett would say, let them bet it, Stacks. Let them bet it. It's better for
you. Go ahead and bet. Like Jimmy always said, go ahead and bet Lipscomb. Go ahead. Sorry.
You know, the fucking Gardner-Webb did not want us to bet this because it was just at 31.5, and it looked like this is going to be perfect, and then bang, a 3, another 2, and we're right back at 20.5. I don't think there's going to be an advantage here. But we're a minute and 52 from Wine Time and others getting on the board. So there are a lot of people who aren't seeing it here in the chat. Oh yeah, Chris Warren. Justin and I were talking about the Bears winning this conference 2 or 3 weeks ago. Not that early or anything, but I just got to get over whatever. I'll deal with that shit on my own. But this is appealing. So my only thing is though here is that I think this is right where the line should be at 4. You know, the Florida Gulf Coast were 2.5-point favorites at home. Lipscomb were 5.5 to 6.5-point favorites at home. So here they are on a neutral, and Lipscomb's had the much better season. And it's a 4. I guess, if you're thinking it that way, I guess it should be a 3 and the 4. I guess what you guys are saying is the buyback. We don't have. I mean, do we see a lot of people online saying Lipscomb?
I'm not too sure. I have seen it in the chat from a couple people, but I don't think a lot of people are probably betting this game either. This is probably not a super public bet game, but I don't know. To me, you look at both these teams' records from afar, it seems almost too easy to take Lipscomb in this spot. I don't know. I think Florida Gulf Coast is going to win this game outright. Like I said, Shot Draw Guy Troy said defend the 3-point shot. Or what about the rest disadvantage? I don't really care about that at this point. This is literally from a market standpoint and from where the line is and from a situational standpoint. I don't know. Just to me, this is Florida Gulf Coast. I don't know anyone betting this game. Hey, Spoons, now you do, my friend, and there is $1,000 on the line in this game. So let's go.
Well, I am interested in joining you, but let me get some numbers down here. I got Justin what I thought was the best line available, plus 4.5 at -114.
I'll take that.
So I got that for Justin. Wine Time, what are we locking in for you? And again, for those of you watching who haven't rocked with us, know that Wine Time is dealing with a much more difficult situation than a lot of us in Cali. And so he's giving what he's actually betting, and it's tricky. So Wine Time, what is it for you?
Yeah, we are betting Florida Gulf Coast plus 2 minus 110 in the first half, and we are moving on the money line plus 155 full game for Florida Gulf Coast.
Wow. That's impressive. And the first half plus 2 minus 110?
Minus 110.
Okay. Well, I am interested. This game starts at 2:30 p.m. I'm going to set an alarm here for 1:40. Let's look at. I would like to look at this again. Look at this line. Obviously, if it goes to 3.5, if it goes to 3.5, I'll pay for the 4. How about that? If it goes 3.5, you guys are the book's telling you they're right. TJ Wine Time getting that cash here. King Al says local got Charleston Southern plus 6. Should I rush to the window? King Al, the market is going heavily against me right now, and so no, you should not rush to the window. You should think this over very carefully and walk very calmly to the window if you choose to do so. Let's roll on. 3:30 p.m. Eastern, we go back to Arch Madness at the Enterprise Center in St. Louis, Missouri. UIC Flames 17-14, 12-8 in the MVC at the Murray State Racers 2011, 12-8 in the MVC. I just, again, I trying to stay focused as much as possible, but I just got the image of seeing Chill Will and Lil Domo and Uncle Mark right away. I'm like, oh man, that's good. That's good. All right. Let me get this set up and let's roll here. So, God, that was a fascinating cap. That Florida Gulf Coast Lipscomb game. And we're going to get to live bet all these spots too if we deem it appropriate. UIC Flames is another team that's been very good to me. And I was extremely interested in this spot. Of course, you're probably looking at a 1.5 point spread. And I'm trying to stay away from these spots. Now, you have conviction, you pull the trigger. Here, this one opens up at +1 at 3:27 p.m. in the afternoon. We get a +2 at 7:54 this morning. Then it goes back to +1. Then it's a +2 again at 10 a.m. Then it's a +1.5. And then 12 minutes after, or I guess we started early, but 12 p.m., this is a pick'em again. Pick'em. Which is, it should be around here when you have two teams that have the exact same conference record, which is what should be focused upon, not the 17-14 or 20-11 for Murray State. It's just that they have the exact same conference record. I'm sure some of you guys are interested in the total, so let's quickly get to this total here. From a total side of things, we have this at 150.5. It opened up at 149. The UIC Flames, they come in off a loss at Indiana State. It was terrible, really bad. Before that, they'd beaten Bradley in double overtime, which was impressive. They'd lost at home to Valparaiso, too. So you get a mixed bag. You certainly get a mixed bag when you look at Murray State. They lost 3 of 4 going into the conference tournament. And, their only win was at home versus Evansville. And they're not the purple people eaters, man. They make you want to stop wearing purple. Murray State faced UIC. They faced UIC twice. The third game of the conference season for UIC, and UIC opened up 0-4 in conference. UIC opened up 0-4 in conference, and then won 8 straight games in conference. So the third loss was at home. It was 81-77 to Murray State. Then they went to Murray State on February 3rd and lost 81-74. So here we have a team that's lost to Murray State twice, but they come in winners of 4 of their last 6. They come in more than that because you talk about that 8-game winning streak. So if you add the 8-game winning streak, this is a team that's 12-4 down the stretch, which then does make sense that UIC is interested. TJ says, any interest in high point minus 10.5 second half? My whole plan was to be on Gardner-Webb second half. So I think it's exactly where the number should be. I think it's telling us that High Point is going to think about the rest of the conference tournament and rest their starters, and Gardner-Webb's going to, keep gunning. But
I hope our guy TJ heard my breakdown of Florida Gulf Coast. TJ, whatever you want on that first bet in Central Arkansas, throw it on Florida Gulf Coast. Take it on the first half, plus the 2, whatever number you can get. Let's keep it going, baby. Let's keep it going.
So Chill Will says, what do you all think about the total here with UIC? So we have Chill Will leaning towards the under. So a second look at this, it's at 150.5 right now, and it's skyrocketing, Will. So it's skyrocketing right now. So this 53 minutes ago, okay, here even further. An hour and 34 minutes ago, this was a 147.5, Will. It's now a 150.5. So we've moved 3 points in an hour and 40 minutes. We've moved a point in less than an hour. So that's that. My ROI with the late movement in totals going against me is negative. That doesn't mean you shouldn't bet it. We're just trying to get all the info possible. There's my guy, just my 2 cents in the house. DC Capper on UIC. I believe that. I mean, why would it go down to a pick'em to a team that's lost twice to their opponent? I'm interested in UIC. Namdi liking UIC as well. So let's roll. Wine time. UIC Flames, Murray State Racers. Take it away.
I want UIC here too. I got so much action locked in right now. This game, 12:30 my time over here on the West Coast. To me, this seems like a UIC line. That's who I want in this spot here. Let's go over what action is telling us really quick here. They're telling us 61% of bets and 66% of cash is on Murray State here. And our friends here, Odds Logic, are telling us that more of the bets and money is coming in on Illinois, Chicago. I mean, some spots open this up Murray State as the favorite, correct? And now we're seeing at the sharp books that Illinois, Chicago is very much the favorite. Let's look here at a couple other spots. Yeah, and just more money. I mean, to me, this is a UIC spot. I haven't pulled the trigger on this. I might leave this one alone here. It's a tough spot here. I want UIC. It didn't correlate enough for me, but the fact that they are a favorite now, some spots still have Murray State as the favorite. Like some of the not so sharp books right now are laying them as -1.5. So that's interesting. I'm going to stay off this one as of right now, Jim. It's going to be a pass for me. It would only be UIC here. There's no way I would back Murray State here. This would be UIC or nothing.
Well, I'm moving on UIC.
Yeah.
I'm moving on UIC. This reminds me of the Middle Tennessee spot that Spooner was on. Spooner got +126 on Middle Tennessee. He's got +2.5 here, which is daunting because it means, if you lose on a final shot, Spooner still will likely win. But the Middle Tennessee spot, I was like, look, I was looking at a -110 and he got a +126, but I was like, he's right. He's right. We're both on the money line. He's going to make more money. That's all. And I'm okay with that. I feel very similar here with this one. I'm moving on UIC money line right now, -104. Justin, take it away.
I didn't have much to say in this game, man. I'm going to jump on. I'm going to add it too. I didn't even spend much time in this game. I didn't have an opinion on the total or the side. But I'll join y'all. I'm going to add it. I ain't making it official. I'm just telling you, I'm going to join y'all with UIC. I didn't have much to say. I wanted to get to the over. That was like my first thought, but then everything I seen was saying go under. So I stayed off, but I'm going to add, if I got time, as long as I ain't got to put it in now, I'll put it in after when you start hockey.
What number are you getting, Jim?
-104. What are you getting?
-110 right now. I might pull the trigger with you guys here. Got a lot of action today. This just seems like a spot I can't really pass up here with UIC. I'm gonna hold off as of right now. I'll let you guys know. We've got about 2.5 hours until this tips off, so I'm gonna hold off as of right now. But I'm most likely will move on Illinois, Chicago.
Oh yeah, that means I got enough time. I'm gonna add it. Like I said, I'm not making it official. I'm just telling y'all. But most likely, I think I know I get a better number than probably right in between you and Wine.
This line's moving towards UIC right now. I think I would bet it.
Yeah,
you saying do it now?
Yeah, I think so. I just like right now, I'm watching it. Every book move towards UIC, a team that lost both meetings against their opponent.
I'll be right back.
I think that makes sense.
You're good. I'm in with you. I'm getting the money line at -110 right here, guys. So lock me in, Jim. I'm going to make the plays official right now. I'm going to lock them all in first before I tweet them out. And then I got to tweet out my action. Might have to step out for like 2 minutes just so I can
problem.
get
Anytime. We're totally set here. As I said, I've got a more of a comfort because I'm going to start doing this more. I got more of a comfort because I fully capped the NHL and NBA, and so fully got all my action in. 14 bets in both. So like I should start doing that because I was worried, very worried that college basketball was just taking too much of my time, and it's not like you can stop and start working on something else, but I have this feeling that I just want to go through the college basketball. I just want to think about college basketball. You know
that's all. NBA's kind of out the window for me at this point. Shout out to our guy Dutch Boy Fresh in the building. Gonna be able to meet my guy and kick with my guy and smoke some good flour with him in the essay here in a couple weeks. Shout out to you, my guy. Another 2-0 day for our guy Dutch Boy Fresh. Dutch, I'm treading lightly in the NBA right now until playoff time. This college basketball is really. I'm just like what Jimmy said. I wake up in the morning, I get excited. Like I'm so excited to cap this card. It's just so stoked to look at this card. So I'm locked and loaded, ready to go. Shout out to our guy Dutch Boy Fresh.
Yeah, Dutchy the man. It's gonna be great having him back in business with us in San Antonio, man. It's gonna be great. Okay, let's roll on. So that's the afternoon action. We wanted to cap every single game in the afternoon for us to have so much to think about and go over while we're talking about other sports and other things. So now every single game that's being capped is one that we are wanting. We've either moved on already or want to move on. And Slow Jam says UIC is the side, but Wager Detective on the other side with Murray State. So let's roll on. We head to the Metro Atlantic Championship quarters. I've moved on another quarters in the Metro Atlantic, but here we have one that I have not moved on. Sacred Heart Pioneers 14-18, 9-11 in the Metro Atlantic. At the Merrimack Warriors 21-10, 17-3 in the Metro Atlantic. We're in Atlantic City, Jim Whelan Boardwalk Hall here for this one. And Sacred Heart's been really good to me this year. And I wasn't on them against Iona. And this line has moved very, very heavily towards Merrimack, who are monsters. And just extremely impressive defensively. And 17-3 in the Metro Atlantic. This team was 3 games clear of St. Peter's, whom I like very much. I bet St. Peter's, so there you go. Sacred Heart, their losses at Fairfield in that Marist down the stretch were explainable. They were taking care of business at home. They were playing good ball. They faced Merrimack twice this year. The first time was at home. It was the second loss of a 6-game losing streak. They lost 80-72 on December 29th. They were down right from the jump, and they shot the ball pretty well. It's just they out-rebounded Merrimack, too. It's just that Merrimack's so good defensively. Sacred Heart opened up as 1.5-point favorites, closed 1.5-point favorites, and lost by 8. The second matchup here, so then the bunch of losing takes place by the Pioneers. They lose and lose and lose. As I said, that 6-game losing streak. Then they put together a 5-game winning streak. So they went to Merrimack off of 5 straight wins, including a road win at Quinnipiac. So they go to Merrimack full of confidence, and Merrimack blows them out. Beats them by 17, is up 9.5 at the half. Sacred Heart were 5.5-point dogs. The line opened up at 6.5, moved a point towards Sacred Heart, and Sacred Heart was just donezo from the beginning. So let's get into the line history here and hand this over to Wine Time Sports. This one popping off at 6 p.m. We have a total that's dropped enormously. It opened up at 146. 10 minutes later, it was at 143. So with limits, that's why they have limits early. So when there's better that they respect makes a move, they know, okay, well, this is wrong. Now we're all the way down to a 141.5. And we talked about the defense that Merrimack is able to deliver. From a point spread standpoint here, we've had a heavy move to Merrimack. Now, maybe it's moved back since, but it was a heavy move to Merrimack. Merrimack right now -8. They opened up -6.5. That lasted for 40 minutes. It moved to 7. That lasted for 6 hours, moved to 7.5. That lasted for 30 minutes, moved to 8.5. At 10 this morning, this was a 9. That was deemed too far. I'm not at a point where I think, I can say, well, and we watch Spoons and others do it where, that line's gone too far. I'm going to get in the way of it. I'm going to get in the way of it right now. And then do I want to get in the way of Merrimack here, especially after watching a team like Central Arkansas show their class immediately? It's tricky. We got Justin back in action. So, Justin, we've set up Sacred Heart, Merrimack. Let's hear from Wine Time. Wine Time, any interest?
This was my game, guys, and I'm sadly backing away from this one. We've made too much money on Sacred Heart this year to back them here in this spot. I'm not going to lose any money here. Looking at this line yesterday, I believe this opened up. Yeah, you're good. I believe this opened up. I want to double check here. I think it was at 6 or 6.5. Let's see what Circa opened this up at. Yeah, they opened this up at a 7. And I thought that was a little bit of a fishy number, but the fact that it's just only moving up more towards them at this point is going to keep me off them. Shout out to the University of Sacred Heart. Made us a ton of cash this year. We were on them yesterday. I don't know why. All my dogs yesterday, I was on the money line other than Sacred Heart just because they've been in a lot of close games, and I wanted a couple points in my back pocket at that time. But I think it's clear as day that Sacred Heart is going to come into this game and get smashed by Merrimack. This line's very telling. The fact that it's at 8.5 at some spots, pretty much 8s across the board. It's going to keep me off this stacks. I want nothing to do with it. I'm off this game. What are your thoughts on Sacred Heart Merrimack?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I don't have no action in this game. And I just felt like almost verbatim what you said. Like, I think that this is a smack, and I just don't want to lay. If I could have got a cheaper double result, better price for Merrimack, I would have. I just think that Sacred Heart, they treat us well. I think their time is up now. Wrong time, wrong place. I think this is going to be Merrimack going away. I just don't want to lay this big of a spread. And if I could have got like a better, maybe when it was 7.5, if I could have got a better double result for Merrimack, I probably would have been on it and made it official. But maybe, if anything, maybe a parlay piece. Maybe if I see something later on, maybe I'll add a double result with a parlay piece for Merrimack. But other than that, I'm off it. But Merrimack or nothing.
Yeah, I think at this point you just have to say you respect the market and we move on. So this was a planned bet for you though, Wine Time, Sacred Heart.
Yes, I'm glad I didn't move on. Like the games I sent you yesterday, I was almost going to move on a couple of them, and a couple of them I might not end up moving on anymore because the line's just gone in the opposite direction from what I thought. So I'm glad I didn't make any early moves. I haven't been making a lot of early moves anymore. The only sport I really do that in going forward is probably college football. Other than that, it's just you got to let this market marinate a little bit throughout the day. You got to see where people are going to come in. Unless you have a significant edge and you think you're going to destroy the line move, I get that, all that. But I don't know. Capping in, getting all my prep work done the night before, not making any bets, but like having spots circled to look at in the next day and then be like, okay, wow, I'm glad I didn't move on that spot, rather than moving on and be like, wow, this moved in the other way for me. So, yeah, this is a pass for me.
Let's roll on, fellas. Next up for us, we head to the Ivy League. The Pennsylvania Quakers, 15-11, 8-5 in the Ivy League. At the Brown Bears, 9-17, 3-10 in the Ivy League. It's an interesting spot here. Very interesting spot. We have senior night for Brown. I haven't gone over how many seniors they have on the floor. This is a game that doesn't mean anything to, as far as I know, it doesn't mean anything to Pennsylvania. They are playing Harvard in the semis of the Ivy League tournament. Now, is it possible that Harvard wins and Yale loses? And is that maybe I haven't gone too deep into this. I kind of and this is the game that you wanted one time, I believe, and you've had great success with Pennsylvania. So let's start there. Does Pennsylvania need to win this game?
No, I don't think they do. I think that more so this is a game that Brown just absolutely wants. I believe I came on here Friday and talked about Brown gave out a loss on them as a short dog at home, just thinking their coach has been here for over a decade. He's a Brown alumni. He loves the school, loves the university. And I just think on a senior night, you know what I mean, in Providence, Rhode Island, I think that they're going to be able to take care of business here. I think Brown's going to win this game outright. I don't think you need the points here. I've been on Penn pretty much these last couple weeks on this run that they've been on going into the Ivy League tournament. I really think Penn is going to win this tournament when it's all said and done.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't think that. I do not think that. I think they're going to get into the finals and probably lose to Yale, but I think they're going to make a run. I just think they're deep. I've been on them.
So you think they take out Harvard?
Yeah. Oh, I think they can take out Harvard. Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
I just think this is going to be a big letdown spot against Brown. This game means absolutely nothing to Penn, which is why this line is short. Penn's been playing some of their best basketball. Brown's not playing their best basketball down the stretch. I mean, you've been backing Brown lately. I mean, you've been losing some money on these guys. You've been backing Penn lately. You've been winning a lot of money on these guys. And the fact that this is only a 2, this opened up at, I believe, at a 3 or 3.5 yesterday. And now it's down to a 2. Money is coming in on Brown, rightfully so. I just think probably some sharp people are coming in and betting this, and it's not a heavily bet game, so they're moving the line towards Brown. I'm getting the money line right now to plus 110, so that is what I'm going to move on. I like this Penn team. Like I said, I think they're going to make a run in the Ivy League tournament. They could possibly win, but I think they're going to definitely be there with Yale when it's all said and done. We'll see what happens there, but I think this is a letdown spot for Penn. A good get-right spot, end of the season for Brown. They've got nothing going forward. I think this is a big win, a big game for them and their school. So give me Brown Bears here, money line plus 110.
Brown plus 110 here. Spoon saying yes, nothing to play for in the Ivy. He says agree, dog or pass. Yeah, I'm with you. This makes perfect sense. Makes absolutely perfect sense. The books aren't moving at this point. 60% of tickets, 92% of cash on Penn is wild. And I think that we should this is one what we should bet right now. We talk about how in that God, I wish we had I had the real info on this, but how so often a book like Circa, Sharp book doesn't, their action comes in on one side and they give you a better line on it. They don't respect the action coming in. Well, they have 66% of tickets, 94% of cash. They've moved it a full point towards Brown and probably going to move it more. So I think that Brown should probably be bet right now is what I think. Let me just take a look at this here. Yeah, I think it should be bet right now. Let's hear from Justin. Justin, what do you think here?
I don't think nothing to be transparent when I got it. Actually, I want to say it was last night when I seen Wine Time sent Brown. I just crossed the game off the list and just bet Brown. And I didn't have write no notes down, so I could tell you what I got when I bet it, but all I wrote down was Brown equals Wine Time. That was my note to tell me that. Just so I knew the games that I didn't cap, I just tell Wine Time. That's what I wrote down. So, but if you want the number, I could get it for you. I could step out, but I just tell Wine Time. That way, it was a lazy way to cap. He running hot, and he's seeing Penn clear, so he wasn't on Penn. If he got off, it made me want to go with him. So that was my logic.
It all makes sense to me. Let's see what.
But I want to say I got a better number than what you're talking about because I bet it last night. Well, was that this morning? Late last? Well, I don't know what time it was for you, Wine Time.
Last night it was plus 3 when I was texting. That's the number I was seeing. I didn't take it though. I waited until today and it was a 2. So I'm taking the money line. That's what I was going to take the whole time. Maybe if I would have got a 3 or 3.5, I probably would have taken it. But I just think it's too good. Like if Penn is going to make a run in the Ivy League tournament, I think this is a good spot for them to lose at the end of the season and then just kind of have them on their backs a little bit going into the tournament and hopefully be there when it's all said and done. I like this Penn team. They made me some cash this year, and they've been playing some of their best basketball. This line just makes absolutely no sense, guys. Absolutely no sense. So we're on Brown.
Got DC Capper on the other side. I get it. I mean, clearly Pennsylvania is a better basketball team. It's just a funny spot where the game means nothing to them. And TJ's showing all the cash on Brown. Now, I don't think this game's being bet that much. I expect how about this, TJ? I expect to pick them at tip-off. a pick 'em or a minus 115 to Brown, minus 105 to Pennsylvania. So I'm not concerned that all the money is coming in on Brown. I mean, Circa just announced the money, right? Circa just told us the money how long ago? Oh, I guess no, it's been a couple hours. I'm not concerned that in a situation like this here that all the cash is on Brown. Do you have any information on the action? I should have pulled that up.
Let's look this up. I could pull it up. Just give me 1 second here. Brown. Here we
I
go.
hope it tells a very different story.
This is, let's see, I'm pulling it up right here. Oh no, it's not showing us anything on the spread on the money line. It's saying 84% of bets and 92% of cash are on Penn money line minus 135. But yeah,
Perfect, absolutely perfect. Yeah, so could we always think that that's the public example and odds logic is the sharper example? A coin says you guys see money on Brown, you see it on Penn. Perfect. Yeah, we see it all on Brown. Again, only how many books have confirmed? We know that. Let's just click on a couple books and see if they confirm because Circa has. Let's see as oh shit, that's the wrong game. Sorry. See if South Point has. South Point. Yeah, they just did, and it's all on Brown. Hard Rock's already moved it to 1.5. 50% of the tickets, but 87% of the cash. They moved it to a 1.5. I don't need to see anymore. It's the line will keep moving, and I'm comfortable with it all here. Okay, let's roll. So we are not making Brown official though for you, Justin. Okay, let's roll on. We have our next spot on the board. The head of UD Arena in Dayton, Ohio. VCU Rams 23-7, 14-3 in the A10. At the Dayton Flyers, 21-9, 12-5 in the A10. This is going to be a good one. Let's get it all set up. We'll have Justin hitting leadoff for us on this one. Line history-wise, we'll start with the spread. Here we go. We'll start with the spread. With Dayton minus 1.5. Minus 1.5 at minus 106. They opened up minus 1.5. It started getting juiced towards them, and then it came back. So we've had a 4-cent move towards Virginia Commonwealth. Let's go to the total here. Here we go. Central Arkansas 27. From a total side of things here, we have the 147. This one opened up at 148 and a half. Sorry, taking a second. Okay, and then let's get into the cash flow information. We have 53% of the tickets, 50% of cash on VCU, 60% of tickets on the under, 93% of cash on the under. And I've watched these guys, both these teams play, especially VCU. I've watched more in Dayton. There's times where VCU looks long, athletic, tough defensively. And then there's times where they just look, well, I mean, there's not been many times. It was just the second half of the St. Louis game where they looked like toddlers running around. Other than that, they've been incredible. When they went into that St. Louis game, they had won 10 straight. They still won 12 of 13. They played Dayton just one time this year, and they fucking waxed them. They annihilated Dayton, 99-73. And here we're sitting with a basic pick 'em. It was 50-27 at halftime. They didn't shoot that well. They just beat them up, They were opened up at 6.5-point favorites, closed to 8.5-point favorites, won by 26. And here it's a pick 'em. Justin, Rams, Flyers, in Dayton, Ohio. Take it away.
Yeah, this is the second game of the slate that I got a lot of confidence in that it's not going to be very popular. I'm on Dayton, Jimmy. I like this form. No, let me say that again. I love the form that this Dayton team's in. As far as the win conference, they won 6 straight, the most in the conference. Last time they lost was to this VCU team. But in the meantime, they had big wins. Like, I just like the recent form. I talk to you all the time about college basketball, about recent form. And Dayton at home, I think they're like 15-2. The wins, it's 2-2 losses. The wins might be a little bit higher or lower, but it might be 15-2 for Dayton. I think it's a perfect spot. Like, it's a hot team. Why would we think they're going to drop this game? Need I say, I told you I don't cap revenge, but if you want to add that into a massacre, and if Dayton wasn't hot, I wouldn't be on it so much, but 6 straight. You ain't lose since that massacre. And now you back at home. I think they're the harder team, not the better team, but the harder team. At the right time. Give me Dayton. I'll take -1.5. That's what I betted at. I don't feel like I need the money line. I feel like they're gonna win this game by at least 2 possessions.
Dayton has lost once at home in conference, just once, and there was an overtime.
Yeah, me and Spoon. He texted me last night and texted me VCU, and all night I kept thinking like I just kept shaking my head, and then finally I texted him this morning and said, "Okay." I said, "All right, Spoon, you're right. I ain't gonna make it stacks. I ain't gonna embarrass myself." I said, "But I have to." I said, "I owe it to myself to give it out. Like, I'm not gonna keep ducking Spoon. Just because Spoon's on don't mean it right." And he told me, "If you're betting Dayton, you might as well join the circus." That's how I perceived it. No, his exact words was, "Good luck with that." And that's the way I perceived it. So I gave him the middle finger.
Yeah, no, I get it. Troy saying VCU with much more to play for.
But the thing about that, one thing I learned is more to play for, need to win, and have to win, don't mean they're going to win. I just can't fade Dayton, and I spent probably most time on this game than anything on the slate, NBA and college, because of Spoon.
I don't know. I don't know though. I mean, what? Because I guess Troy thinks that St. Louis could lose at George Mason as 7.5 point favorites. Because at this point, no one can catch VCU. VCU's in second. So VCU would need to win here and have, St. Louis lose. And then because no, they can't because VCU lost both games against St. Louis. VCU's stuck in second.
Yeah, I'm about to say, but they got swept by St. Louis.
Am I wrong? Sorry, Troy, am I wrong? They're stuck in second. They can't get out of second. And if they're stuck in second, Dayton is tied for.
Means this game means nothing to them.
And it means everything. It means way more to Dayton because they can actually get out of that spot. They're tied with St. Joseph's. And then, then you got to go, so who's St. Joseph's playing? St. Joseph, they're playing LaSalle at home, and they're going to just dog walk LaSalle. Okay.
I like this form that this Dayton team, and this is on my list one of these days, like Dayton VCU home games, Akron, Kent State. Well, it don't matter, Akron or Kent. They're both in Ohio, but Dayton, I could get to a Dayton home game. One of these years, I'm going to go to a Dayton VCU. This would have been the one, but it wasn't in my cards. But I like Dayton. I like Dayton a lot.
Shout out to Toby Lane in the house. Great to see you, Toby. Avalanche Moneyline play of the day. I'm looking forward to talk about that game. It's certainly fascinating. Turnsey and AM on the under. I'm interested in the under, and we'll be talking about that. Thank you for sharing that with us. Well, okay, no, that's what Troy meaning. If they lose, they have no chance at that large bid. No, that's very fair. I was too caught up in the conference. I mean, so Dayton was taking the overtime. That's it at home. We talk about Matty Ice talks about the home metrics. I have God. Okay, I'm very interested in Dayton. And what did you make official here, Justin?
I got -1.5, -115.
Dayton -1.5, -115. And did you put that out on anywhere?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so let me just see if I can beat that here to give you a better line. I can get -1.5 and -107, which means the money line's -118.
And that's funny because the money line was I want to say the money line didn't add up. I want to say it was like 136. Whatever it was, the money line didn't add up to the spread at -1.5.
No, yeah.
And when I went to bet it, and when I seen that, I was like, that's all I need to hear.
All right. Let's. So what would you prefer, the -1.5, -107, or -118 money line?
-1.5, -107.
All right, you are in. You are in business. So we have Justin moving here. Justin moving here on Dayton. Dewan saying that Drake is hanging tough here. Let's move over here. And 2019. I mean, they have that pedigree that we talked about, but I understand both sides of the fence here. And, if Drake can, I mean, the problem with when you have dealing with 13-point favorite is to get a decent line on Drake is you're going to have to be down at least 8. And it's got to be at least 2 or 3 minutes left in the first half. All right, let's roll on. I'm interested in Dayton. I didn't for whatever reason I was so caught up in conference play when I thought about this game. Wasn't prepared for Troy talking about how important it is to VCU for the at-large bid, which is all legit. All right, let's head over to Savage Arena, Toledo, Ohio. We have the Buffalo Bulls and the Toledo Rockets. Bulls 17-13, 7-10 in the MAC. Toledo Rockets 16-14, 10-7 in the MAC. Let's get. Did you want to talk about the Dayton VCU spot?
I'm off that. It would be. Let me see. That was going to be VCU, or I know it's going to be Dayton or nothing, but I'm staying off that game. Nothing for me.
It is getting a little more. It is.
Let's go, bro.
It says -2 now for Dayton, so it's moving towards Dayton with more money coming in on VCU according to Odds Logic. Let me just look up on action. I know you guys already touched on this game. Let me see VCU really quick because I am interested. This might be one of the better games on the day.
It is.
Yeah, so
I think it's the best bet. Not best bet, my fault. I think it's the best watch of the board. That's the game I'm watching tonight.
UD Arena, Dayton, Ohio. We have 43% of bets and 46% of cash coming in on Dayton. And I mean, Odds Logic and Action are telling us two different things, but they're pretty much telling us that not someone's coming in and betting significantly amount on one side. It's pretty 50-50. It's like 60-40. So I'm off this game. It'll be nothing for me.
So Daniel Freitag's been kind of hanging over these Buffalo Bulls games. When's he going to play again for them? We last saw them against Akron. I didn't look it up pre-show. Acacia, I know that you were on him. I respect it. So I get if that should be looked up. If one of you guys could, if you could look up Daniel Freitag for the Buffalo Bulls right now and just injury update or anything like that. I have not done that in a minute. He's not played since the Akron game. This is the Bulls' leading scorer here. So Toledo Rockets, Buffalo Bulls. Let's set this one up. We have the Bulls. This is seniors night for Toledo. The Bulls coming off the 5-point win over Eastern Michigan. It was tight, but it was the taint play today for Tuesday, and it cashed, and that's all that is important. They are facing a tough Toledo Rocket squad, whom they haven't faced all year long. And Toledo is capable of winning big, big games. Now, it's seniors night. Now, this isn't one of them. They are locked in their position right now for conference play. They just put it all on the line at Miami of Ohio. And honestly, that made me want to fade them. Shout out to Coin. Respect, man. Says, pouring one for the panel here. Cheers, fellas. Respect, Coin. Coin in Las Vegas, man. We'll be running with Coin for sure when we're down there. So my first thought was, is this a smash and grab for Toledo after they expended all this energy on Miami of Ohio? But then you had the extra layer that it's seniors night. I don't know if out of my pay grade or what, but this was very difficult. Chris Warren said High Point is not covering the 28. So Gardner stepping up in the second half, like we thought. They're only down 14. So they're making. I mean that is what Justin needs for them to get to that team total over is a need to deliver. But let's grab the line history and hand this over here. Whose game was this one? Buffalo Toledo. Is yours? Okay. Wine Time will go first here. This total opened up at 155, dropped down to 154, and then got up to 155.5. And then from a point spread perspective, we have this right now. Sorry, just blew past it. Sorry. We have Toledo at -8, which has been for a while. This opened up at -7. Then at 6:32 p.m. it moved to -8, and we're just sitting here with no movement. DC Capper on Toledo, 50% of the tickets, 77% of the cash on Toledo. I would say sitting there at 8 and not moving, and more money on the favorite is a bad sign, but it's not, because Circa did move it a half point at 11 p.m. But everybody just sitting here with not moving the line, it all makes me uncomfortable. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, this is another spot where I'm glad I didn't move on yesterday. Well, I guess I probably could have gotten a better line, but it was going to be Toledo or pass for me. I could have got a 6.5 last night. I believe it was a 6.5 or a 7, and now I'm pretty much seeing 8s across the board. I'm going to end up staying away from this game. I've just got so much action today. I couldn't get any information on Daniel Freitag either 2 days ago, just like a little article about him, but nothing about playing. We will see. I don't know. To me, it's a Toledo smash spot. I mean, if you look at both these teams' records, and Toledo laying almost double digits at home on Seniors Day, I don't know. It's kind of makes sense to just take Toledo here to lay the absolute hammer down on Buffalo. But I'm off this game. I didn't end up pulling the trigger on it, so it's going to be a pass for me.
Wow. AM said they just played March 1st. I don't have that information.
No, that was 2025.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So that was over a year ago.
Okay. That scared me. I was like, what the fuck is this?
AM, I thought the same thing when I was looking at that. I was like, why is the line still the same? Because they were playing at Buffalo, but then I was like, Buffalo won outright. But then I looked at the date and it said 2025. And I was like, oh, okay. That makes sense.
I was tripping. I was like, what am I missing here? So official action. Sorry, Wine Time, going to hit me with that again?
No, nothing. If I would have got this, I guess if I would have got a 6.5, I would feel a lot more comfortable today seeing it at an 8. But I'm not going to move on the 8. Although I definitely, if we're sitting in Vegas, you're like, give me $1,000 to throw down one on something in this game, I would say Toledo's going to beat these guys by 10+. But I'm not going to put my money on it. I'm not going to give it out. I'm not going to tweet it out. Nothing for me in this. It's going to be a pass.
And then Matty Ice says 100% over game here. Buffalo's a very good road team. They will keep this close, and they must win. No quit by them to the final buzzer. Lots of late 3 throws coming in this one. Let's hear from Justin. Justin, any interest in action here at Savage Arena in Toledo, Ohio?
Yeah, that's what I'm on. I'm on the over in this game. I think if I had to be on the side, I would think I would be on Buffalo. Mainly what Matty Ice was talking about. I think that Buffalo's going to hang into it. They're going to keep scoring, and they're going to have to keep scoring to keep up with Toledo at home on Seniors Night. I think they're on Toledo talking about. I think they're going to put up a big number. Like, I ain't talking about no 100, but I think they're going to put up a big number. And I like Buffalo to cover the spread. Like, I ain't making it official, but if I had to pick a side, I would be on Buffalo. The only thing that's keeping me off is I expect a big number from Toledo. So when I got to the total, my whole thought was if I expect Buffalo to fight back, they're going to have to score to fight back, because one thing we know about Toledo, especially at home, they're going to score. So with the pace of this game, I think this total is a little bit too low. I think that we see 160+ points. So anything, the best number you give me, I didn't bet it, but I got time to bet it after the show. So
I'm looking at a 155 minus 112 to the over. Let's compare that to what is available at these other sites here. 155 minus 112 to the. Oh, here we go.
I got the notes on my phone, but I didn't write this. It's crazy. I'm looking at them now. I didn't write the total. I just wrote down Toledo over. I didn't put a number down there.
I can find better than minus 112, which is good that book's moving it. I got 155 minus 110 to the over, and that's the best I can. Oh no, here we go. Wow, here we go. We do have 154.5. 154.5 minus 110 to the over available right now at Hard Rock. Okay, just on the over 154.5 minus 110. Okay, fellas, let's roll on because this one is so interesting. I have not put out on X the Brown bet. I wonder if I can wait and do that later. Is that line moving?
Let me check.
No, it's not right now. I can do it later. But let me know if I need to. Is it moving at your books?
No, nothing. Yeah, I still can get still +2 and plus 110 on the money line.
All right, let's roll. This is a very, very wild situation here. You have Omaha, we're Summit League Championship quarterfinal being played in South Dakota. We have, in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We have South Dakota Coyotes here with the exact same record as the Omaha Mavericks in conference, 8-8. These teams just played.
Jimmy.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. All right. This is running a little low.
Are we on
It's
Omaha?
running a little low.
Cheers.
Cheers, fellas.
What was the question, my man?
Omaha, South Dakota. Yeah.
Omaha Mavericks, South Dakota Coyotes. I believe you guys are both involved in this one. Now, this isn't being played in South Dakota's home arena, but it's being played, in South Dakota, and they'll have fans there. So these teams just met on February 25th. And South Dakota just destroyed them. Just annihilated them. Beat them 89-72. They were up 10 at half point. 17 maybe is not annihilation, but they were 1.5 point favorites. And they just destroyed them. We're sitting here with Omaha as the favorite in this basketball game. And, we try to find. So after they lost to South Dakota, did they bounce back? No, they went to St. Thomas and they got destroyed again by 15. So, why would Omaha be favored? Well, let's go to that first meeting. Well, they lost to South Dakota 68-64 at home. So if you take out those two South Dakota losses, Omaha has won 6 of 8 games, and their only losses were at North Dakota and North Dakota State. So then you say, okay, I see it. I guess I see it. Jim Dewigger on Omaha money line in the over. So let's get into the line history here, because this one was a wild number. This total is a 149.5. It opened up at 154. Now the 154, take it with a grain of salt. It was with limits. It immediately 10 minutes later moved down to 151, and it's now a 5.5 point move towards the under. And then when we get to the line history here for this one on the spread, we have. Oh, sorry, I just blew past it. We have Omaha -2.5. -2.5. Not only that, but they got to 3.5, and then there was There was never buyback. This had been a 1 point move towards Omaha, and there was the buyback came 33 minutes ago, just to bring it back to the beginning. Dizzy says this is Omaha. They are legit. Northeastern has moved to -2. I mean, we get it now. All the sharp move towards it that people are going to keep following here. I'm going to trust my trepidation, but it's a fascinating. I'm sure I'm going to rue the result, but then when we get to the cash flow here, I'm not sure if we're going to get any information. Let's see if we do. And yes, we do. 64% of the tickets and 78% of the cash is on Nebraska Omaha. 86 and 89 on the under. At this point, I feel like, well, this doesn't make sense. I must not know enough about the Summit League. Because I'm like, what? Take it away. Drake in big foul trouble, says TJ. Take it away for us here. We'll start with, I believe you guys both have action on it. We'll start with Justin. Justin, take it away. Omaha Mavericks, South Dakota Coyotes. We're in Sioux Falls, South Dakota for the Summit League Championship quarterfinal.
Yeah, I'm back on the over on this game, and I love this over. Both of these teams play with pace. Both of these teams, whether they're on the home or road, like I like mainly South Dakota, the pace they play at home. And 8 of the last 9 meetings, the only one that didn't go over was the previous one, but the previous 8 before that, then flew over this total. And this is exactly the number you got on screen, exactly what I got. I don't know exactly the VIG I got on it, but I got over 149.5 in this game. I don't have no opinion on the side. Like I don't even have a lean on the side, but I just like both of these teams to put up a lot of points. And when I see a low spread, close game, I mean, if I need be, I'll get the free throws at the end of the game. But I'm on the over 149.5, so best VIG you can get me for it.
I'm looking at a -106. I'll see if I can. Oh, I can definitely beat that. Wow. Okay, I can easily beat that. I can get you a. Wow, this is moving. I can get you.
It's moving against me.
Well, no, I was in my head. I was like, "Oh, you timed this perfectly," but it's actually only a couple books are moving it further. I can get you over 148.5 at minus 105. That's available.
Can you get a flat 149?
No, I give you 148.5. This is at FanDuel over 148.5 minus 105 to the over.
Oh,
It's a
okay,
nice
I'll take that.
Very nice line. Over 148.5 minus 105 to the over. Take it away for us. Wine Time. Stacks is on the over.
Yeah, I like that move on the on the over. I actually stayed away from this game. Shout out to the Summit League. I had to throw away my Oral Roberts plus 5,000 ticket in the trash yesterday, but we did cash on him plus 12.5. That line closed at 12.5, and they were in it from start to finish. It was a pretty close game. Oral Bob made us some good cash towards the end of the season. So shout out to them. But I'm off this game. Nothing for me in this. Short and sweet. So much action today. Nothing in this.
Well, can I get your take on this though? You have Omaha. I mean, it's screaming to me that Omaha must be bad. Omaha lost 68-64 at home in South Dakota on January 21st. Then they went to South Dakota and lost by 17 2-3 weeks ago. And they're sitting here as 3-point favorites.
Yeah, and what's the market? Do we have a market on this right now?
We do, and they're on Omaha. Now, I think we should see what action's telling us, but according to Odds Logic, we have 64% tickets, 78% cash on Nebraska Omaha. I mean, oh shit. Oh, that was the alarm for what game now? I think I moved on already.
No, I think it might have been Gulf Coast.
That was it. Gulf Coast. Thank you. Okay.
Action currently has only money line available, and it's 42-67 on South Dakota. I do think it's a little bit of a weird line. I would probably only be on Omaha, especially because the line's moving towards them. Well, I wouldn't really say it's moving towards them. It hasn't really moved. But the fact that they are the favorite here at 2.5, it's kind of gone up. Some spots had this at a 3.5 at some point, went back to a 3, back to a 2.5 now. This game's too tricky for me. I want nothing to do with it. It would be Nebraska Omaha minus the 2.5 points or pass. A couple spots have a 3. Well, one spot even has a 3. One spot has a 3.5. That's crazy. It's Nebraska Omaha or pass, but I'll pass on this one.
Well, I'm gonna have to move on them because, well, you know what? Let me hear this. Of course, I should have had this up already. I restarted I had it up, but I restarted my computer right before this. So let's just go to KenPom quickly and see how they have this one here for the Summit League action, because this will, I'm sure, tell exactly the story here. So Nebraska Omaha ranked 262nd. That's pretty fast. Fine there. And then when we go to South Dakota, they're ranked 279th. So they're just a higher rated basketball team that, for whatever reason, has lost twice and lost badly here. Okay. We're going to cap that game. Rob Free saying, who's on UNLV with the points?
That's my game later on. I think I gave Jim that game.
Yeah, you did. You did. What's up? It's here.
It's a fun game.
What game you asked for?
Say what, my man?
What game you asked for?
He wants to talk about the UNLV game, the Aztecs. Rebels. Okay, so let's take a second here. Jose, it's okay if you don't have the graphic up anymore, but I want to go back to this Florida Gulf Coast spot. That's what the alarm was for, and thank you, Justin, for remembering. Justin's on Florida Gulf Coast plus 4.5 minus 114 full game. Wine Time's on Florida Gulf Coast first half plus 2, and Florida Gulf Coast money line. I wanted to see, just give the market a little bit more here time to marinate and all that, and that's what it's done. This game is starting in
45 minutes?
Yeah, 48 minutes. Let's grab the line history now. So Florida Gulf Coast is just sitting here at plus 4 still. So nothing has changed since 9 in the morning. They seem very comfortable, the offshores, with the number. Let's then see what the other books are hanging here for Florida Gulf Coast. And we have, come on, sorry. Here we go. No information, but circa hanging a 4. They've not moved it since they opened at 8:43 a.m. South Point doing the same thing. So no movement. Now Hard Rock just moved it to Lipscomb, and they opened this at 3.5. So They just moved it to 4.5. Then let's just take one last look at action, telling us that 43 and 46 on Florida Gulf Coast. Huh. God. Okay. Thank you guys. I'll figure. I'm gonna need. I'll make the decision in the next 17 minutes. But nothing's changing. So everybody, all the books just seem very, very comfortable in the situation. Okay. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. And here, we're finally moving. As I said, I only moved on 3 games pre-flop. This is one I have moved on. Let's roll. MVC tournament quarterfinal. We're back at the Arch. And I told you guys that I have this kind of, I gravitate towards dogs that win their first game and seemingly are playing loose and free in that second game when the opposition is dealing with, a little more stress. And that means that I need to have conviction to move to not bet the dog, which is a strange thing here. And I have that here. And I moved on Bradley. I got Bradley Braves. Sorry, let me move over here. I got the Bradley Braves at, come on, give me the number. I believe it's just mine flat 4. Yes, -4, -110. I got it at 365. I believe at the time the offshore that I was looking at that generally by the lines at 365 or Pinnacle. Like we're gonna, as I said, there's changes happening here, but we're gonna get into them later. Pinnacle had it at -113, and I want Bradley in important games and big games and tough situations. I believe this is a team that's more than capable of stepping up. They beat Valpo at home 72-65 on February 3rd, and then Valpo got their revenge 79-72 on February 18th. I just think that there's a legitimate difference between these two teams. When Bradley went to Valpo, Bradley were 2.5-point favorites. So the line moved towards Valpo. I think it all made sense. Matty Ice said Valpo is a bad team. Bradley here, Keisha also on Bradley. And let's just see what Penny's hanging on Bradley here as well. They've got, I don't think they've moved this. This is, the 4, they have moved it because it was -4, -113. So it's just been sitting there. I didn't find it too difficult here. But as I said, I needed to have the conviction to go away from the team that won their first game. 62% of the tickets, 53% of the cash on Bradley. So they're somewhat public and bigger bets maybe coming on the other side. That's fine. There was a time when Circa gave their first announcement to what was going on here, and they had 80% of the tickets and 92% of the cash on Valpo. At that time, they'd still moved it from 3.5 to 4.5 towards Bradley. Now it's 62% of the tickets and 53% of cash on Bradley. I'm on the Bradley Braves. Now I'd be much more comfortable with a 3.5. I would love a 2.5. 4 is a little uncomfortable, but this is a situation where I expect, we just saw it with Central Arkansas, I expect the cream to rise to the top here. So let's roll. Wine Time, MVC quarters, Beacons, Braves, Arch Madness, and I'm on the Bradley Braves.
I like where you're going in this game, Jim. That's where I would go exactly too, is with the Bradley Braves. Let me give a quick little, let's see if I can get actions real quick. 45 and 51 right now on Bradley, -45 according, or on -4.5 according to Action Network. And I know you went over it here. I just want to go back over it. What was the cash flow on Odds Logic, Jim?
It had changed, as it went on. Initially it was Valpo, but now we have Bradley with 62% of the tickets and 53% of the cash.
Yeah, but the lines moved towards them significantly, and some of the sharper books we respect, opened up this at a 3.5. Now it's a 4.5. It's not like it's a lot of money coming in, but it's enough money, respected money, I think, coming in to where they wanted to move this line. I'm not going to end up being on this. What number did you get on this, Jim? Did you get the 4 or 2.5?
No, I got the 4. I got the 4
yeah.
-110. I was not early to the party.
I still like it. That's the only way I would go in this game. Just looking at both of these teams and looking at the market and seeing where it's gone, seeing that it's at a 4.5 now. Some of the sharper books have moved it. I would only be on Bradley here. I'm not going to pull the trigger here in this spot.
We got Dizzy on the other side with Valpo here, saying this is his got to be his most confident spot. So easy. I'm on the other side with Bradley. We'll see how it bangs out. That's the MVC quarterfinals. Let's hear from Justin. Beacons, Braves.
If I had to make a bet, I would be right with you. I didn't move on it, and I'm not going to, but it'll be Bradley or nothing. I like them in this spot. I think they're the better team. And Valparaiso, I think they could be scrappy, but I just think this is not the time. Like I want Valparaiso like mainly when they're at home and not in no tournament, especially against this Bradley Braves team. I couldn't get there. There was so many other spots that I like way more than this, but it would be Bradley or nothing if I had to bet, but I didn't move on it.
Well, let's roll on, fellas. I believe you both have action in our next spot, Morgantown, West Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have Justin? Do you have UCF, West Virginia? Yeah. Okay,
I do.
perfect. Okay, Justin, we'll have you hitting leadoff here for this spot. UCF Knights, 20-9, 9-8 in the Big 12. At the West Virginia Mountaineers, 17-13, 8-9 in the Big 12. We are in Morgantown for this one. West Virginia has been losing. And what threw me for a loop in this game, and I'm so interested to hear how you guys are betting it, was that West Virginia just got, beaten by sorry, I had this. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. UCF just got beaten at home by Oklahoma State and Baylor. Oklahoma State and Baylor, and West Virginia is, I know you could break it down several different ways, but just from the surface stats, West Virginia is better than those two teams. So now, you take UCF into Morgantown, a very tough place to play. They just lost in their situation to two teams who are worse than West Virginia. So at that point, what should the line be? And, it's funny, when I was looking at this before, I was like, this line, I don't think this line makes sense. I think West Virginia should be a bigger favorite. But now that I'm sitting with it, I think this line does make sense. You have a 20-9 team, a game up in conference on the Mountaineers. I'm starting to think that it does make sense because you also have a West Virginia team playing poorly. They just lost at Kansas State on Tuesday, which is egregious. They lost at home to Utah. I was on Utah in that spot, but it was egregious. But then talk about some of the spots where they looked so good. When they came back on February 5th against Cincinnati, I was like, wow, I've got this team wrong. They went and beat BYU by 8 before losing at Kansas State. It's a tricky thing with West Virginia. You don't always know what the hell you're going to get. But now it's funny when you look at it the first time, it doesn't make sense. Now you look at it and you're like, okay, it does make sense. Spoon is on UCF. Hino Ball's on UCF. Acacia's on UCF. So got a lot of love here for UCF. Let's get the line history up here and hand this over to Justin McKelvey. Line history-wise, sorry, this one pops off, I believe, at 8. We have line history. We have West Virginia now -4. They opened up at -3, went to 4, back to 3.5, down to 3. And then now we're back at 4. So we've had a full point move towards the Mountaineers. I'm a little surprised that there's so much love for UCF here. Those two games, I look, West Virginia is a Jekyll and Hyde squad, but I did not think that this would be just nonstop love for UCF. This total is a 139.5, opened up at 142, so we've had quite a drop, and that drop has been recent. This was a 141.5 at 11 a.m. Justin McKelvey, take it away. Looking forward to hear both of your guys' action. UCF, West Virginia. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you can add stacks to that list. That's like UCF too. One thing about this UCF team is usually you want them at home, and I'm always going to call it the bounce house. And I think UCF with the bounce house, this is where usually where you want to be. But they got some good key road wins. I didn't write them down, but I just know I've been on them in a couple spots. This West Virginia team, just like you said, they're bipolar. And Morgantown, I've been not recently, probably not since last year. They do got a hell of a home court advantage usually, but it doesn't seem like it's like that this year. Like it seems like this is the first year where teams could go down there and threaten them and do what they want and have their way. And if I had to look at it for the more desperate team, I think it would be UCF. I think they're more likely live to win this game. I think they will win this game. And I'll take the best number you give me. I didn't post it, but I'll be on UCF. They're going to win this game. Hopefully Wine Time with me. I can't read his face as expressions now, but
no, I am actually on the other side, my guy Stacks. I am on West Virginia Mountaineers here in Morgantown, West Virginia. If I ever go to West Virginia, it's got to be this town, right? It's a really cool college town down there. Everyone shows up to these kind of games. It's a good community down there, and I think this place is going to be rocking and rolling here with UCF coming to town. Stacks already touched on it. I mean, exactly my point. You want to back UCF at home in weird situations and situational spots. When a ranked team's coming into town and they're the favorite, it makes sense to back UCF at that point. I think West Virginia being a 3.5 is very telling here. UCF's got the better record, and West Virginia, I just think they're going to have a home court advantage here, and I think they're laying this number for a reason. I didn't look at the market prior to this game. I just made this play as well about 5 minutes ago. I just tweeted it out as well. Let's just look at the market here again really quick here. Let's see where we at. Okay, 72.93 on UCF, and the line's not moving towards them. Let's check our friends over at Action really quick. And another thing is Honor Huff, the transfer from Chattanooga, 4th or 5th year senior for West Virginia, their leading scorer. He led the conference, his conference last season in 3-point percentages, 43% from 3. He's been playing well these last couple games. I expect him to have a good night here, being the last game in Morgantown, West Virginia. So even though he is a transfer, I get all that. But I mean, he's been in college for forever. He's not going to play at the next level. So I expect him to have a night. Action Network is telling us 69-70 on UCF. So pretty much everywhere you're looking, everyone's telling you to bet UCF. I'm going to be on the other side here. I'm going to be on the favorite at home here. I like West Virginia at home. I will never back them. I will only back UCF at home, and I will only back West Virginia at home. And here we are. So give me West Virginia -3.5, -110. Still available everywhere. I just bet this. So it's still available if you want to take it. I am not seeing 4s anywhere on my books, but some spots are opening up 4s right now, which is pretty crazy. So give me West Virginia, though.
Real quick, Jim, this ain't no pushback. This is more to add to my mind is if they wouldn't have come off that disappointing overtime loss at home to Oklahoma State, I probably wouldn't even looked at them. I wouldn't have no action this game. But if I look at it and put these two beside each other, in my opinion, I feel like the UCF is the better team. Only advantage West Virginia has is the home court advantage, which in Morgantown, I've been there. My niece graduated from there. That's one thing I got a lot of colleges that I love to go to around there. And this was a game that if I would have probably paid attention to, but with so many games going on, I probably would have went to this game. But coming off that overtime, you was like almost a 3%, like 8.5 home court advantage against a home court favorite against Oklahoma State. And not only did you drop that game, like you lose it in overtime. So now I think you feel like off that disappointing loss, yeah, I would rather have them back at home. But a disappointing loss, a different point loss. How do we fix that? We make it up and going to Morgantown. That's how we fix that. Media get right spot.
Wow. Wow. This is wild to me because, Action saying one thing, Odds Logic saying that 93% of the cash is coming in on West Virginia, on UCF. I mean, that's just, it's insane. And then a very interesting point came up from Spooner. I want to find it. He says, would you expect West Virginia to lay more points to Kansas State or UCF? And that Kansas State loss, I mean, now you're going to for sure get accountability, but you're going to get the same from UCF because they're coming off of 2 home losses to teams that are worse than West Virginia. In that game, West Virginia opened up as 1.5 point favorites and closed as 3.5 point favorites. I mean, that's the same story. That's such an important story that I feel like I'm there now, but I should have been there before. But it's the opening line. I mean, why on earth was that? Could you have got, what West Virginia minus 120 on the money line? I mean, just books are setting you up to hurt you, and so, I'm okay. Well, let me lock down the. I saw that TJ last night. Matty Ice. I feel like that's what I'm about to say here, but let's hear from get the official action. So, Justin, am I line shopping for you right now?
Yeah, best number you can get me. I'll make it official.
On UCF. And Wine Time, what did you get on West Virginia? Minus 3.5?
Yeah, minus 110.
West Virginia, minus 3.5, minus 110. Well, I am certainly interested in West Virginia. Let's grab the best line available for UCF. So I know there's 4s out here, and then we will move forward. Yeah, I get you here. That's juiced. I can get you a better one. Let's just take a look at the legal books here, and we can get you a 4 at minus 110. Plus 4 at minus 110 is the best available at this point. I'll keep looking, but
that's cool right there.
Okay.
I'm all right with that.
All right, plus 4. So Wine Time here.
And I could do that. I could put that in when you do hockey, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, this 8 p.m. game. So then we have Justin on UCF plus 4 minus 110. Well, I'm very, very interested in backing West Virginia here. I'm going to need some more time.
Oh, wait a minute, my fault.
No worries.
No, not to interrupt you. I'll take the 4, but I did already bet this. I got 4, and I'm looking at my notes now. I got plus 4.5 at minus 112. I don't want that number. I'm just saying I don't have to put it in after. So I already bet this.
Rob Free, I don't know. I mean, I can't. I mean, how do we decipher sharps at this point? Are they bigger bettors? Because yes, 72% of the tickets and 93% of the cash is on Central Florida. So yes, I think the sharps are on UCF, and I think everybody's on UCF. So sharps and everybody. That's what I think.
And a lot of times that makes me nervous a lot of times, but back-to-back home losses. The second one was overtime to Oklahoma State. Like, I just feel like whether you're on the road or not, like, you want you to look back immediately next game. Like, and the next game would have been the Oklahoma State game. I get it. Trust me. But when you put one on top of another, and like I said, I think this is the better team. I think UCF is not, maybe not by far. I just think West Virginia is bipolar. It seems like they win one, drop one. And ain't they off that? You said they off that BYU win, right?
No, they lost. They lost at Kansas State.
Oh, that was the last game, and BYU was before that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's see.
So I get it. So it's a bounce back spot for West Virginia. I get it.
Well, let's see with the Ken Palm rankings here if that will. So, for instance, they've got Kansas State at 100. Let's see what they've got. These guys. So. Here we go. West Virginia is ranked 60th. West Virginia is ranked 60th. And UCF is ranked 48th. So, yeah. No, there's a lot of facts there. Okay. Dan's Rant says West Virginia is done. Cover Huff and you win. Dan's Rant saying UCF ain't losing twice to West Virginia. I think that's another important point. Let's go over exactly what the hell happened. We may have done that, and I'm just getting.
I forgot about that.
But let's
West Virginia did go to the bounce house and win, didn't they?
Yeah, let's pull that up. So that was
I remember that
74-67. Yeah.
Oh, man. How did I miss that, Jimmy? I knew that because I was on the wrong side. I was on UCF in that game. I don't have that nowhere in my notes. That's crazy.
UCF 3.5-point favorites.
Yeah. Damn.
I mean, West Virginia beat them despite shooting 6 of 23 from 3.
I can't see the chat. Whoever put that, I already bet it, but I don't know how I missed that, but that just adds even more to my confidence, especially being that You and Wonton are against me.
Does
Yeah, I realize.
it add more to your confidence if that capper calls it a lock?
Is that what he called it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably buy out.
All right.
I'll keep it official because I said it, but I wish he wouldn't have said that. But I mean, maybe he's new. I don't know who it is. I don't want to know, but maybe he's new to this, and maybe I don't know. Maybe he typed too fast and I got fat thumbs too, Jimmy. So
maybe he's saying, "Look."
Yeah, like, and the iPhones, the Galaxy. So maybe he didn't mean to say it. It don't. I ain't gonna lie. That makes me just as nervous as being on the other side of the spoon. But
all right, let's roll on because I have pre-flop action on our next one. Look, I know the Merrimack is the likely winner of the Metro Atlantic Conference tournament, but I've been telling Spoon for 3 weeks or longer that I'm getting higher and higher on St. Peter's. I doubled up on Fairfield yesterday. Took the double result, minus 125, and took the minus 5.5. The line moved slightly against me. Here, I am fading the Fairfield Stags in this one. Wow, is this line... Oh, God, I'm very nervous all of a sudden. Has this line moved against me here? Looks like it's moved against me. Let's get into the line history here. Why don't we just, before we do the setup, because I want to know badly. First off, this total's dropped very heavily. Opened up 140.5, and we're down to a 134. So it's a 6.5 point move to the under. It was a 7 point move, and then there was a little bit of buyback here. From a point spread standpoint, let's get over here. Okay, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. I thought it was going to be worse. I didn't get the very worst possible number. There was
Excuse my fault.
No worries. I'm running low here, man. Let's save at least one more.
But you knew what Friday show was. How you let your ball get like that? I don't understand.
It's my fault. It's my fault. I haven't been on the sauce in a minute.
Cheers, fellas.
Cheers.
Okay. That was delicious. Okay, let's roll here. St. Peter's -3, but it's minus 105. So this line is certainly moving against me. I got St. Peter's -3.5. It's very possible that I'm higher on St. Peter's than than many. Dan's rant says acting like y'all don't know who I am and laughing. Unless you're Perky, then we don't know. Dan, sorry.
I don't know who the fuck he is.
We've seen you in the chat. We love capping with you. So, and if you're the greatest, that's great. That's wonderful news. We want.
He's the greatest.
We want to cap, with cappers that excel. So, please don't take any hard feelings. But let's roll here. Fairfield did lose badly at home to Mount St. Mary's right before their first game in the conference tournament, and that we liked, right? Make sure that you come in accountable and ready to rock. Then they took out Manhattan. Now, I think Manhattan is so bad. So I don't put too much into that. I was fading Manhattan more than backing Fairfield. And I was fading Manhattan with so much confidence, watching how bad they've been in the Metro Atlantic, that I put 2 units on it. It was a 2-unit fade. But look, Fairfield's playing very good basketball. I mean, they've won 6 of their last 8 games. They're playing very good basketball. They lost to St. Peter's 70-66 at home on December 29th. It was their, lone meeting here with the Peacocks and Stags lone meeting. In that one, Stags opened up as 3.5 point favorites, closed as 2.5 point favorites. And look, 40% from the field and 29% from 3. It's there was no excuses either way. It just no team stepped up in that game. Just St. Peter's got the bag. St. Peter's 14-6 in the Metro Atlantic. The Stags 11-9. Let's set this one up here. Now, look, the line's moved against me, which is not a good feeling, but it's one that I will, deal with. So I guess we've got everything set up. The only thing we haven't done is looked at the cash flow here. So cash flow for this one in conference. Let me just get down here. 63% of tickets, 66% of the cash. Look, this is not good. That has come back. I've got the 3.5, which is not the worst thing in the world. So here we go. I'm on the St. Peter's Peacocks, and I will, if they roll and play Merrimack in the finals, we'll have interest in backing them in that game. So let's roll. Wine Time Sports. I imagine it's not going to appeal to you because the line's moved back, but take it away, my man.
Yeah, I had St. Peter's circle down here. I had them at -3.5, but to see the line go back to a 3 right now, that's what I pretty much have across the board right now. It's going to end up keeping me off this game. I do think St. Peter's is still live. The fact that this opened up at, 2.5, 2 at some spots has moved in their favor. Yeah, more money and tickets are coming in, but it's moved in their favor. Action's telling us 55 and 54 on St. Peter's spread right now. It's telling us 80 and 94 on their money line. I'm going to stay off this one. This was a game I wanted to get involved with. I wanted to get involved with St. Peter's here. I think they are the favorite for a reason. I'm going to end up staying off this one. I agree with you. St. Peter's has been playing a lot better basketball. I mean, I remember a couple weeks ago, this team was not looking so hot, and they've been playing a lot better basketball. So definitely like where you're at on this game. But as of right now, I think I have 9 plays locked in, and I'm like, I think I'm going to stay away from this one. This was something I had circled. I might end up getting back to it. This game's what time does this one start?
This is an 8:30 spot.
Okay, so yeah, I got some time still. I might take another look back over this in the next couple hours, but I'll end up staying away from this one.
Justin, let's hear from you, my friend. What do you think of this spot? I'm on the Mighty Peacocks.
No, I'm glad you have action that way. We between the three of us, somebody got action in something because I don't have nothing. I would be with you, but I didn't want to lay the points. And I put it's funny that we're on this game now. I put together a parlay that I really like. I just need you to give me the odds, but I'm not gonna put this leg. I was gonna put St. Peter's money line in my little parlay, but I don't know. Fairfield treat me good this year, and I don't know. There's something about the Stags. I can see them losing or like losing close or winning. So it would be St. Peter's or nothing. But I'm just not in a hurry to fade the Stags. So. But as far as the games that we talked about, no, we didn't. We got one more, and then I'll give you the parlay.
Okay, that sounds
We
good.
didn't get to that. We didn't get to the game yet. But yeah, it would be St. Peter's or nothing. But I don't know, Fairfield. I don't know. I done got a little bit of love for them. So, but mainly I bet them at home. So.
And one thing that Dan's rants was saying was that
He's still talking.
No, he stopped talking. He's not talking. But he was saying that that UCF was up by double digits, and they sure were. I don't remember that from that game, but UCF was up 14 with 12-19 remaining at home, and then West Virginia stepped up.
I checked the comments, Jimmy. My fault. I checked the comments. He didn't put the lock emoji. He wrote the word out. That's two different things. When you put the emoji and when you write the words for the UCF, because you try to jinx and make me nervous with UCF by mentioning that. Yeah. But it's not the lock emoji. The word and the lock emoji is two different things.
Wow.
Did that guy say that UCF was a lock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But he didn't say it was the lock emoji. He said UCF he used the word.
Yeah.
That means he typed in, he got an iPhone, they auto-corrected it, and he said, UCF, look. He should have just put the eyes down. Jimmy just trying to make me nervous, but just telling you what the infamous Dan Rance, that's what he was talking about.
Yeah. Well, I hear you. Let's bring out our next guest. We have a ringer coming in for a big basketball game. We have Big East action at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. And please welcome to the show a man with action on this game, a man with a depth of knowledge in sports history surpassed by none. Please welcome the Gorkle to the show. Gorky, how are you, my friend? Oh, this one.
Braden Shen to the Islanders. I don't know the return yet, but Braden Shen to the Islanders.
Interesting. Does Braden still have it? Gorky, how are you, my man? Okay, let's wait until Gorky knows that he's on here. So let's go.
He's
Number
good.
18th. Oh, Gorky, you good?
Boys, how are you? Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful. Gorky, my man, great to see you. Great to have you here with us. How are you?
I wish my week was better, but I'm getting taken to the woodshed by the biggest favorite in EuroLeague right now on the money line. They're about to lose by 10. It's okay.
Yeah, let's move to this continent and get that catch back, my friend. Gorky, thank you for joining us. We have the Goracle here. Let's roll. The number 18th ranked St. John's Red Storm, 24-6, 17-2 in the Big East. At the Seton Hall Pirates, 20-10, 10-9 in the Big East. Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. DC Capper rolling with me on the Peacocks. The market not giving me any more confidence, but we also have a Morgan Spooner here, a young Morgan Spooner. I think, let me just go. I haven't seen his action, but I know that he was very, very interested in these St. John's Red Storm yesterday, and he got him -4.5 at -112 for Spooner. So we have big games here. Big games here. So let's set this one up. St. John's Red Storm barely got past Georgetown at home after dominating Villanova. UConn got their Rebenga against them. But regardless of a team that maybe has not looked so good in 2 of their last 3 games, this is a very, very strong team and a very, very tough team. They played Seton Hall earlier this year on January 20th, and it was a very tight basketball game. St. John's took care of business, 65-60. Seton Hall was up 6 at the break. But St. John's came back and took care of business. St. John's won despite going 2 of 12 from 3 and shooting 36% from the field. St. John's opened up as 9.5-point favorites, closed as 11.5-point favorites. They held Seton Hall to 22 second-half points. 22 second-half points. So Seton Hall is being a much improved squad. We all cashed with them on, when was it? When was it? We just cashed with them. Oh, it was against Xavier. Oh, no, it was against UConn. We cashed with them against UConn. They've been just, ever since that debacle at home versus DePaul, they didn't look very good in that home victory against Georgetown. But other than that, they have looked good. And this is a team that's won, 4 of 6 in the most important time of the year. So let's set this one up. We'll have the Goracle hitting leadoff, and let's see what the plan is. This one opens up St. John's -5. It quickly moves to -4. It bounces around 4.5, 5. Now we're back at 4. So we've had a full point move towards Seton Hall. From a total perspective here, we have, here we go. We have a 136. This one opened up at 137.5, dropped down to 135.5, got back up to 136. And then from a cash flow perspective on the biggest game of the board, a cash flow that we should be able to believe in, we have 68% of the tickets and 84% of the cash on Seton Hall. Wow. Superbook has moved this to a 3.5. We have 63% of tickets, 83% of cash at Circa on Seton Hall. They've left this alone at 4.5. So here we go. Goracle, take it away. Red Storm Pirates. Floor's yours.
Look, this is one of those games where if St. John's wants to, this Seton Hall team can hang around and maybe even be there at the end. But this game is going to be played the way Seton Hall or the way that St. John's chooses to play, especially because they are actually one of the rare teams in the college basketball world and basketball in general nowadays that play defense. Rick Pitino actually takes people out the game for not playing defense. It's great to see. It's like I feel like it's 1994 all over again. I can only be on St. John here, Jimmy. St. John's, for me, I took the number and pushed it to minus 6.5 points in order to cash at plus money plus 110.
All right, the Gorkle in the house, St. John.
Elmer Soderblom from Detroit to Pittsburgh for a 2026 third-round pick.
What?
Name's Rilney Elmer?
Yes.
Yeah, I was excited about that one too, and thought that we might get some big news here.
I thought Braden Shin was a big deal. Apparently, he's not a big deal. That was a shock to me. I didn't know.
Braden Shin got moved?
Yeah, he moved to the Islanders. Look, he's a heart and soul guy. I'd like Luke Shen's toughness in the playoffs, but no, it's great stuff, Jose. Keep it coming. We have the Gorkle on St. John's minus 6.5 at plus 110. Wine Time Sports, Red Storm, Seton Hall Pirates. Take it away.
I stayed off this game. This is probably one of the better games on the board here today. I feel like this line kind of tells me Seton Hall. I mean, talking about line functionality, I mean, 7 points difference from the last time they met. Now they're playing at Seton Hall. It is a big game for them. And Seton Hall, I think, has been playing some really good basketball. And I think that's going to benefit them in the tournament play. But this is kind of a shorter line, and I would only be on Seton Hall here. I'm just kind of shocked to see the public pretty much coming in and taking Seton Hall. I thought it'd be the other way around. I thought people would be coming in hammering the St. Johnnies. Like, why not? I know our guy Spoons is high on the Johnnies. He said he's going to win. They're going to win the conference tournament. This would be a good spot for them to lose going into that tournament because they probably won't lose again for a long time. I just won't end up betting this game because I'm seeing 83% of tickets on this, and the line's not moving. We're seeing 4.5s pretty much across the board everywhere. It's not. Well, I guess some spots have 3.5s. One spot, as you mentioned, Jim, but it's gonna ultimately be a pass for me. We're gonna have something in the 10 p.m. time slot, so I'll have something in that. But this is a pass game, but it's gonna be a fun game. Like if someone in the Discord is screaming this tonight, I'll probably hop in and watch this game because this will be a fun game to bet live. If I can get a better number on Seton Hall, like a 7.5 or something at any point, I will. I'll move on Seton Hall live, I think. But as of right now, I'm off this game. And shout out to our guy MMA Locker Room in the building. Mills, you better be coming out to San Antonio here in a couple weeks. Hope to see you, my guy.
It's on Fox, isn't it, this game?
I'm not sure. I can check
from
right now.
Justin. Justin, take it away. St. John's, Red Storm, Seton Hall Pirates.
Yeah, Spoon sent me this game yesterday, and then I dug into it, and I didn't even when I first started digging into it, I told him I got minus 4.5. I didn't write down the VIG because I wasn't gonna make it official. I just wanted to say that the only reason why I bet it. Same thing as Brown with Wine Time. I got it yesterday, and I agree with this game. I just didn't agree with Spoons' VCU. So I tell this St. John, I know I got minus 4.5. I just didn't write down the VIG. And I was going to add it into a parlay, but I like all the other ones better. And I do think that I don't think this is going to be like a no sweat. I think it's going to be like maybe Seton Hall. I expect to live bet this. I don't know if your rule, not your rule, I don't know why I call it a system. You say you're not a system, but your little thing that you do, I don't know, you should don't apply to road favorites, only home favorites that are down at the 8.5. If you get a plus 8.5 with the home favorite. So that don't apply to this, but I would look into it if Seton Hall is up at halftime or within 1 or 2, and I could get a lower number, I'll go back in on St. John's, but I tell Spoons at a minus 4.5.
Tell Spoons minus 4.5. I think this is going to come down right around the number here. The interesting thing here is we've not seen one person on Seton Hall. That's all. A lot of St. John's backers, but not one person.
So what's action telling us then? Let's look at action really quick. Wow. Jimmy, this is what if Odds Logic was telling us this, I would be on Seton Hall money line right now. 29-41 on Seton Hall.
Yeah, I mean,
is this line not short? I mean, they were 11.5 point favorite at home. Seton Hall not ranked. I know St. John's is kind of, when they had that gotten blown out the other day, kind of taken a hit on them in the rankings. But I mean, I don't know. For some reason, I feel like Seton Hall could very well win this game outright.
I don't know. St. John just struggled against Georgetown. That was Georgetown, right?
Yeah.
But then they just get
51-47.
You said 51. What did you say?
51-47 against Georgetown.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's the only reason why I think this line is. But I don't think it's low or high. Like, I don't think Seton Hall is sweet, and for them to be at home and St. John's be at the road coming off of Georgetown, I don't think it's off.
Yeah, I'm gonna need more time here. I think, and I'm likely just to stay off. I know that Spooner was on St. John's, and I can understand expecting them to step up here in this situation.
But I think if you take Seton Hall, you just take the spread, or you take the money line. That would be my thing, because I think they either get blown out or win this game. Not even blown out, but I just see that, like, getting late, free throws. Like, you're either going to be on St. John's spread or Seton Hall money line. And I chose the back spoon. I'm on St. John's spread. And I do like it. It wasn't a blind tell. Better team.
Look, I think St. John loses in the final of the Big Ten, of the Big East tournament, and then they make a run to maybe the second weekend. That's my view on them.
Villanova going to win the Big East.
So,
okay, good luck.
Oh, nice job, Paul Taylor here. So St. John's -6.5 at +110 for the Gorkle. Gorky, what are the games, just to give us a little preview, what are the games that you will be attacking on tomorrow's All About the Hoops?
I guess you're going to have to tune in to find out, guys, because I'm just looking at the action right now and trying to make up that plan. So tune in, find out tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. The guys will start the show, and I will pop in and out when they let me out of my dungeon,
We love you, Gorky. Thank you for stopping by here.
Usually Mr. Wine Time himself is the controller of when people pop in and out. So,
St. John's.
So it's Wine Time fault that he keep you in the dungeon.
No, it's not Wine Time fault. It's just the way the show worked, brother.
Don't worry, I'll be on there with you tomorrow, Gorky. I'm making my little debut tomorrow, so we'll be in the dungeon together.
Welcome aboard, sir. Welcome aboard.
Let's go. Shout out to Gorky. Hell yeah.
Gorky in the house. St. John's -6.5 at +110. All right, let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. 40 Kid. 40 Kid says.
I think Jimmy's done. I don't think he got
no,
more.
I'm not done. I got one more.
Oh, okay.
I got other booze, just not.
But you got some Mad Dog 2020?
No, man. I wish. I'll save. You know what? That's great stuff.
Bottle of Thunderbird.
Okay. Let's roll here. I'm gonna hold off because I want the last shot. I want to have one when we call it a day. I want to have the one last shot with you guys. Res Mob says beat the line by 2 points on the under. Nice job here by Res Mob. Okay, so 40 Kid told us that Ohio +5.5 is his play of the day. Says Miami of Ohio stays undefeated but wins another one possession game. Let's roll. We had the Athens, Ohio, home of the Bobcats, hosting the number 19th ranked Miami of Ohio Redhawks. Let's get this one set up and then hand it over to our guys. Who has action? I know one of you guys have action on this one. It's Wine Time. Okay, Wine Time will be hitting lead off here. Obviously, the Redhawks, last undefeated team for a long time now in Division I basketball. Bruce Pearl had his say, and the AD came back, the Redhawks AD, and yes, the strength of schedule was 285th. I'm sure is around there still. And I guess I should change it to 285th when they were talking all about it. But the AD was saying, look, teams don't want to play the Redhawks. All they can do is get hurt by it. They should beat Miami of Ohio, and if they lose, it's an embarrassment. This team is winning and winning and winning and winning, and now they face the Bobcats, whom they took out, dusted 90-74 at home just a couple weeks ago on Ohio's senior night. Ohio coming off back-to-back losses. They lost at home to Toledo 79-67 and then won at UMass 94-82. It will. Chill, will. That Don Julio will last longer, man. The tech will be flowing once we're in San Antonio. But let's set up this line history and hear from Wine Time and hear about Wine Time's big move on this one, because this is a massive game. This totals a 159.5. It opened up at 161. And then on the point spread here, you have this one sitting right now at 5.5. This one opened up at -4.5 for Miami of Ohio. It's moved a point in their direction. It's now juiced towards Ohio Bobcats. We have 66% of the tickets and 57% of the cash on Miami of Ohio, 60% of tickets and 72% of cash on the over. And I think that I should probably just, before we hear from Wine Time, we should just touch on what happened in that first game. I know I gave you the 90-74 final score, but it was a game where the Red Hawks, so the line, if I remember correctly, yes, the line moved 2 points late. There was a Red Hawk, and I can't remember who it was that was unavailable for the game. So there was a 2-point line move just before a tip-off, and the Red Hawks took care of business. 52 from the field, 50 from 3. They held the Bobcats to 5 of 21 from the perimeter. Miami of Ohio was up 8 early and won by 16. Wine Time, take it away. Bobcats, Red Hawks, Maction.
Yeah, Miami, Ohio, it seems like we talk about them every Wednesday and Friday. We were on Western Michigan last Friday. They almost won the game outright. I think we were on them plus 12.5 in that game, lose the game by 2. Just seems like to me Miami, Ohio is just squeaking by in some of these games, guys. And, I think Ohio, I think them being at home here, I think it's going to be a big difference maker. I'm not sure how many people are actually going to be in this arena for this game today, but I think these players are going to come out with some motivation knowing that they're playing the team that's 30-0 right now, a team that you touched on has one of the worst ranks of strength of schedules in the nation, a team that a lot of people are saying that they have to win their conference tournament to get a ticket to March Madness, which is kind of crazy in my opinion. I think if you go undefeated in the regular season, you should automatically have a bid but at the same time, I'm not the guy that puts these rankings in. So with that being said here, I think Ohio is live to win this game outright. I'm going to take the 6. I'm going to buy up and take the 6 at the -120. A little bit more juice, but I want that 6 in case, it lands around. I think it's going to be a 1 or 2 possession game. Either way you have it. Miami, Ohio pretty much hasn't been covering any of these spreads lately. It seems like they've just been getting by these last couple games, and it seems like they've been on upset alert in these games. It just seems like their flow's not there like it used to be. So they were covering spreads like absolutely crazy. And now these last couple games just kind of coming back to life a little bit. Give me Ohio plus the 6 -120 here at home. I'm going to make it official right now, and I'm going to tweet it out as well.
You are in business, my friend, in business. Let's hear from Justin. Justin, Red Hawks, Bobcats, your thoughts?
Yeah, I didn't have to bet this game. Anybody who joined Spoon, he gave out this undefeated, I forget, I don't even know how to word it, but I just know that he got a better number than me. I got plus 400. I have an undefeated season entering the tournament. I don't even know how to word it, but whatever it is, I tell it was like plus 400. He got a better number than it was. And in this breakdown, when I counted him on Kyle when he gave it out, but he actually texted me this. And he said that you'll get a chance to hedge the last game of the season. And I am not. So I look at it like I got the Miami, Ohio money line, and I seen them on last night on Kerms because I ain't gonna lie, I thought about it. Because when you look at the money line for Ohio and the plus 4 something, I'm gonna say I got 420. I don't know. I gotta go back at what it was because I made the bet, didn't think we would make it this far. And now that we did, and he said it best, hedging's for pussies. That's not my words, that's his words. And for once, I'm not even lying on him. I think Miami, Ohio wins this game. I don't think they cover. I don't think Ohio wins this game. I think it's going to be a close game the whole time. Maybe Ohio's going to be up early. Because one thing we've seen about this Miami, Ohio team is last few games, they don't make things easy. So, and this is not the game that you want to make. You better make it easy. Like, don't go in there and sleep on Ohio. Like, so Miami, Ohio, undefeated season money line. I'm not going to hedge. So I don't have nothing to make official. I'm just telling you, no. And the reason why I'm shutting out Spoon, because if I wanted to, I could take the Ohio money line and have a profit, regardless of who wins this game. But I'm going to trust Miami Ohio to win this game by 1 point. So I'm not hedging.
I hear that. I respect it. Well, let's roll on to our final spot on the board in college basketball. Then we will do a review. Then we're going to roll into the NBA slate, and it's not a big slate. We can move pretty quickly through it and put a bow on the show, and I've moved on 5 bets in NBA, something that I've not been doing of late, but I just feel like college basketball is taking too much. So I kept everything in NHL and NBA before we got here. Charleston Southern up 3-0. Let's go.
Second half.
Hockey,
I ain't gonna lie, I do the same shit though. I'd be in the man cave and I'd be like 2-0, let's go.
Let's roll. Rebels Aztecs, our final spot on the college basketball slate. And this is an interesting one. We're in the Mountain West, where DJ Big Boss does it best. Shout out to Hu Bangin and DJ Big Boss. Aztecs 19-10, 13-6 in conference, hosting the UNLV Rebels 16-14, 11-8 in conference. Aztecs losing basketball games. The market really does let you know what the Aztecs are going to do. When they hosted Utah State, the market was very, really intimating that they were the side, and then they smashed Utah State, who are, sitting on top of the conference. But they've got losses surrounding all of these games. Last 2 games they lost at Boise State, tough place to play, 677. Before that, they lost at New Mexico, lost to the Lobos by 5. Pitt's tough place to play. They lost at Colorado State. We've seen Colorado State really stepping up. They lost at home to Grand Canyon by 10 before that. I mean, we were surrounded by a lot of losses from them. UNLV just annihilated Utah State. I mean, annihilated them. And now they go over to San Diego State. So they just beat the best team in this conference by 27 points at home. And now they head to San Diego State, and they're massive dogs. They lost at home to San Diego State 82-71. So matchup is probably not one that there's a reason why this is such a big number. Let's leave it at that. So line history wise, we have San Diego State minus 10.5. It opened up at 10.5. It went down 9.5, and it came back to 10.5. It's a big, big number. So, of course, the question is, what was the number the first time that these teams met? And let's grab that right now. I should have had that up in my breakdown. Sorry, let me just quickly grab it here. What was the number the first time that these teams met? And we'll go over to the
3.5.
3.5 in UNLV. And UNLV. Okay.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, my man.
That's a big difference. 3.5?
Yeah, San Diego State were 3.5-point road favorites. 10. No, I think it's around. I mean, we see so many of these college games around 6.5, 7.5. So I don't put too much stock into that. Let's get the. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Let's get the cash flow here. We have 50% of the tickets and 93% of the cash on San Diego State. I'm sure there's not a ton of money being put down on it, but that's the numbers overall. At Circa, they have 84% tickets and 89% cash on UNLV.
That's what it was, Jim, like 30 minutes ago. That was what the ticket split was on UNLV. It just switched, I think, within the last 30 minutes.
Wow. Okay. Very, very interesting. All right, well, take it away, fellas. I'm going to grab a drink, though, and be ready for the NBA. So I will be right back. Take it away here, Wine Time, and then hand it over to Justin. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you guys could probably guess where I'm going to be at in this spot. How the hell is San Diego State minus 10.5 right now? I think they're this big of a favorite for a reason. I think San Diego State, this is a basketball school when it comes down to it. They've made runs in the NCAAB tournament consistently throughout the years, and they have high expectations at this program. And Jim kind of touched on it. Like, you kind of know when to back San Diego State and when to not back them if you kind of have a good read on the market. The market will tell you when to back them and when to fade them. And I have faded them numerous times this year, but I've also been on San Diego State. It's going to be a late start here, 7 p.m. over here on the West Coast, so 10 p.m. for East Coasters out there. I will say, like I just told Jim, like according to Circa, they're getting 84 and 89% of cash on UNLV. But yet they're telling us that 1593 is on San Diego State overall. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. This game doesn't start for another 7.5 hours. So I'm going to let the market marinate a little bit more, but I already made a play in this game, and that's San Diego State -10, -110. They're going to lay the absolute hammer on UNLV here today. UNLV coming off a big, impressive victory against Utah State. As you mentioned, San Diego State coming off back-to-back losses, playing some of their worst basketball. This team wants a bid at the NCAA tournament. They got to make a run in their turn in the Mountain West. I think they will. I think this team is still very talented. They have a good head coach over there. They've got good things going for them over there in San Diego State. So I'm on San Diego State -10, -110 in the spot. Absolutely love it. I'm locked in on the spot stacks. What do you think about this one?
Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. Yeah. As far as the market on
My fault. The dog was nibbling at my leg. Like I was telling him to go lay down, and I was trying to hit the mute button, but he wouldn't leave me alone. And he don't got to go outside. He got his toy. He wants to play.
Yeah.
So my fault, but I would be right with you. I didn't make a move on it. It would be San Diego State or nothing for me. And I think this line is just as big for a reason. And I want to get there. Hearing the confidence you was on, I'm gonna put it in my slip. And like you said, it's 10 o'clock on my time, so I don't need to make a hurry. And I really don't. I don't have nothing else to do. I got a little 5-minute show later on that I got to do. But so I'll probably get there to this, and like I really want to get to the. By the time I make this bet, I'll be already capping tomorrow's slate, and I really want San Diego State. It's just this number is just gigantic, but it'd be San Diego State or nothing.
Yeah, the number is so telling. It's so telling in this basketball game. My only concern is the number is just based on full season long statistical profile, the line from earlier in the game, from the earlier meeting. You know, losers of 4 of their last 5 is a little uncomfortable, but you lose at Boise State, you lose at New Mexico. I wonder, you're not, I guess you don't ever bet first halves. Is that the thing, Wine Time?
No, for a favorite?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could say. Well, I mean, I did it earlier with Central Arkansas.
Oh, that's right. You just did it.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? Yeah.
But I don't a lot, though. You are right. It's mostly the dog when I'm taking them in the first half. But I could see it. I think it's telling. San Diego State has lost 4 of their last 5 games. This is a basketball school. They put money into this program. They need this win. And the fact that they're laying double digits here at home against a good UNLV team, like someone said, like who isn't on UNLV? Someone put in the chat earlier, like who isn't on UNLV today? It looks too good to be true. You have a good team in UNLV, a team that's playing good basketball against a team that's playing bad basketball, getting double digits on the road. It's not like it's a long road trip or anything. You know, it's a 4 or 5 hour drive to get between these schools. And I'm not sure San Diego State. I'm sure they will have a good packed arena for this game today because they are a basketball school and they put money into it. So they're going to have their students there. I think they're going to just lay the absolute hammer down on UNLV. Like it could be it could be a double up spot first half in full game.
Well, they're going to be shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
Like I kind of gravitating towards the first half. Sorry, Justin, what were you going to say?
And one thing you said, and I asked you about this. I asked you and Spoon about totals. And this is something that you just asked Wine Time. And I think more or less that I need to more focus on spots like this first half rather than full game. And prior to you asking Wine Time, I didn't think of that. Like I had San Diego State full game circle. But the whole thing about this is this was another game that my homie texted me about. And it wasn't like the whole everyday, like, I told you he texted me and said Butler sucks every day. But he's also the same person that said this morning said San Diego State suck. UNLV spread, UNLV money line. And I mean, I get it. I don't think they suck. I just think they're struggling. But the same way we see they struggling and he thinks they suck, the books know this. So why is it 10.5?
Oh,
But-
you guys are right. I think a bet has to be placed on the Aztecs.
And it's like what you said. That's why I gotta like hammer that in my head, like, and start making stacks play today. Like, this would have been perfect. First half stacks play today, San Diego State, and I gotta put that more in my cap, because how's this not a first half spot? I didn't even think about it until you asked Wine Time that. When you asked Wine Time, I'm like, damn, come out hot and belt the ass, and then maybe UNLV walks them down late.
Yeah, their first half team total is 39.5. So it's like they think San Diego State is going to legit come out firing in this game.
That's what I'm saying. And then UNLV could walk them down late and backdoor.
It might be a double up for me. I'll have some time to think about it. I don't think the line's going to move too. Like I said, I want to see what the market does a little bit more. Like, if you haven't bet this game yet, I would hold off, because, like I said, like Circa's telling us a lot of money's coming on UNLV. Some other stuff is telling us different. So it's a little bit confusing. This game doesn't go off for another 7 hours, so we still have a lot more information and more bets to come in to figure it out. So I've already moved on the full game, but I'm very considering this -6 in the first half on San Diego State as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna for sure be on the first half, and I don't want to double up. I'm gonna bet the first half here and then make a decision later on in the evening. That is our college basketball breakdowns for Friday.
Hey, real quick, Jim, I don't think you got the last game that I sent you, because we didn't even discuss it. But it's cool because I put them in a parlay. It's Bowling Green in Eastern Michigan.
Oh, damn, my fault. I think,
No,
God,
but-
damn, I remember you sending it too, and I didn't put
But
it in.
the thing about it was, once I started getting so much action, I put a parlay together. So I have a parlay, and that'll be my 8th play. It's
Okay.
Bowling Green money line, Toledo money line, and UCF money line. And I'm gonna put that in while y'all in between NBA and college. That UCF is gonna help my help the VIG, and I really like them to win this game. So I'm gonna put it in. Once you tell me what the VIG is, I'm gonna put it in as soon as before we get to the first NBA game.
I will grab that. While I am grabbing your parlay, can you review your college basketball action for Friday, March 6th?
Yeah, I started off 0 for 2, but I don't know why. I'm still confident. I had High Point over, I didn't even check the final, over 91.5 team total. And I had Bellarmine plus 7.5. Both of those lost. I got Florida Gulf Coast plus 4.5, minus 112. I got Dayton minus 1.5, minus 107. I got Toledo and Buffalo over 154.5, minus 110. I got South Dakota over 148, minus 105. I got UCF plus 4, minus 110. And my 8th college play, I got, and I'll send them to you when we get off here. Cool. And my 8th one is the parlay. I got Bowling Green money line, Toledo money line, and Central UCF money line. That UCF money line is like to boost my little odds up. That'll go ahead and start help this RI, help this record out. I love that parlay.
Plus 387. Plus 387. Bowling Green, Toledo, UCF money lines. Wine Time, my man. Can you please review your action for Friday, March 6th?
A lot of action, Jim, guys. 8 plays yesterday given out. We're giving out 11 plays today. We've already started off Cash Central Arkansas -4. We're going to take a loss on Belmont. Not looking good. They're going to lose the game outright. Drake might be a bet on team these next couple of days in this tournament. If they get it done here, that this is very impressive what they're doing. So we'll see. Brown money line plus 110. West Virginia Mountaineers -3.5, minus 110. Ohio +6, minus 120 in against the undefeated Miami of Ohio. San Diego State -10, minus 110. Northeastern, who's up 13 points right now, about to go into first half, looking
16.
good. 16. Let's go.
Oh,
Great.
Northeastern blowing them out?
Yeah.
I'm glad I stayed off. Damn.
I have them -1.5, -110. Florida Gulf Coast. They're in the lead right now in the first half. It's still very early, but we're on them +2, -110 in the first half, and money line +155. We're on Illinois of Chicago, who is now a -1.5. Currently sitting, I'm pretty sure. So that is great. But I got them at money line -110. And then and that's all my action for today. As of right now, 11 plays.
Respect.
10 or 11, I forget.
These are the bets that I've already made. Only one I haven't posted yet. That's Brown +2. But I'm on Charleston Southern +4, Bradley -4, St. Peter's -3.5, UIC money line, and Brown. What I'm interested in, and I never added Florida Gulf Coast. I came close, but I didn't add them. What I'm interested in adding, let's leave it there. I'm going to go over everything again, but Dayton, Omaha, West Virginia, San Diego State first half are the 4 spots that I'm looking to add here. So there we go. That is college basketball. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Good luck in your college basketball action. Now, I've not made any live bets here. We got Florida Gulf Coast up 3, 4 minutes in. Charleston Southern up 2, 7 minutes in. And as we said, Northeastern up 16 going into halftime. That was a beauty bet. Let's roll into NBA, fellas. I'm
back in 2 minutes. I got to put that parlay in real quick.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Get in. Let's roll. I have made bets. That's usually not what I've been doing in NBA, but it's not because I haven't capped NBA. It's because I want the market to marinate. But what I've realized is the last few weeks, I can't stop thinking about college basketball. So the night before, I'm not going through thinking about the games in my head. I'm going through college basketball in my head, and I got concerned. So I have moved on 5 bets already. We'll see what the line is doing. All sides, no totals. And let's get to work. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Dallas Mavericks 21-4, 17-21 on the road at Boston Celtics 41-21, 20-10 at home. And Jason Tatum will be returning here at TD Garden in Boston. Dallas 2-6 post All-Star break, 9th fastest pace at 102.5 possessions a game, shooting 47.1 from the field and 33.6 from 3. The Celtics 6-2, of course, one of those losses was an ugly one. Now, it wasn't a 30-point loss, thankfully, so we're not 4. Now, I was going to say, and I thought it was a 30-point loss in my head, and I was going to message Justin. I was going to say the star player returning will cancel out the 30-point loss. And then I realized, it was just a 29-point loss. I don't need to move on it at all. But I was prepared not to, even if it was a 30-point loss. Boston, as I said, 30th fastest pace in the NBA, 92.31 possessions a game. And they're shooting 45.6 from the field and 37% from 3. That 118-89 loss at home to the Hornets on Wednesday must have stung. The problem is they're not sitting in that loss anymore. I don't believe. I think all the attention of Tatum coming back just takes over everything. You know, we have a superstar coming back to the lineup, coming back early. I don't think they're saying, we need to bounce back what Charlotte did to it. I don't even think that's on the mindset anymore, personally. They had a 3-game winning streak before that. I mean, the Celtics have been excellent all year long, and everybody's very interested to see how this will change the dynamic of the Boston Celtics. And obviously, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Mavericks have lost 5 straight. They won 2 games at Indiana and at Brooklyn mid to late Feb. But that was on the heels of a 10-game losing streak. So they lose 10 in a row, win 2, and then lose 5 in a row. This is game 3 of a long 6-game road trip. It's not the first of back-to-back. No back-to-back issues at all, but they have Toronto on deck. That was a 115-114 loss last night at the Magic. So they're the second half of back-to-back. They played their hearts out and lost at the Magic last night. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights. This is their 3rd. Oh, sorry. Why did I just say the Mavericks don't? Sorry, I thought I have that wrong. I guess I thought this was just Oh, sorry. I'm talking about Boston, game 2 of a mini homes. Okay, with Boston. Sorry. I was trying to make sense of my notes. But for the Mavericks, this is their 3rd game in 4 nights. This is game 3 of a 6-game road trip. And for the Celtics, this is game 2 of a 2-game homestand. This is one of these, NBA games that I've not moved on, where I have moved on a ton of them. Not this one. I thought the two main keys sort of cancel each other out. Boston coming off the big loss, but their star player returning. Boston right now is minus 14.5. They opened up at 15, got up to 15.5, down to 14. Right now they're sitting. They were at 15.5 until an hour and a half ago, back to 14.5. So half-point move towards Dallas Mavericks, whom I don't want anything to do with. From a total standpoint, we're sitting here at a 225. This one opened up at 224.5, got down to 222 before it climbed back up to 225. A half-point move towards the over. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 55% of the tickets, 75% of cash on Dallas. Half-point move towards them. 70% of tickets on the under, 71% cash on the under. Wine Time Sports, take it away.
It's going to be nothing for me. It's going to be pass. It's Dallas Mavericks or nothing. I mean, who are they throwing out there today? Chris Middleton. You got the young kid Coop. You got Max Chris. You got PJ Washington. I get it. Celtics coming off getting blown out pretty much in that last game against the Charlotte Hornets. It was a tough spot, and I don't want to fade them again on a spot where they got blown out. But at the same time, like you mentioned, Jason Tatum coming back. How long is he going to play? His points props at 12.5 right now. He's obviously not going to play too long in this game. And I think if anything, it might throw him off a little bit these first couple games, at least this game, especially if he's not going to be playing full. And shout out to our guy Rez Mob. He said, was it Achilles? Yes, it was. This is probably the quickest comeback I think any athlete has ever made from an Achilles injury. As far as I know, I've never heard of anyone coming back this quick. So shout out to JT. He's a great player, and I think he only benefits Boston in the playoffs. So I think when it matters most, this team is better with him. But as far as this game goes, I'm not going to lay 15 points with them against the Dallas Mavericks here. Mavericks not playing for much. They're kind of tanking as well, but they do have their starting 5 isn't horrible out there. Do I think they can hang tight? Yeah, unless a lot of their starters go out early. I haven't been watching a lot of Dallas Mavericks. I've been kind of staying away from NBA these last, as you mentioned, Jim, this last week or two, just because I'm so locked into college basketball, and it just feel like that's where I am right now. That's where my head is. And around this time last year is when I started losing in NBA. And these games, a lot of these games aren't really meaningful in NBA, so it's like I can ease off. Playoff time comes around and be able to hammer. We'll still have some spots today, but this is a spot where I just want nothing to do with, Jim. So I'm off this game.
I have flipped a little bit here, sitting with this for a little longer, believing that this game that we put a line through that loss to Charlotte. It's forgotten, and I do believe that is the case. That it's forgotten because of Tatum coming back. That's the only thing anyone's thinking about. And nobody's playing minutes over in Dallas. So, PJ Washington played the most at 33. Cooper Flag only played 26. Chris Warren says this is a Boston smash spot on a tanking team missing its best players. I'm going to fade that. I'm going to bet on Dallas here. I'm not betting it right now. I'm going to wait. I think that the Celtics money's got to come flying in. Ronnie Crawford, we're excited to talk about both NHL and NBA plays of the day. NCAA, we didn't cap the Washington State game, but Washington State from Ron Crawford, spreadsheet play of the day. I think I'm going to move on the Mavericks. I think this is one of those spots that Mavericks can try in, because they're not going to win this game, and they can put out some effort here, second half back-to-back, actually try and not, pace themselves. Let's hear from you, Justin. I think I've flipped. I think I will end up being on the Dallas Mavericks tonight. And Justin, I know you missed it. I was going to say I had set up a text to you saying that I think that the star player coming back trumps the 30-point loss. And then I looked closer. I was like, oh, they didn't lose by 30. They only lost by 29. I was like, I don't need to send a text. And I didn't send a text. But I was going to send that. Let's hear from you. Mackle in the house says Celtics against bad offense have been winning by a lot. Dewan just moved live on Charleston Southern plus 7.5. Take it away for us, Justin. Your thoughts on Maverick Celtics?
Yeah, this is boom, 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 boom. This is Stacks play today number 1.
Oh,
and
shit.
I'm on the Boston Celtics team total over 119.5. And I got that at Pinnacle at minus 109. I thought this number was short by at least 4 or 5 points. I think the Boston Celtics coming off that almost 30-point loss. That's the reason why like Stacks would have been well, no, not with Tatum coming back, but if Tatum wasn't coming back, Stacks would have been on the spread. But I just think that coming off that big loss, now you're back at home. The crowd gonna be happy about Tatum coming back, and I don't want to get involved in the spread. And just personally, I'm not on neither side, and I'm not trying to talk you off of Dallas. But I would think that if you're gonna take Dallas spread, I would think the more comfortable bet would be the Dallas team total over, rather than the spread, because I think the Boston Celtics, in my opinion, I think the Boston Celtics going to put up a big number here. Coming off that, it wasn't 30, but we're going to say a 30-point loss. But it's not the system of 30-point loss. That's why I'm not on the spread. But 30-point loss, get your star player back at home, playing this Dallas team that's going to be on the second leg of a back-to-back, coming off of an upset win. I just think that the Mavericks don't score that much. And that's why I couldn't get to the over. I just think that Boston put up like $125 today. Like, I wouldn't be on. And what was interesting is I seen Jason Tatum props last night, and it was over 12.5. I want to say it was like over 12.5 minus 120. Now, we all know he's going to be on the minute restrictions. We all expect that he's going to come back. Is he going to mess up the chemistry? And my whole thing is, just because of the spot, coming off that loss, there's no way you could just come into this game coming off a loss, get Tatum back, and win by 8. Like, if you'd have smashed that game, and if you remember, I was on here for Charlotte and Boston, and that was part of my cap. I was like, I think Charlotte's going to win this game, and we're going to have a good spot with Jason Tatum coming back home at home. And it worked out perfectly. I didn't think they was going to win. I hope they did. I took Charlotte, but they went outright in a blowout fashion. So I think that's the perfect spot. And I don't want to give 15, ask the team to win by 16, but to ask the team to get your star player back at home to put up 120 points off a team on the second leg of back-to-back, absolutely. Stacks play today, number 1, Boston Celtics. Team total over 119.5 and minus 109 at Pinnacle when I bet it.
You are in business. Stacks, number 1. Team total over 119.5 and minus 109. Stacks is in.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Florida Gulf Coast up 18.
Let's
Northeastern
go!
up, and Northeastern up 16. Just
that's why he's texting me. Yeah, not knowing from but my homie, he been calling and texting, and I didn't know why. I thought he was calling to rub it in my face.
Oh man,
because he was the one talking about when I lied and said Spoon said it was my homie. I always lie on Spoon. I text him and be like, yeah, I come on stage and lie on you all the time, so just don't pay me no mind. And but my homie told me, he's the one who told me, he was like, you betting Florida Gulf because you might as well join the circus. And my response was, remember you said that. And that's why he's texting me. But I ain't look at his texts yet. But now that you told me, now I know what he's saying. He's also the same one that had the Youngstown state jersey in that video I put on Twitter.
I like it. 32-14. I don't like that I didn't join you on both of those, though.
And me and Wine was on there. It was like me and Wine versus the world. Every single YouTube I seen this morning was laughing and pounding their chest about Lipscomb.
Wow. Well, you guys are in business here. And Stacks, play today, number 1, Celtics team. I for whatever reason, I was so rushed getting our action off the top. And I know that number 2 is total. What's number 2? Just for me to write down here. Justin, stacks number 2.
It's coming to me.
It's
Give
an
me a second.
over. It's an over in.
It is over. Oh, Charlotte and Miami.
Okay, Charlotte, Miami's number 2. Okay. So we have stacks number 1.
I try to do them by the times as they come on. That's the number. It's not. Some people think it's number 1 is my better of the 2.
Oh, it's just
Number
the
1
earlier
always be. They go by the order of the games. It's never always. All my stacks is 2 units, and everything else is 1. And I just do it by if one come on at 7, one come on at 7:05. It's not. I like this one more than this one.
Stacks play day number 1. Celtics team total over 119.5, and we're going to hear number 2 in our very next basketball game.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
We head to Spectrum Center, Charlotte, North Carolina, home of the Charlotte Hornets. And as you guys know, a few days ago, I took the 30-1 for the Hornets to win the East. A little lottery ticket action here. And I'm on the Hornets here. -7 at -110. Heat 34-29, 14-18 on the road. Hornets 32-31, 14-16 home at Spectrum Center. Charlotte 6-2 post All-Star break, 28th fastest pace, 95.44 possessions a game, and they're shooting the ball beautifully. 46.8 from the field, 41.4 from the 3. Now, Miami's shooting the ball well too, 5% worse from 3, but they're shooting 49.2 from the field, and they had played at a fast pace all season long. 5th fastest post All-Star break, 103.21 possessions a game, 5-2. They're on the second half of back-to-back after winning their 3rd straight game, 126-110 at home over Brooklyn. Last night. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights. The Hornets coming off their 6th straight win, 118-89 at the Celtics on Wednesday, and this is their 3rd game in 4 nights. They're rolling right now. And the Heat come off back-to-back wins versus Brooklyn. Now, they did beat Houston at home as well. So, traveled last night to face a Hornets team that's putting it all down on the table. Godfather bet the Hornets last night -6.5. Von Polo got the Hornets at 7, which is what I got. DeJuan, thank you for the update on Charleston Southern, my man. So line history-wise, here we have the total at 229.5. This one opened up at 232. And from a point spread perspective, we have a 7.5. Looks like 7.5s everywhere. This was an 8 from 1232 to 226. Which is good. It's a 7.5 now, and it is juiced to Miami. So if you are interested in Charlotte, I expect a 7 will be coming here shortly. Cash flow, look, it's being backed by the public. 71%. It just moved. Wow. Just moved. Maybe that's why Circa moved it to a flat 7. 68% of the tickets, 54% of the cash on Charlotte, 64.90 on the under. Oh, shit, that's FanDuel. Let's move over to Circa. Circa has here 70% of tickets, 71% of cash on Charlotte. Now, they opened it up at 6.5, did go down to 5.5, but they were up to a 9 at 1 p.m. today. Now they're at a 7, still a half point move towards Charlotte. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with this number, man. So, Charlotte Hornets for me. Justin McKelvey, take it away. Hornets Heat.
Yeah, I'm stacks play day number 2. And if I had to pick one, this would be my more confident one, just because of the blowout factor in one. I'm on the over in this game, over 229.5. I think I got it at -112 at bet. No, I got it -112 at DK. And we're talking about this Miami Heat team that plays the number 1 pace in all NBA. And I expected them to put up points. Now, I know that the Charlotte Hornets recently, probably like within the last 10 or 12 games, they're playing some extreme defense. And they're putting up high hundreds, and they're not letting the team score. I don't think that's going to come into play tonight. I think this Miami team's going to score. I think the Charlotte Hornets going to score. When we go back, the Miami Heat done scored 115-plus points in 8 straight games. We look at the Charlotte Hornets, they're putting up 117 points on 4 of the last 5. And my whole thing is, I know the Hornets are playing defense, but at home with playing this Miami, I think they're going to have to speed this up. I think there's going to be a whole lot of points. I think this is extremely low. And I'm on the over 229 -112 at DK. Stacks play day number 2. And I, by no means would I be on the Miami Heat. If I had to give out a lean or just to discuss a side, I just tasked with the Charlotte Hornets against stats play today against Boston. And right now, like, if you're somebody who is what's something Jimmy always say, you're either going to be, I don't want to mess it up, but the little whole funeral and grave thing, I don't want to say it backwards and embarrass myself, but don't bet the Miami Heat. Like, either you're going to get on the Charlotte Hornets train or you're just going to leave this game alone. But I love this total. I think Miami going to fight back. And I ain't going to lie, this to give the Miami Heat, my number one rule with the Miami Heat and the Houston Rockets is, and we'll get there later, is I don't want them as favorites. I want them as dogs. Like, I don't never want either one of those teams laying points. And to get the Miami Heat 7.5 points, if I didn't respect what Charlotte's doing, I would be on the Miami Heat. It'd be a smash spot. I just think it's a lot of points, but I'm not standing in front of Charlotte. But the over, that's what I'm most confident in. I think we could get this early or late. Like, with the points that both these teams putting up and the form that mainly that Charlotte's on. Because even if they do play defense, I expect them to put a big number. And if Miami Heat going to stand within inside this number, you're going to have to score. Play the fastest pace in the NBA. Don't put me on no side, but if by chance Miami go up, there'll be a game that I'll be watching. If Miami go up, and don't let me get like a Hornets, anything under minus 125, minus 130, even the minus 140 money line, like if the Heat go up early. But likewise, if Charlotte's up 20 at halftime, I might go ahead and get on the Heat and live bet the Heat because Bet Rivers give you bonuses for live betting. So it'll be a live bet as far as the side, but I like this total so much, I might not even do nothing because I'm going to be watching Dayton. So if Dayton's not over, this game's not going to mean absolutely nothing to me because I'm watching the whole entire Dayton game.
No, I respect that. I'm looking for that Dayton game too. I'm looking for all this. I think there's going to be live betting opportunities in this one. So we now a little uncomfortable. Nobody's on the Heat, but who wants to step in front of Charlotte right now?
There is people, you might not see them, but there's people that are getting in front of
Charlotte?
The Charlotte team. They say it's too many points.
Chris says Charlotte's offensive efficiency makes a team like Miami who likes to go up and down a target to bet against. I like it. Godfather says Hornets are healthy and balling like a good shooting team. They might not have a lot of size, but they can shoot. They certainly can. Shout out to Knipple. All right, we are in business. Stacks on the over 229. I'm on the Hornets -7. Let's roll on to Portland Trailblazers, Houston Rockets. We had a capper drop by our chat a little bit earlier, and he gave out his play of the day, and it is on the Houston Rockets -6, which happens to be the same bet that I'm on. So we got the corner, a bag, and Dutch Boulevard. Lucas Ryan, I've been in similar situations at arenas when the Wi-Fi is a problem and all that. We love you, man. Just glad that you're there getting paid. Drake getting you to the window, man. I love it. Ron Crawford. Oh, wow. Okay, Ron Crawford. I thought you sent me that the spreadsheet play day was Boston Celtics. Let me just see if maybe I must have screwed that up here. Oh, I have Boston here from you. Has that changed?
No, he is on. You said Ron Crawford?
Yeah.
He is on the Celtics.
Spreadsheet spot. Okay, sorry. Spreadsheet spot.
Oh.
Okay. Let's roll here. Portland Trailblazer 30-33, 14-18 on the road at the Houston Rockets, 38-23, 28 at home. I knew last night, and this doesn't mean that I'm going to get paid, but last night I was like, oh man, everybody puts too much emphasis on back-to-backs. Here I have two teams that just lose and don't travel on back-to-backs. I knew I was betting them. I got the Rockets -6 at -106. And then there's a little bit of nerves involved. You know, the fact that they lost makes me expect that everybody will be in. Amen Thompson in, Jabari Smith in. They're both listed as questionable. Avdia was doubtful as of last night. You know, we knew he wasn't going to be in. Murray is questionable here. KD was upset a couple times during the game, and he should be. It was a fluke that I didn't live bet the Rockets. I was watching the Warriors game. I was like, how could they lose to this group of players on the Warriors? I mean, how could they? Now, yes, Horford played with a veteran savvy, and Draymond was the smartest guy on the floor. Everything he did was thoughtful, and he played great. But I was beside myself, and I mean a fluke. Like, I had it set up. I was dealing with other things. I was capping. One time I had it set up to bet, and the line moved on me. I was like, okay, I'll wait again. But I had the money line set up. I was very lucky, like so lucky that I wasn't on the Rockets money line, because there was multiple chances to do it here. Chris Warren on the other side with Portland plus 7.5. But this is the stuff I really like. I've started to really like backing teams in the NHL and the NBA on the second half of a back-to-back, because it's the first thing out of people's mouths why they're against it. Well, it's the second half of back-to-back. I mean, people just and I used to overemphasize it as well, and I'm not doing that even with travel now. Jerry Davis says, here's your over in his opinion here. Chris Warren, I've got him as doubtful everywhere. Downgraded to doubtful, and I had him as doubtful last night and doubtful right now. Here, this is the last. He's not playing tonight, but I've got him, doubtful for Friday's game. Expected to miss his 6th straight game. His absence will allow Scoot to claim a more sizable role. We will see. Lex Steele, yeah, no, and I get it. Chris Warren saying Houston isn't covering numbers. No, they're not. Mackle says Amen won't play. Lex Steele says 30-point loss. Enough said. Celtics by 20. I get it, Lex, but I'm going to say again, like, for me, the superstar Jason Tatum returning faster than anyone's ever returned from an Achilles tear. I don't even think they remember what happened last game. I think it takes over all thoughts, but I hear what you're saying, and you could very, very well be right. Portland 3-4 post All-Star break, 101.79 possessions game. That's 12th in the NBA, 44.4 from the field and 30.1 from three. They're shooting the ball very poorly. Houston 5-3 post All-Star break, 97.05 possessions game, 25th, 49.6 from the field and 37.2 from three. You talk like I'm saying that Tatum's return is going to block the loss out. Nothing can block the loss out of what the Rockets just did. I mean, it was horrific. To that Warriors lineup in front of your own fans, it was so bad that I really think they're going to come to play here. Chris Warren says Portland's already beaten Houston twice already this season. I think that helps Houston be accountable here. Blazers had their 2-game losing streak snapped in a 122-114 win at Memphis on Wednesday. This is also the final game of a 5-game road trip spot. I love fading teams in the NHL and NBA. They're going home. They got to prepare to go home tomorrow. Houston's on the second half of the back-to-back after suffering their second loss 3 games, 115-113 at home in overtime to a very undermanned Warriors team. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Houston just sitting at -6, -110, not moving. This one opened up at 7. This is a 1-point move clearly towards the Blazers. Those of you, no one talks a friend off a dog. If you guys are on the Blazers, I get it. This one opened up at 224, got all the way down to 218 before it climbed up slightly back to 220.5. And when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 57% of the tickets and 60% of the cash on Portland. 57% of the tickets does not make them a public dog. If they were 3% more and up over 60, we know what happens to public road dogs. They cost their backers money. This is 6 at circa to 221 at circa. 82% of tickets on the under, 94% cash on the under. Take it away for us here, Justin. Blazers, Rockets, and Dutch and I on the Rockets -6.
That's unfortunate for me, I guess. Well, I don't know. I'll go against you and Dutch. And Dutch running, especially Dutch running hot. So, but I'm on the Portland Trailblazers. Like, this Houston Rockets team, they haven't showed that they could beat this Portland Trailblazers team yet. Last 2 meetings, the Portland done won. And I'm not concerned with the second leg of the back-to-back because I back teams all the time on the second leg with the back-to-back. And I was on Golden State yesterday, and I didn't expect it to go to overtime. But I just think that the Houston Rockets, I don't know who said that Houston Rockets ATS is where you want to be, but I got a few things to say that I beg to differ. You can stack right me because the Houston Rockets at home are 10-18 at ATS against the spread. This is not where you want to have them. You don't want the Houston Rockets laying points. I understand it's a disappointing loss yesterday in overtime, and it's the immediate bounce back, which I mentioned earlier in I think it was college or whatever it was. But I get it. But my whole thing is they're 10-18, 0-3 the last three against the spread. And more important, the last 18 games, the Houston Rockets is 6-12. 6-12 ATS the last 18 games. I'm not laying no points. I mentioned it earlier. I didn't know you and Wine Time was going to be, or you and who else? You and who?
Me and Dutch.
You and Dutch. That's right. You and Dutch. I didn't know that you and Dutch was going to be on Houston, but I'm still going to stand on mine because I feel like, why do I want to? The same as exactly what I talked about. Why do I want this Houston Rockets team as a favorite? And we're talking about 2 possessions. Like, no. I'm on Portland Trailblazers. I didn't post it nowhere. So best number you could get me, I'll take the Portland Trailblazers official bet. The number I had in circled in my book was +6.
Let's hear it.
Ryan Strome from Anaheim to Calgary.
What did they get back?
7th rounder.
Oh, they just didn't want him. Wow. Interesting.
Justin Falk goes to Detroit, whoever that is.
Yeah.
Justin. All you need to know is Justin, Jose. That's all you need to know.
That's fair. Bobby McMahon to Seattle.
For what?
The Leafs trade McMahon to Seattle, getting a 2nd-round pick in 27, a 4th in 26.
Wow, can't even get a first for McMahon. That's what everybody was saying, that they have to be able to get a first for McMahon. Wow.
Also, the Shen trade was for Jonathan Drouin, a 2026 first that is Colorado's first, and a 3rd-round pick, and Marcus Gedloff. So there you go.
Wow.
And baseball is 1-0. 1-0. Wine Time. Suck my balls.
All right.
I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to Jose. He killed it last night. I didn't see it live. I tried everything possible. He killed it on Cal last night. I seen it this morning, probably like 6 a.m. my time, and I was just watching him. And the stupid ass shit that Jose say on screen just amazes me. But he killed it though. But he just needed to just think about things that he said live. So, but other than that, shout out Jose. He killed it, and I told him so. I ain't gonna talk to Wine Time like that, but I told Jose so. But
the Blazers, we can get you the Blazers +6 at -107. Blazers +6.
I'll take it.
-107 for Justin. All right, let's roll on here. Next spot on the board, New York Knicks at the Denver Nuggets. Nuggets here. And this is well, let's see what's going on with the line history before I get, too confident. I had thought that some of these spots there was going to be some hijinks with players being sat, and I wondered if this was one where there was going to be some hijinks. It doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, Cameron Johnson is questionable. He's missed 2 straight games, but now Aaron Gordon is being upgraded to questionable. So Aaron Gordon very much could be in the lineup here. He wants to make his return Friday, so he could easily be in the lineup. We know how much he brings to the table with his work on the perimeter, whether it be defensively or from 3. On the other hand, it is Hart that is questionable for the New York Knicks. A lower back contusion Wednesday in the loss to the Thunder. Irish King on the Denver money line. Dougie Wise free bands play today on the Knicks -1, -120. The Godfather on the Nuggets money line. I moved on the New York Knicks money line. Knicks 5-3 post All-Star break, 97.44 possessions, game ranked 24th, shooting 47.1 from the field and 34.4 from three. Denver 4-4 post All-Star break, sixth fastest pace, 102.79. That's slowing down a little bit. They were so fast right out of the break, 48.1 from the field, 37.6 from three. Knicks had their 3-game winning streak snapped in that 103-100 loss at home to the Thunder. This is their third game in 4 nights, and it's the first of a 5-game trip. Denver's on the second half of back-to-back, after winning their second straight game last night, 121-13 at home over the Lakers last night. So, yes, money line, New York Knicks for me. I'm in business here. Line history-wise, we've gone over that. Let's take a look at the cash flow. Cash flow, 51% of tickets, 76% of cash on the New York Knicks. 58% of tickets on the under, 78% of cash on the under. I do fear Jokic on the second half of back-to-backs. I do fear him. But this is such a bad situation for Denver. That was a game that meant a lot to the Nuggets, against the Lakers in conference. They don't care about a non-conference team coming in. I know it's the Knicks and it's Friday night, so Jokic is going to be on the floor and give the people what they want. Mitchell back for this. We know that, he's not playing on the second half of back-to-backs and things of that nature. So you have Cat, but you have the 6 fouls. That's what you need, Mitchell. 6 fouls. Take it away for us here, Justin. Knicks, Nuggets.
Well, we don't always bump past Jimmy. I'm right with you. I'm with the Knicks. And I also got 2 plays in this game. I'm on the Knicks. I ain't posting either one of them, and I'm confident enough that I'll set both of them. I know that Denver played lately, going back to the Celtics game. I know Denver's playing a little bit more defense. And their games are not really flying over. But I think this is the one. I'm on the Knicks money line, official bet. And I'll be on the Knicks Nuggets over. And I think Knicks coming off that loss. I always want to back the Knicks coming off a loss. A lot of people not talking about that, but Knicks off a loss. And if nothing else, I can count on them and count points. It made me a little bit nervous when I seen that Gordon might come back, but that helped me get to the under, or my fault, the over. And even though I don't think he's going to be on a minute restriction, like he been out for a little bit, but I think he's going to help. It's going to be a close-knit game that I expect to be back and forth. Ain't nobody going to get blown out. But the Knicks off a loss, that makes me want to take the Knicks. With the Nuggets coming off that feel-good story yesterday. In my eyes, that don't mean nothing. I felt like you wanted that game and you beat up on the Lakers. You didn't even beat up on them. Like, it depended on what number you got. Y'all won by 7, but there was a whole bunch of different numbers, so you don't get no credit. But the Knicks off a loss, I got to take them as far as a side. And Denver at home, and with the Knicks off a loss, I expect the Knicks to put up a big number. And Denver at home, I expect to have to keep up and keep fighting. So I got 2 official plays. Best number you give me, I ain't posting either one of them. I'll take but I want the money line though for the Knicks. I don't want to give up 1.5 because it could be a back and forth. And maybe I might need Brunson or somebody to play hero ball. And there's just okay. My fault, I was reading what Spoon said. But yeah, I like the over and I like the Knicks. And Knicks off a loss to me is almost an auto bet.
229. We got you 229 and 229 and a half at -110. 229 and a half at -110 is the over. It's available offshore and legals. And then we have the Knicks money line at -114. Knicks money line at -114. And that's looks pretty unbeatable. Let's just check these legal sites here. And yes, this is only one spot offshore hanging that -114 bettable right now. And Justin on the Knicks -114, the over 229.5. I'm on the Knicks -120. Let's roll on. Head over to 9 p.m. Eastern, Pelicanos, Phoenix Suns. Here's another spot, just like the Rocket spot for me. I felt that the second half of a back-to-back with no travel is, easy. Now, the line has moved a half point against me. The line is moving towards the Pelicans. They've gone from 7 to 5. I got the 5.5 minus 111, so it makes me a little nervous that this is a 5. Wow, it's not. It's a 4.5 now. I can have 4.5 now at minus 110. By the way, that line just moved again. I can get you a minus 111 here on that money line. So let's change that minus 114 to a minus 111
for the Knicks, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So here we go. Let's roll Mackle on the Pelicans here. So Mackle fading both teams on second half back to back. I get it, and you'll hear that from countless cappers who are fading the teams on the second half of back to back. I understand it. Pelicans are playing some really decent basketball right now. We haven't said that in a long, long time. But the Suns were just lost to the Bulls in really horrific fashion here. Pelicans are completely healthy, so they're starting 5 ready to go. For the Suns, that's not the case with Brooks being out. Royce O'Neal is also questionable here. Soreness in his right foot, could miss the second half of the back-to-back here. Maybe that's part of it. I don't think he's worth much points, but let's set this one up here a little bit deeper for this one and then hand it over. First off, Pelicans 5-3 over their post-All-Star break, ranked 4th in pace, 93.25 possessions a game. Shooting the ball nice from the field, 47.6. Terrible from 3, 33.3. The Suns are shooting the ball horrifically right now, 32.9 from the field and 39.1 from 32.9 from 3 and 39.1 from the field post All-Star break, 3 and 4, 93.78 possessions a game. Pelicans snapped their 2-game winning streak last night, so both teams are on the second half of back-to-back. But this again, and you guys Mackle says, well, I don't think we need to worry about the offense without Booker. That's none of our concern. But with Brooks, sure. Brooks is not going to be in lineup, not going to be in lineup for a month. But Booker will be here, of course, like he was last night, and he's not been playing well, and he needs to step up here. But if the Pelicans take care of business, tap yourself on the back, get that cash. If they don't, the two main keys why they have to be faded here is, one, it's the final game of a 6-game road trip. Unless you're coming off of a loss, unless you've lost the first 5 games, you're about to go home. You got shit you got to deal with. And then this is their 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel as being the road team. So it's a much more difficult spot for the Pelicans than I deem it is for the Suns. They've dealt with much less travel on their 3rd game in 4 nights. Suns had their 2-game winning streak snapped in a terrible loss at home to the Bulls last night as double-digit favorites. We did cash our under here. So here we go. Mackle saying that Booker is not going to be in the lineup tonight. Here, it's a dangerous off of a loss down the stretch with no travel. Not on the injury report at all. But Mackle, if you were right, then you've really nailed it here. We'll see. Markel in the house, old E ready to rock as well. So take it away for us here, my man Justin. Pelicanos, Phoenix Suns mortgage matchup center in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, I'm sure you remember. I like to pick one game and try to beat it up. And this is one game. I got 3 plays in this game. And one of them might not be I didn't pay attention. I didn't recognize the name that you said, but I didn't see nothing about Book not being in. And Jimmy, this is something, and everyone in the chat I'm listening to, or I want them to listen, but Jimmy, I want you to look this up. Write this down whenever you get off. Devin Booker against the Pelicans. Just look up. That's all you got to look up. I'm on Devin Booker, and all these I didn't post, so I'm going to take everything I'm about to get, whatever you can get me. But I want plus money for Book. I'm on Devin Booker over his points. For some reason, historically, I didn't even write it down. I just remember off the top of my head, every NBA season, there's certain things I always remember. And it's Booker against the Pelicans for some reason. And then add the fact that they got that embarrassing loss coming off of the Bulls yesterday, where the Bulls ain't beaten them since Obama been president. So I got 3 plays, and one of them is the first leg of a parlay on the Phoenix money line. I'll take the best number you can get me for the Phoenix Suns spread, and I'll take you any plus money for Devin Booker over his points.
So Suns are -4.5 at -110 at least to get that started. Then we're going to line shop at a couple different books here. Dougie Wise just took the Pelicanos first quarter.
You said -4.5, -110.
That's right.
Okay.
Then we're gonna move on to Booker. This is a nice VIG situation, but I got over 25.5 at -101.
So 26 plus -101.
Yep.
I'll take that right there.
Okay, so we're there. Let me just see what it is at a shady.
And I hope you wrote that down. You got to look at that. Like, just look at, I don't know, just pick the last 10 games of Devin Booker against the Pelicans.
I will.
And if you look at his recent form, you'll probably be like, well, his recent form say he ain't going to do this. But I don't know. It just seems like that he got an unspoken issue with the Pelicans. And if you don't play, you get your money back. If old boy is right, then you get your money back.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the best line I can find. The over 25.5 -101 for Booker's points. Suns -4.5 at -110, and then the Suns are the start of a money line parlay here for Justin. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. 9:30 p.m. Eastern with the LA Clippers 30-31, 14-18 on the road at the San Antonio Spurs 45-17, 22-6 at home at Frostbank Center in San Antonio, Texas. Clippers 4-3 over their past or post All-Star break. Thanks, Nate. Man, I got this jersey when Jermaine O'Neal was traded to the Raptors. So for a very short period of time, maybe a month, it's the dopest jersey in the city. Then that went away pretty fast. Jermaine wasn't playing great. Yes, Dallas Stars for Frank, Virginia. Frank, we're going into NHL here in 3 games. Just one more game. Just one more game, and then we're in the NHL, Frank, my man. So here we go. Spurs 7-1 over their past 8, 101.38 possessions a game. That's 15th fastest. Shooting 48.9 from the field and 38.3 from 3. Let's get all this stuff up here. First off, Clippers coming off their third straight win, 130-107 at home over the Pacers on Wednesday. This is the first of a back-to-back. They play at Memphis tomorrow. Spurs are on the second half back-to-back after winning their 13th and 14 games, 121-106 at home over the Pistons last night in dominant fashion. This is, game 2 of a really tough 6-game homestand. Now, the Spurs are monsters, so it's not like, they're sitting there scared. But there's been a big line move. So let's take a look at the lineups here for this one. Barnes out, Champagny questionable. That's all it is there. Collins and Garland out, Bogdanovich questionable. So that's the situation there. When we get to line history, this opened up as a 9. It's now a 6.5. So a 2.5-point move towards the LA Clippers. Kawhi going back to San Antonio, where he won the championship. Then we have a total of 224, got up to 226 before dropping all the way down to 220.5. Wow. That's a very, very big move towards the under. And then cash flow here, go back to default. Sorry, here we go. Cash flow, we have 62% of tickets, 92% of the cash on the Spurs, but this line's moving so heavily against them. 51% of tickets on the over, 88% cash on the under. Justin McKelvey, take it away here. Clippers, Spurs.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna start off by saying that this San Antonio Spurs team, I had them all the way twisted. And you always talk about how you're jealous of numbers and bets. I'm jealous of your San Antonio future because this San Antonio team is something different. And I think what a lot of people is saying, and it's going to be crazy because I'm talking highly about San Antonio Spurs, but why continue? You can look up the best number. I'll be on the Los Angeles Clippers, Jimmy. Best number you could get me. But I'm going to go back to piggyback, and I'll go back to the Clippers. But this San Antonio Spurs team, I think everybody's looking at it like it's Wemby, Fox. And it is. But you know who's not getting enough attention? It's Castle. Castle's not getting much attention because he played above average offense, but he played elite defense. And he can shut your guard down, like, regardless of who he is. I'll take him against anybody, even SGA. He might not slow SGA down, or he might not shut him down, but he'll slow him down. Like, I'll take Castle. Like, if I knew he played this kind of defense, I'd have been on him on Defensive Player of the Year. Like, you watched him pretty much shut K down back-to-back games. Well, not consecutive, but back-to-back. And the thing about it is, you don't got to stop the superstar. You just got to slow him down. And Castle proves that he can slow your superstar guard down. But this Clippers team, and with San Antonio, like, I was on Pistons last night, and I'm borderline irritated by this Spurs team. And I'm not irritated by them. I'm irritated that I still faced it. I still go against them. And I went against the Pistons. I thought it was a good spot with the Pistons coming off a loss and coming off a loss to the Spurs. I thought that was a good spot, and they embarrassed me. So I do respect the Spurs team. I think this is too many points for the Clippers. If you look at the recent form as far as the Clippers, I can't take nothing but Kawhi into the Spurs because I'm pretty sure he's played Spurs in San Antonio quite a few times by now. It's not like this was a recent trade. So I really like the Clippers, and I think the Clippers are alive. Like, with the Spurs coming off that monster win yesterday, not point spread, but just emotional. Like, you beat the Pistons, and you beat them up again. You beat them up that's 2 times you done beat them up. But I ain't gonna say I want to fade them. I'm not fading the Spurs. I'm backing the Clippers. I just want to be clear. Like, I'm not, by no means am I fading the Spurs. And this is probably the last time, unless I see a spot like this. But second leg of a back-to-back, and you get this Clippers team who it seems like all they do is cover, whether they win or not. All they do is cover. I want the Clippers at the best number you get. I seen 7.5 and 8 when I was looking into it. And with the Spurs coming off that emotional win yesterday, give me the Clippers. I almost made this my money line parlay. That was close to my money line parlay, but I didn't want to ruin the spread. I think by no means do the Spurs cover the spread, so I didn't want to jeopardize. So Clippers, best number you could get me.
This line has been moving pretty fast, unfortunately. Need a big one, man. Let's hear it.
This is us, Jimmy.
Let's hear it.
It's just us two here, Jimmy. Just you and me. Lucas.
Wait, I'm not on the screen?
Reichel? Rochelle?
Reichel?
From the Canucks to the Bruins for a 6th-round pick. That's us, Jimmy. It's me and you.
Oh, God. That was a letdown.
You come on here with a big hat, with a big-ass V that stands for vagina, and talk about it's just me and you, Jimmy, like I'm not on the screen.
It's Canucks Bruins. My team trading with his team. That's all.
Yeah, but I follow hockey now. So include me when you come on the screen with a big-ass vagina hat that stands for the whole entire country of vagina.
Oh, no.
Include me in your hockey.
This guy's unbelievable.
Here he comes.
Scott Lofton.
Yeah.
To the Kings for a 3rd-round pick that becomes a 2nd if the Kings make the playoffs.
Wow. It's amazing, with the Leafs, the debacle. I mean, I can't believe they got so much for Roy, but the shock here is like, they traded a 1st-round pick for Lawton. Now they're comfortable getting a 3rd-round pick. They're just Trey Living's just terrible at his job.
And something real quick while Jose's on here, and you keep saying you missed the line, or you missed the futures. But my whole thing is, I don't know if you could do it, but why wouldn't you take a sweet deal? Because I'm going to find a horse. I'm going to bet it. And I'm going to renew my membership and put it in Discord. Why wouldn't you take the Tampa Bay Lightning to make it to however you bet it? I'm new to the NHL. To make the NHL Stanley Cup. And then take like a Michigan Final Four or Arizona Final Four and pair them together. Because you said the Tampa Bay, you missed the line, and now you can't bet it. But you could find Michigan, Arizona. If you ask me, I say put it with Florida. That's what I'm going to do. Tampa Bay, Florida basketball Final Four, Tampa Bay, Cup, parlay, futures, plus.
I hear
Oh, no,
you.
Jimmy.
I hear you, but the 10-1 on the Sabres is so much more appealing. But yeah, no, I hear you. It's tough to get a future home. So the idea of pairing it with another one is, but the number will balloon. Like it's very legit.
And like I'm just off of what you're saying about Tampa Bay. You've been talking about how you missed a number. You should have been better. So my thing is, okay, if you don't like that number, I can't see how Florida don't. I got a way better number than what it is. Pair it with Florida to go to Final Four. And if you don't think Final Four, boost it up to a little bit more odds and take the VIG and say Florida Sweet 16, Arizona Final Four. I don't know, Jim. I'm gonna text you when I put it together, but it's gonna be Tampa and something Arizona. I'm probably not gonna touch the Florida because I got plus 300 with Florida Final Four, and as of yesterday it was plus 140.
Well, I feel you, man. It's something for me to think about.
Tampa
tying
Bay and USA. Talk to them, Jose.
Since Justin's being a hater today, I'm just going to mention Spurs on a huge home stand right now, and I think they're going to be locked in for the full one. Pistons already beat them. Clippers with Kawhi. Houston Rockets, in-state rivals. The greatest team in basketball with their best player back. The Boston Celtics come into town on Tuesday. The Nuggets also come into the town. The Hornets also come into town as well. So
what are you saying?
I'm saying that they're going to smack the shit out of the Clippers tonight. Everyone here hates Kawhi Leonard. He's going to get booed tonight. There's no love for that guy here.
So the Spurs are going to blow the Clippers out?
Seemingly so. And you're going to lose your fucking bet for talking shit about Venezuela, Justin. That's
Hold
what happened.
on. All right, $5 dono on tailgate tomorrow.
I'll take what.
Excuse me?
I won't be awake. I'll Venmo you $5.
No, I don't want it. I wanted to go to tailgate. I don't want it. Whenever you wake up,
$5, Justin. You'll take it.
No, I'll text Dabby and make sure that you donated $5 to tailgate. That's all I want to know. Yes or no? I'll take whatever number Jimmy give us, and it'll be a $5. I just want to boost up tailgate, and I know I'm going to win. It'd be nice to make my debut to be like, did Jose put that $5 dono in yet?
Is it a bet, Jose?
Sure.
At 7.
What's
right.
What's on at 7?
At 7.
I like it.
And we got
see you tomorrow.
Points. It's going to be double digits anyways.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, Vagina.
Plus 7 at minus 106. We got you, Justin. Clippers plus 7 at minus 106. Let's talk about the final game here on the board, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Pacers, Lakers at Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California. I don't love fading teams off of a loss or on the second half back-to-back off of a loss. It's not something I want to do. I did not want to fade the Lakers here. But I just felt obliged to take the Pacers plus 9.5 in this spot. It was too appealing to me here. And when we go, we have the Pacers coming off a debacle against the Clippers, but now tonight they're playing the Lake Show in front of the famous people, and Siakam, Naismith, and Nembhard are all playing. And that changes everything here. You have LeBron James questionable. We'll see what decisions are made around him. Ayton questionable. We could easily see LeBron not being in the lineup here. Turnbuckle Tommy as the Pacers team total over a 111.5. Grand Vato says, I think this total should be close to 240. Right. So I got the Pacers plus 9.5. Right now there's a 9 that I'm looking at. This one opened up at 10.5 and moved to 12 while the Lakers game was still on. And then 11 and then 9.5, bouncing around 10-9. I could have handled this better at a better time, but I moved on to 9.5. From a total standpoint here, we have 235.5. This has come up from 232.5. So a big move towards the over. Mackel on the Pacers plus 9.5 as well. Gorko. You know what? I'll try. I'll see if I can get you the number of the guy who puts everything in here. Preston's brother. I'll get it all for you here. Jill Will says LeBron need some rest. So Pacers have yet to win post All-Star break, 0-7. They're playing at the fastest pace in the NBA, 45.8 from the field, 35.7 from three. I'm sure they're going to fly up and down the court this evening to see if we can get the Lakers tired coming from, a tough game against the Nuggets. It's a difficult place to play in elevation. The Lakers are 4-4 post All-Star break, 23rd fastest pace, shooting the ball beautifully, 49 from the field and 40.1 from three. 130-107 loss at the Clippers on a Wednesday for the Pacers. This is game 2 of a 4-game road trip. Lakers are on the second half back-to-back, as I said. This is their third game in 4 nights with constant travel. You're going to give me the Pacers plus 9.5 with, the guys I need in. Well, I had to bet it. We take a look at the cash flow here. We have 58% of the tickets and 63% of the cash on the Pacers. So, yes, if you're saying, well, is this a public road dog? We know where public road dogs go and they steal your wallet and then you never see them again. Well, I get it. So it's not now it's at 58. It's not over 60, but it's right on the precipice. 64% of tickets on the under, 82% cash on the under. It's 9.5s across the board here. Circa hanging this 9.5. They opened up at 10.5. They haven't announced cash flow on this spot. And Gorky, thank you for the dono to us, my friend. And we will get this all figured out. I'll make sure that I'll figure it out for you, buddy. Our final spot on the board here. Take it away for us. And I don't have a connect to him, Gorky. I just have to connect to Preston, but I'll figure it out. Take it away, Justin. Our final NBA game on the board: Pacers, Lakers.
Yeah, this is gonna be the second leg of my parlay, and it's not gonna be on the side. It's gonna be on the total. If you could drop it down to drop it down. If you could drop the total down, and I'm right with you. I think that this is a Pacers spot or nothing. I hate to back tanking teams, but the reason how I deviated from the Pacers is I feel like they don't want to win. But I feel like with all tanking teams, they fight for 3 quarters, and with everybody being in there with the Pacers, this Laker team, we don't want the Lakers. Like, I guess you could put them in the same boat as how I feel about the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets. The Miami Heat, unless they're playing the Nets. But the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and now you got the Los Angeles Lakers. You don't really want them as a favorite, especially a 3-digit favorite, 3 possession favorite. But they're coming off a loss last night against the Denver Nuggets, and then they got a little bit of travel. But it would be, if I had to pick a side, it would be Pacers or nothing. But I like this over, and I like the second leg of the back-to-back. If you could drop it down like maybe a point or two to get it down to like maybe 120, 125, anywhere that sounds like that, and that'll be the second leg of the back with the
sorry, do you want the team total
with the Phoenix Suns?
Sorry?
No, I didn't write it down. It would be the second leg with the Phoenix Suns money line. No, I want the full game over, the full game total over.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could drop it down, whatever it is, if you could drop it down like a point or two.
Oh, sure. That's no problem. It's 236.5 right now, and I could drop that down to
just like a 234. I don't need to drop down much.
234 flat. I could drop that down to 234 flat. We tie that up with the
Suns money line.
Suns money line, and that comes out to a plus 173.
That's what I need.
Okay, so that's sorry, let's move this here. Okay, yeah. So that's Justin then is on a parlay, and it is Suns money line and the over. And that is over, yeah. The over 234. For those of you wondering, the 234 alone is at minus 134. It's a minus 134 tied with the minus 178. And it comes out.
You said 178?
It comes out, yes, to a plus 173.
Okay.
plus 173 there for Justin. I like it. I like it. A lot of people in the chat loving this game flying to the over.
Yeah, I think this game sails over, and I think that it sails over with what a lot of people not expecting. They think that the Lakers is going to do the heavy lifting, and I think that the Pacers, they're not going to do the heavy lifting, but they're going to show up. Like, they're tanking, but I don't know. I look things getting fly over. I'll probably bet it myself, like quiet as kept, like with the regular line off screen. I got a 5-minute show to do it at 6:25, so I'll make a decision. I'll probably tag it or no, maybe I'll bet it quietly. But officially, I like that Suns money line and over 234 in the Pacers Lakers game. And if I had to be on the side, it'd be Pacers or nothing. Don't nobody want the Lakers. Whether you came off a loss, whether you days of rest, which you don't have because you lost against the Nuggets. But if anybody knows, Nuggets always beat the Lakers. So
you are in business, my friend. Justin, phenomenal work today. Thank you so much, man, making these Fridays so special. I got one left. I saved one left to say thank you.
Let me pour it. I drank mine while we was talking, but I still got more.
Nice. And then let's cheers. And then please, if you could, review your NBA action for Friday, March.
And then while you're doing hockey, I'll send it. I'll send you the official plays too.
Perfect. Cheers. And cheers to all supporting and watching. My man, Justin, delivering the goods every time. Every time he rocks with us. I'm up top, pop his X handle here in the chat. Justin, if you could you review your NBA action for Friday, March 6th?
Yeah, stacks play day number 1. I'm on the Celtics team total over 119 and a half at minus 109. Stacks play day number 2. I'm on the Hornets Heat over 229 and a half minus 112. I'm on the Portland Trailblazers plus 6 and minus 107. I'm on the Knicks and Nuggets over 229 and a half at minus 110. And I'm also on the Knicks money line minus 111. I'm on the Phoenix Suns minus 4.5, minus 110. I'm on Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns, 26 plus points at minus 101. And I got the Clippers. What'd you give me? I got the Clippers plus 7. I didn't write that down.
Yeah, let's grab it here. You got the Clippers plus 7 minus 106.
Okay. Bet 8. I got the Clippers plus 7 minus 10. You said 108? Wow, right, man.
Minus 106.
106. And I got the $5 tailgate that I'll be making my debut. $5 donation to the tailgate just to support Pub, make it friendly. And Jose will be on the Spurs. My official bet is Clippers plus 7 minus 106. See you on tailgate tomorrow. And my last one, number 9, is Suns money line. Lakers over 234 parlay equals plus 173.
Incredible work. There he is, our guy, Justin Mcelvy. I popped his X handle here in the chat. Hit that link. Support our guy, Justin. Justin, thank you for all that you do for us, my man.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Just, every once in a while, I don't care if you like it, but just share my stacks play today. We, for real, we was just down 50, chasing plus 50 money, plus money. Now we're down in 38. Just, if anybody could share a like, a little support, share it. Check me out on Tony's. I'm doing a 5-minute video on Tony's tonight for a drive-through at 6:25. I'm not quite sure how it's going to be, but if you just look up Tony's and check the YouTube, I'll be on the drive-through. I got a 5-minute video prepared for it. So I'm on Pub, I'm on Medicaid, I'm on Tony's, and tomorrow I'll be making my debut on Tailgate. So, sharing me, Jimmy, thanks for having me. Let's have a day.
Let's get it. There's our guy, Justin Mcelvy.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
All right. I'm not adding any NBA action, by the way, from my card. Nothing is pushing me to move on anything. A young bull, Dirks. I did reply. Let me know here. So for me, it's a pretty clean, simple NBA card. Hornets -7, -110. Rockets -6, -106. Suns -5.5, -111. Got a bad line there. Knicks money line -120, and Pacers +9.5 at -110. We have a special video before we get into the NHL breakdowns here. A special video from our guy Lucas Ryan, who's at Arch Madness as we speak. We got Jose on the ones and twos. Jose, let's see our guy Lucas after cashing Drake. I hope. Let's see. Let's see.
Sports Radio. What's going on? It's Lucas Ryan here at the NBC basketball tournament in downtown St. Louis, Arch Madness, if you will. Next up, we have UIC versus Murray State. I'm expecting a really close match in this one. Unders have been historically very good here, and so far 3-1, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in the full games. I'm expecting the fans to get loud. What you might see lacking in the empty seats, I can promise you, between the bands and the passion of all the traveling that's going on here, it really makes up for it and fills when these guys are at the foul line and whatnot. We'll check in later and see what's going on.
There's our guy live and in person in Arch Madness, the Enterprise Center in St. Louis, Missouri. Shout out to our guy Lucas Ryan in the house. I love that stuff, man. That's dope. All right, let's get to work here in the National Hockey League, and let's roll. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern. Florida Panthers 30-29-3, 14-15-0 on the road at the Detroit Red Wings, 35-20-7, 18-10-3 at home at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. And now all of the goaltending and stuff, this is all from last night. So let me know that if I'm wrong with any of this. But I have Sergei Bobrovsky and Cam Talbot. Now, it's possible that Gibson is healthy again. Please let me know if I'm wrong with the goaltending expectations here. Bobrovsky, 22-19-1, 3.13 goals against average, 873 save percentage, 3 shots. It's been bad this year. Talbot's not been very good either. Thankfully, Gibson has been better than him. Talbot, 12-8-5, 3.07 goals against average, 899 save percentage, no shutouts. Florida power play, 21st in the National Hockey League, 19.5%. Penalty killing, 8 at 82.2%. It is Gibson, says TJ. Okay, well, that's helpful for us. Red Wings backers. Detroit power play 22.5%, ranked 12th and 78.5%. Penalty kill 18th. Let's go through the line history here, and you've already kind of set up how I'm moving on this game, but let's get over to the NHL odds page, and here we go. So the Detroit Red Wings are now at -154. They opened up at -145, got down to -140. -154 is the high water mark for them at this point. I'm comfortable with that. From a total side of things here, we have a -117 to the over. This one opened up at -101, so we've got a 16-cent move towards the over. We got TJ's action, Philly Eagle Flyer on the Wings and the over. TJ on Minnesota, Vegas over 6, Carolina Edmonton over 6.5, and Chicago money line. Let's get this all copied and pasted. As we continue to evolve in this racket, we want to be making smarter and sharper decisions, and I spent a long time thinking of just taking the Detroit Red Wings on the money line. I was being offered a -143 at the time. When I started, it was all puck lines, and then as I got older, and people that I respect were telling me that it's a mistake in the roller coaster ride that you travel based on empty net goals. Basically, it's not worth it, and you should go to the -1s. And now, my unit size is not big enough. If it was bigger, would you take the -1 or would you take the -142? And if I had $1,000 unit size and it's $300 for NHL, but if I had $1,000, I would, be on that -142. So stuff I'm thinking about. But I did take the -1 in this spot at +113. It's a money line at -143 and the puck line at +174. Panthers are playing their third game in 4 nights and their fourth in 6 games, all on the road. And this is the second half of a back-to-back after suffering their 4th straight loss, 4-2 at Columbus on Thursday. They're done. And I did have concern about, the Detroit Red Wings last game, fading the Golden Knights as if they were dead. And I had concern with the Panthers fading them at Columbus as if they're dead. They have almost zero chance of making the playoffs now, and it is time to stick a fork in them. Will they show heart and character here? Honestly, as a hockey fan, and I kind of want to see them show some heart, show something. Two-time defending Stanley Cup champions. But I don't expect them to do that. The Wings coming off their second loss in 3 games, falling 4-3 to the Golden Knights at home in overtime on Wednesday. This is the final game of a mini 2-game homestand. They start a 4-game road trip on Sunday. And the fact that they were in complete control up 3-1 and let Vegas come back and beat them in overtime means that they're going to smash and grab here. But I wouldn't even – smash and grab might be a little much, but they're going to come in accountable here. And, if they had have beaten Vegas – I'm probably not on them here. But the fact that they lose means now they're going to, I don't know, maybe I would have talked myself past that because you're playing the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champions. Who cares if their captain Barkov's not on the ice? You're still going to get accountability from them. So I move back here. TJ said, said he'll test my -1s versus money line. Assuming that you track the money line, puck line every time, see which would have been more profitable. He said he did it himself 6 weeks ago and found the money line more profitable and switched at that point. That makes sense. Makes sense. Philly Flyer said, I think the Panthers win the next one versus the Wings, and that is important because I believe it's Tuesday. It's the Panthers' next game, so it might be Monday, but it's not the Wings' next game. Unless it is Sunday, but I don't think it is. I know it's the Panthers next game. I don't think it's the Wings, but they play in Florida coming up here. And Kadri to the Avs. Oh, I needed that. Philly Eagle Flyer sitting here with a +900 on them to win the cup. That's a great news. My only cup bet. And let's speak about those Colorado Avalanche. That's next up. So I moved on the Red Wings -1 +113. Let's speak about the Colorado Avalanche. 41-10-9, 19-6-5 on the road at Dallas Stars. 38-14-9, 18-7-3 at home with American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. Man, pull up the NHL injury report because we know that Rantanen's been out and Hintz has been out, but this ability for the Stars to put together a 10-game winning streak despite injuries is very, very impressive. They're just playing at a very high level. They have traded for Tyler Myers. He won't be in the lineup. Hintz is back. Rantanen is out. We know Seguin's out for the year, and Faxa is out as well. When we get over to Colorado, they have Lehkonen and LOC, Logan O'Connor, out, and now Kadri on his way over. TJ says that will help the power play. It should. Again, we theorize and wax nonstop on our action, and after studying, trying to figure what the hell's wrong with the Avalanche power play, it's Nichushkin. And I sent the stats, I pulled up the stats of what he'd done. So in the last 2 years, in about 100 games, Nichushkin has 6 power play goals. If you go back to the 2 years prior to these 2 years, he had 26 in those 2 years. It's Nichushkin. And, he's been battling the bottle and all that stuff. And he's, the bottle does age you. So Philly Eagle Flyer, it says yes, it's home and home, but neither team. So it's on Sunday. For some reason I thought that one team would have a game in between, but all right. So there you have it. Red Wings, and now we move on to this Avalanche Dallas spot. Wedgwood and Ottinger is what I have expected. Let me know if I'm wrong. Wedgwood 22-4-5, 2.25 goals against average, 9-14, 7%, 2 shutouts. Ottinger 24-10-4. 2.71 goals against average, 897, 7%, 2 shutouts. That's another thing that's incredible with this Dallas winning streak is that it's Casey DeSmith has been playing better than Ottinger. I mean, you're winning 10 straight games with injuries, and your goaltender has a save percentage under 900. It's very impressive. Their second overall power play helps a lot. Toby says Blackwood is starting. I'm very happy with that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you, TJ. I thought there was something up with it. Detroit plays at New Jersey and then Florida. So Dallas second-ranked power play at 30%, penalty killing 11th, 80.6%. Colorado 15.5% power play. That's the worst power play in the National Hockey League. And I will not cash my cup ticket if this doesn't change. And I'm a Kadri fan. I like his game. I like his game a lot. So I'm excited that he's over with Colorado. 83.5% penalty killing Colorado has, which does take a little bit of the pain away from their terrible power play. How with Cale Makar and Nate McKinnon on the ice? I mean, couldn't you put 3 AHL players on the ice with Cale Makar and Nate McKinnon and have a 20% power play? The whole thing is perplexing. Avalanche coming off their third straight win, 5-1 at Anaheim on Tuesday. This is the final game of a 3-game road trip. Dallas comes out their 10th straight win, 6-1 at Calgary on Tuesday. This is game 1 of a 6-game homestand. If they get past the Avalanche, how long can this go? This is the tough spot here. Can they get past the Avalanche? Because this 6-game homestand, what next thing you know, it's 15-game winning streak. They outscored the Canucks and Flames 12-2 on their mini 2-game trip. So let's take a look at the line history, because the first thing that I saw on our Discord from AM was the same conversation that Turnsy and I were having at 7 this morning. And both from them. But I agreed with. But Turnsy was like, look, this is going to be a playoff game. This is going to go under. AM had the same thing written in Discord. This is going to be a playoff game. It's going to go under. So we've been sitting here at 6 with no movement. This is one where I would like to know the cash flow. 6, it's moved 2 cents to the under here. There had been a move at some of these books towards the over, but that's no longer. From a money line standpoint here, we have Colorado minus 118. Open up minus 110, now minus 118. When's the last time you saw a hockey team playing at home on a 10-game winning streak and not the favorite? Sky, I got 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I was down 2.19 units, about to get in the black, and now I'm back down 7 units again. Overall, I mean, it's over 515 bets, but I'm still not in the black, and it's very bothersome. But I expect to get there tonight. But here's a game that I've not moved on that I'm very interested in. So we just talked about the total, and we talked about this money line. Look, I'm interested in both Colorado and Dallas, but there's so many spots on this board that I love. I find it difficult to say why I would catch a falling knife here. I tell you, though, you beat up Vancouver and Calgary. God bless you. Now the Colorado Avalanche are coming to town, and they want to beat you and stop your winning streak and make sure that they are in the front runner here. AM says you almost see these two teams with a total of 6.5. Says tonight you see a 6. So let's take a look at the cash flow. Cash flow is 57% of the tickets, but 87% of the cash on the Colorado Avalanche. It's got 83% of tickets on the over and 75% cash on the over, and it's not moving. Yeah, I don't know if I need to get in the way here because I love my card, but I do find the under extremely appealing. I find the under more appealing than the Avalanche, but I do think the Avalanche go in there and stop. These teams hate each other. And even if Rantanen's not on the ice, they hate each other. So, Toby says every time, once a team gets to a 10-game winning streak, they drop the next one. Philly Eagle Fly really like in the first period draw plus 155. I like that first period under. So I'm gonna need, would I then double down on the first period under and the full game under? I would have to. I would really want to. So this is a game where I still need to figure out the exact investment for me. Let's roll on, fellas. And to all the women cappers rocking with us, thank you. I shouldn't make it all fellas. Got Acacia crushing it in college basketball. Let's roll. 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Next spot on the board. Vancouver Canucks 18, 36 and 7, 12, 17 and 2 on the road at the Chicago Blackhawks 23, 28 and 10, 12, 14 and 5 at home. United Center, Chicago, Illinois. Now the Blackhawks did make a trade that's going to really hurt their penalty killing. Let's go over the Blackhawks Oilers trade because I haven't fully broken it down. But it does include a player whom I love, Jason Dickinson, who is going, because one thing that's happened is the penalty kill from the Oilers, which had been pretty good all year, has now back to being trash. So Jason Dickinson is a penalty killing specialist. They also get Colton Dock, see if he can deliver on the potential that he's had for a long time. We have AM on the over 6 here in this one. I've got Kevin Lankinen versus Spencer Knight. Let me know if I'm wrong on this one. Lankinen 7-20-4, 3.75 goals against average, 873 save percentage. Spencer Knight 16-18-8, 2.62 goals against average, 908 save percentage, and 3 shutouts. Vancouver power play, it's 22nd year long, but most of that year they had the most dynamic offensive defenseman in the National Hockey League, Quinn Hughes, on it. Now it's the worst power play in the National Hockey League. And that would fit in perfectly because they have the worst penalty killing in the National Hockey League, 70%, ranked 32nd. Tolopilo says AM, that's good. Even though Lankinen's trash, I guess pick your sieve and make noodles. Chicago, 19.7% power play, 19th. And and I stress this, we can put a line through the best penalty killing in the National Hockey League without Dickinson out there. Canucks coming off their 7th straight loss, 6-4 at home to the Hurricanes on Wednesday. This is first of a back-to-back. They play at Winnipeg tomorrow. I wanted to fade them as soon as this line came available, but I knew that Winnipeg was possibly trading Luke Schenn and Logan Stanley over to Buffalo. And if they trade Luke Schenn and Logan Stanley over to Buffalo, is Morrissey back? Because they're already playing without Miller, Morrissey, and Neil Pionk. If they trade Stanley and Luke Schenn, well, then I don't want them in that first game. Now, okay, it's one thing you're down 3 defensemen. I've never said, this team's down 5 defensemen. I've never even said that before. Blackhawks coming off their 4th loss in 5 games, 3-2 in overtime at Winnipeg on Tuesday. The Canucks should be faded in every single game they play. Now, look, I just told you a situation where I might not fade them tomorrow in Winnipeg, but they should be faded in every single game that they play, and you will keep cashing. The Blackhawks are minus 150 right now. They got up to minus 155. They opened up at minus 140. I took the Blackhawks on the minus 1 line. I wanted more money on it. Minus 141 on the money line, plus 176 on the puck line. The minus 1 gave me a plus 115. Lex Steele, a sieve. It's a thing we call goaltenders who are terrible, a sieve. I could pull one out right now. But a sieve is like a bowl that has all these holes in it. So it's, you take your boiling noodles, you put it in a sieve, the water drains from the sieve. There you go. So we roll on. TJ says, cap for me was fairly straightforward. Someone has to win. One team is throwing in the towel for 2 months. The other is losing, but still trying. Price it is. Give me the Hawks. Yeah. No, I like it. It's still a Friday night. Yes, it's another word for it is a strainer, but we always sieve. I didn't know what a sieve was, but I knew bad goalies were called it when I was 4 years old, So it's a hockey term for holes, not the ones you want to. Actually, let's stay focused here. So I'm on the Blackhawks minus 1, plus 115. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. It's a beauty, 9 p.m. Eastern. Oh, and also we have WBC action after this with Jose Bouquett, as you can see on our video description. WBC action, 2 bets from Jose Bouquett in the WBC that we will be closing out the show with. Like a colander. Yep. Absolutely, Lex. Civ. Let's roll here. Over trifecta and the draw for Philly Eagle Flyer. Hurricanes, Oilers, Rogers Place, Edmonton, Alberta. Brandon Bussey and Tristan Yari, or who I've listed. God, Yari makes me sick. Imagine if Bowman can't put together a cup for McDavid and Draisaitl. It's just astonishing, the decision-making process of these guys who are paid so much more money than they deserve. Carolina power play 11th at 22.6%. Penalty killing 13th at 80%. Edmonton power play is the best in National Hockey League at 32.9%. Their penalty killing 26th at 76.7%. And Dickinson won't be in the lineup tonight. Let's get into the line history here. Wow, has nothing changed? I don't mind that. Nothing has changed. They moved this a cent. Wow. Oilers plus 101. That's where I got it. It's not moved a cent. Jesus. From a total perspective, we have a 6.5. It's minus 130 to the over. Open up at minus 116, so we got a 14-cent move towards the over. AM says Oilers in free fall. This is a must win if they drop this. Very real chance they miss the playoffs. Sort of. The problem there, AM, is just the Western Conference is so bad. I mean, any other year I'd say you're right, but they're so bad. I mean, these teams, look at who they're battling with. I mean, they're really weak teams. But you're right. They're certainly not a firm grip of the playoffs. Hurricanes coming up their 6th win in 7 games, 6-4 at Vancouver on Wednesday. The trip started in disappointing fashion. 2-1 loss to Seattle on Monday. This is the first of a back-to-back. Trip ends tomorrow in Calgary. The Oilers coming off their 2nd win in 3 games, 5-4 in overtime at home over the Senators on Tuesday. So this is how I see this here. The Oilers have had the worst schedule in the National Hockey League. And this was the first time in a while that they got to take a breath. I wasn't initially, I'm on 3 overs today and I'm not an over better. And I initially I wasn't going to be on the Oilers. But the more I thought about this, the more I thought the Oilers are leaving tomorrow for Vegas. They're going on a long trip. They have had a chance to take a breath. McDavid and Draisaitl have had a chance to take a breath for the first time in a month? They were in the Olympics, stepping up for Team Germany and Canada and Germany respectively. They had this road trip, Calgary, Anaheim, LA, San Jose, and then they played on Tuesday versus Ottawa, and Wednesday and Thursday were off. I couldn't think of 2 players in McDavid and Draisaitl that needed 2 full days off more than any other players in the National Hockey League. I think the Oilers are shot out of a cannon. I think they're shot out of a fucking cannon tonight. Cannon. I think they explode. Is that going to be enough to win? Sometimes their goaltending is so horrible. It's not. Hurricanes are a really good hockey team. Is it enough to win? I don't know. But would it surprise me if the Oilers are a wagon down the stretch? No, not at all. Peanut says Canes have played more games than the Oilers last week. That kept me off the Canes. I was never going to be on the Canes. I watch the Oilers play, and I see how electric they can be. And, if these teams were playing a series right now, the Hurricanes are 39-16-6, and I would be on the Oilers. And you could say, well, you're blinded by the blue and orange, and their goaltending so horrific that they shouldn't be backed in any situation. And those would all be valid comments and statements. And regardless, I'm on the over 6.5. I got -124. I didn't get -116 that TJ got, but I took the Oilers plus 101. AM says tempted to take the Oilers to miss the playoffs futures. One issue, AM, here, and you better get I could give you the price right now. Yeah, I'll give you the price right now. Here we go. Oh, let's see what's going on. Oh my God, Charleston Southern slipping. God, Northeastern and Florida Gulf Coast were absolute gifts. And I was just too fucking hesitant. Here we go. Let's get into the future number here for our guy. Oh, it might not be. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, of course it is. Okay, here it goes. So Oilers no is only plus 290. So you're not really getting the risk reward. TJ says Bussy's played 29 games, lost 4 of them. It's insane. It is. So JJB in the house. What up, JJB, my man? All right, so I'm on the Oilers plus 101, and I'm on Carolina Edmonton over 6.5. This is a tight spot. So why don't we see the cash flow for this one? I haven't never looked at it. So according to Odds Logic here, and this line is standstill. 70% of the tickets are on Carolina and 9% of the cash. Somebody's made a big bet on the Oilers and the line's not moving. But I would look, I'm on the Oilers, and I understand their goaltending is so bad they could easily lose this game. But they've had 2 full days off. Maybe I shouldn't have left it at just Draisaitl and McDavid. The whole team needed the break. Let's roll on. Next spot on the board, 9 p.m. Eastern. Head to the Honda Center in Anaheim, California. Montreal Canadiens 33-18 and 9. 16-7-7 on the road at the Anaheim Ducks, 34-24 and 3, 21-9-1 at home. We have Honda Center. Sammy Montembeault will be in net. He better step up. He did some okay work in the AHL. He's not been good this year, 874 save percentage. Lucas Dostal, I expect, got to be in net here. I don't know if he will be in net with the way Ville Husso has looked, but I expect Dostal to be in between the pipes. Montreal power play 7th, 24.7%. Penalty killing 27th. These Anaheim's power play is only 23rd, 18.2%. Their penalty killing is 23rd as well, 77.3%. These are 2 very weak penalty kills. We have Philly Eagle Flyer on the Ducks over and the draw. Dostal and Montembeault confirmed. Thank you. AM is on the Montreal Canadiens. Says this will be the Canadiens' 4th game since the Olympic break, while this will be the Ducks' 6th game since. And, I read that you wrote that in the Discord, and I always want to know your thoughts on the game. For me, the fact that Montreal had to fly from Montreal to LA was part of what helped me not focus on that important stat. The second is, this is the Ducks' sixth game in a 7-game post-Olympic break homestand. That's my bread and butter. 6-game and a 7-game homestand. And then NBA and NHL, it's my bread and butter. That's my most favorite spot. And it's 6 and 7, not 5 and 6. 5 and 6 is pretty good. But the 6th game and a 7-game homestand. So, yes, they have played 2 more games than the Habs, but they haven't had to travel once. They've been at home the whole time. So while it is certainly relevant information, it's not enough to concern me. I moved on the Ducks, and I moved on the over 6.5. I think the biggest issue here is not the fact that the Ducks have played 2 more games than the Habs. And again, with not flying and staying in one spot, I kind of think it kind of evens it out. It's Montembeault. What the hell is Montembeault going to give you? He's a question mark. He's a question mark here. So I am on the Ducks at -110. Montreal Anaheim over 6.5, a -120. Let's take a look at the line history and see what's gone on with it here. The total is now, wow, look at this thing just skyrocketing. It's -140. So we've beaten this one by 20 cents. The first move was actually towards the under. So we've beaten this one by 20 cents. And again, you guys know I'm not an over-better. And the Habs are -111. They open up -107, a 4-cent move towards Habs. This is another tight one, so I think it's beneficial to look at the cash flow here. And cash flow says that the big sharp bets are on the Habs. 58% of the tickets, 92% of cash on the Habs. 63% of tickets on the over, 88% cash on the over. Circa has not shown their numbers, but they've moved it 3 cents towards the Habs. Habs can win this game, but I'm comfortable. Philly Eagle Flyer parlayed Wings, Ducks, Sharks. Says haven't had a parlay like that in ages. So the Canadians open up their 3-game California trip with that 7-5 loss at San Jose on Tuesday. This is the first of a back-to-back. They play at the Kings tomorrow night. And the Ducks coming off their 6th win in 7 games. 5-1 at home over the Islanders on Wednesday. Bounce back from the 5-1 loss. So I'm on the Anaheim Ducks. On the Ducks. The magic that they deliver at home, I hope it continues. And for you backing the Habs, the magic that the Habs have had on the road, 16-7-7 is pretty quality here. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. Second to last spot before we get WBC action with Jose Bouquett. 10 p.m. Eastern. The Minnesota Wild, 36-16 and 10, 18-9-3 on the road. The Vegas Golden Knights, 29-19 and 14, 14-8-7 at home. We're at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. I have Philip Gustafson and Aiden Hill listed. Let me know if that's right. Philip Gustafson, 22-10-6, 2.54 goals against average, 9-11 save percentage, 3 shutouts. Aiden Hill, 6-4-3, 3.42 goals against average, 860 save percentage, no shutouts. Minnesota has the 3rd-ranked power play in the National Hockey League, and watch it climb. Watch it climb. We have a look ahead here. We have AM on the Golden Knights money line -101. Says Wild look ahead spot with the Avalanche on deck. Now, something, and I, of course, I always, I'm in the NHL Discord every day. I want to know what's going on. If this is a look ahead spot for the Minnesota Wild, wouldn't it be a look ahead spot for Vegas? Because the Oilers come to town on Sunday. The Oilers are Vegas's daddy. Every year, if the Oilers don't go to the Stanley Cup final, it's because Edmonton knocked them out. So it could be, and it's Schmidt. Okay, so but you're right. Minnesota Wild certainly have Colorado on deck. I question whether, now I don't think it's a look ahead spot for Vegas. I don't, but it is. They do host the Oilers on Sunday, who knock them out every year, because they need to win so badly. I mean, the Wild are putting some fear into the Colorado Avalanche, but Vegas needs to win here. They're leading the Pacific Division, and they wouldn't be in the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. And there's a bunch of teams knocking on their door trying to take that spot. These are the top 2 power plays. Sorry, 3rd and 4th ranked, but two of the top 5 power plays in the National Hockey League. Vegas has very strong penalty killing as well, 81.2%. Minnesota, 78% penalty killing, ranked 22nd. Wild snapped their 2-game losing streak with a 5-1 win at home over Tampa on Tuesday. I was on the Wild on Tuesday against the Lightning. And I said to you guys, I was like, anytime now that was a plus, beautiful plus number, and the line moved against me. Here I got minus 102, and I'm going to bet the Wild at this number against every team in the National Hockey League, every game that Kaprizov, Eriksson Ek, and Quinn Hughes are available. Every single time. This line is now minus 104 for Minnesota, so there's been very little line movement. There had been a tiny bit. It had gone to minus 110. And from a total standpoint here, we have this total right now at 6. It's minus 120 to the over. It did, it wasn't a real 6.5. It was minus 125 to the under, plus 109 to the over. It opened up at 6, minus 115 to the over. It's only moved 5 cents to the over. This scares me. AM says he personally thinks the Wild versus Habs is more of a look-at spot than Vegas hosting Oilers. Yeah, it's completely valid, man. And so AM says Vegas in first place hosting Oilers versus Wild on the road in first place Habs. Yeah, no, I hear you. But it's not the Colorado Avalanche that knocks the Wild out of the playoffs every year. It's the Edmonton Oilers that knock the Vegas Knights out of the playoffs every single year. In fact, if I'm right, Minnesota beats Vegas, Edmonton beats Carolina, I'm not going to be on Edmonton. That is a spot where, Vegas knows every year they get knocked out by the way. So that would be a spot where I would think that Vegas will step up. But I do believe in the character and heart of Vegas, even though it's been questioned by many. But again, AM, you're not wrong. It's just, everybody has a different idea within this all. But Vegas comes in off snapping their 3-game. Oh, so again, this begins a mini 2-game road trip for Minnesota. It's Vegas and Colorado. It's 2 big hockey games. And this one, not in division. Vegas comes in off snapping their 3-game losing streak, finishing off a 5-game road trip with a 4-3 overtime win at the Red Wings on Wednesday, and they host the Oilers on Sunday. I'm on the over 6 at minus 110. I thought this would be 6.5 come showtime. And again, I'm looking for unders, and I've got 3 overs on the card. Although that I think I move on that Dallas Colorado under. I think you guys are right. So I'm on the Minnesota Vegas over 6 at minus 110. I'm on the Wild money line at minus 102. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Now, this Blues Sharks game, I'm on the Sharks minus 129. I don't care that the Blues have opened up this road trip with 2 phenomenal hockey games. I thought there was a real legitimate chance that when Jose would come on with the breaking news that Rob Thomas is being traded. That's what we're all waiting for. Who's getting Thomas? And he played last game for the Blues. We're going to find out this information. Yeah. I'm in the middle of a show, buddy. What's up? Quick. Yeah.
Rabina's knocking.
Okay, she can't come in right now. Wait till I'm done my show, okay? And please close the door. Thank you. All right, let's roll. Sorry about that. I'm here alone. Carter. Yes, Carter. Yes.
But Rabina bought something for me now.
Okay, well, tell her to come back in 30 minutes. Close the door, please. All right, St. Louis Blues at San Jose Sharks were the SAP Center in San Jose, California. Hofer and Yaroslav Acts About Me were listed. I expect Hofer to be playing. I expect at any minute we're going to get a breaking news report that the Blues have unloaded all these players. We will wait to see if that's possible. St. Louis power play, 17.2%, ranked 26th. Penalty killing ranked 29th to 73.8%. For the Sharks, 20.2% power play ranked 15th. Penalty killing ranked 20th at 78.4%. And yes, the Blues are off to a great start on this 4-game road trip. And let me try to get back to my train of thought here. So I thought that the Blues would be getting rid of players here, 1. And 2, I do not believe what I just saw from the Blues. They won at Minnesota on Sunday and then followed up with a 3-2 win at Seattle on Wednesday. And it finishes up with a game at Anaheim on Sunday, this 4-game trip. San Jose comes off their 3rd straight win, 7-5 at home over the Habs on Tuesday. This is the first of a back-to-back. Their 6-game homestand ends tomorrow night versus the Islanders. So what I would like to happen is the Sharks smack the Blues in the mouth. And then what do? We We back the Islanders tomorrow night. So they got 2 players. Philly Eagle Flyers said Shen, so Shen's not going to be in the lineup. We'll see who else is not going to be in the lineup. You know, it's not a good feeling when your players are, you know, ditched because your team is so trash. This 6 is minus 116 to the over. It opened up minus 115 to the over. It's been 1 cent move to the over. Nothing doing there. From a money line standpoint, we have a minus 132. I was hoping that this would be a minus 140. I got minus 129. It got up to minus 134. It's now sitting at minus 132. You know, it's funny. I mean, is this too expensive a price for the Sharks? I think this is so cheap. Should I be concerned that it's cheap? That was my problem. I was like, this should be more expensive. And it's, you know, not here. And it's uncomforting. And I imagine this is, oh, wow. Okay, this makes me feel a little better. 52% of tickets on San Jose, 54% of cash on St. Louis. I just hope that all the gamblers have a recency bias. All of them. I hope they're all thinking, did you see what the Blues did to the Wild? Then they beat Seattle. Well, they're going to go in San Jose and beat them too. And that's what Monty does. He sprinkles magical fairy dust on the Blues with 25 games left, and they turn into the best team in the National Hockey League. I'm on the Sharks here. I felt the price was right. So I'm on the Sharks at minus 129. I'm on the Wild minus 102. I'm on Minnesota Vegas over 6 at minus 110. I'm on the Ducks at minus 110. Montreal Anaheim over 6.5 at minus 120. I'm on the Oilers at plus 101. Carolina Edmonton over 6.5 minus 124. I'm on the Blackhawks minus 1 at plus 115. And I am on the Red Wings minus 1 at plus 113. I don't think that I need to bet the Avs, but I'm certainly interested in it. I am going to bet the unders in that game. I do agree that the unders are the spot there. So that's the National Hockey League for Friday, March 6th. Let's go out there and get that money. And I love conversing back and forth with you guys. AM said he definitely wanted to bet the Sharks, but this price, in the current form of both teams, Blues are playing spoiler. Completely legit. I love going back and forth. That's part of the fun of this. We don't need to agree. You know, we're trying to get to the bag. We don't need to take the same route. And it's about info. We want info. We need info. So let's roll into the WBC. Let's move on to baseball for the first time in the 2026 year. Let's move on to baseball. Let's bring back the hope of Venezuela capping our guy, the producer, the backbone, young Jose Bouquett. Jose, how are you, my man?
Oh, we're good. Less anxiety. Venezuela's won. You know, Liverpool's going to win 3-0. Now we're going to sit back and watch some real good baseball later today. I can't wait.
Well, let's set these.
We're right here, Jimmy. We're on the doorstep. Opening day and Bubba are going to be here before we know it.
That's exciting. I'm very, 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 very excited. Where can I get the line history on these games?
You know, Jimmy, that's a great question. I couldn't find them either. Couldn't find bet percentage. These bets are just like I feel like a square asshole giving these 2 bets I'm going to give out. But you know, at the very least, the lines moved in my favor, and I've just been kind of using that baseball nuance that I try to turn off during the MLB season.
Well, remember what I was doing for the Olympics was I was just taking pictures. You know,
yeah.
Let's start doing that. That will help our breakdowns, if you don't mind. That will help our. He says, click on baseball and odds and scroll down on search. All right, let's do that here because I just went. I'm looking at the games right now. WBC Friday, March 6th, and I don't have any odds on them. But let's see. We go to World. Sorry, let's go to World Baseball Classic. See if now they will give us some odds here. And one more second. Be nice to see them. Yeah, I'm not getting any odds. No data. No data. Okay. Let's roll, Jose. So we get started. WBC Nicaragua versus the Dominican Republic, Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. During the pandemic, Jose, a comedian up here was a booze bag asshole.
Sure.
A guy I just didn't like at all. He got sober, cleaned up.
During COVID.
Yeah. Actually, it was a little before a little before COVID. He got sober. I remember I walked into the because comics will have to share it. A comedy club will own an apartment or rent out an apartment. The comics upstairs. You don't always get hotels. And I remember I went in, and he was sitting there eating popcorn all over himself, popcorn all over the floor. It was disgusting. So he was sober, but he was still an asshole. During the pandemic, he went down to Nicaragua, his Nicaraguan girlfriend, and he went to get his teeth fixed. You know, cheap in Nica.
Sure.
So he went to Nica to get his teeth fixed, and he opened up a little piano shop where he was teaching kids piano.
That sounds lovely.
And then next thing you know, his girlfriend was gone, and
just leave.
Yeah, just left. And his piano shop had been taken over by locals.
Oh.
And yeah. And he was off the wagon.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And he would tell us on posts that the Nica cocaine is pure gasolina. He would say that it's not being stepped on by anybody. You can taste the purity, and he would be putting this all over the public. And this was a guy who had championed many people cleaning up, and I watched and followed along the story with great joy.
I'm enthralled
as he fell apart and kept telling us about how clean the Nica cocaine was. And I laughed and I still continue to laugh. Now he is back clean again, and they've got him out of Nicaragua, and he's happily ever after. But the tales of woe were tales I enjoyed very, very much.
I guess there are fairy tales in Shawshank.
Sometimes if you don't like someone, send them down to Nicaragua to get their teeth fixed.
Yeah, who knows what could happen if that does. Keep this short and sweet, Jimmy, because I thought that was a beautiful table you just set for. That was beautiful. I thought that was great. For those who care, Ronaldo Medrano is starting for Nicaragua. I don't really think it matters. I think these first few run lines are maybe a little off. But I last night on the Kyle Kerm show, I moved on the DR run line here. And Jimmy, I hate betting run lines here, but that's kind of all you can do in the situations we have here with such big favorites and such. But I moved on the DR -4.5 here. I'm opening up my bet slip right now. 4.5 -125 is what I got last night. Now on the same book I bet it at last night. Right now I'm getting the where is it? 5.5 now -101 for the DR. I don't think this game finishes. That meaning there are run rules in the WBC, 15 after 5, 10 after 7. I expect this to be like a 12-2 ball game, 7th, 8th inning, ends, the DR wins. They roll through it. And last time, and you guys know last WBC, I was at this Nicaragua DR game. I think last time they came in on their high horse, Jimmy. They came in feeling real good, thinking the shit was sweet, and they were going to have an easy walk to the group stage in the finals. And then Venezuela slapped them in the mouth and told them to eat shit. This year, I think they're a little more they're taking it a little more seriously, like another team we'll talk about here in a few seconds. But DR -4.5 for me. If we want to make the 5.5 official for the show purposes, -105, that's perfectly fine. I guess I tweeted it out. So,
yeah, tweet it out. Let's lock it in. Yeah.
So I guess we're fine there. But yeah, -4.5, -125.
-4.5 at -120. You are locked in, Jose. The Dominican Republic -4.5 at -120. Who are the MLB? Are there any MLB players in Nicaragua's roster?
Might I interest you in Mark Vientos?
Oh yes, you may.
Mark Vientos hitting 4th. That's about it.
Vientos.
That's about it. Yeah, Johnny Lasagna was their big pitcher last year, and I don't think he's pitching for them this year. But again, it doesn't really matter. There's DR run rules,
You are in business. The Dominican Republic -4.5, -120. We have our guy TJ with you on this one. Voodoo Ranger says you got to respect a man wearing the same clothes as the day before. Says Sweet Tea will lead us to the bag. Hey, when your team wins in the World Baseball Classic, why change? Why change?
If you guys think I'm not wearing this jersey every Venezuela game day, you're fucked up. If you don't think I'm going to be rocking the same underwear either, then you're just ignorant, because we're undefeated with this garb on, and I'm going to keep rolling it.
And who is the name on the back of that jersey?
Not a soul.
Oh, okay.
Not a soul. Not a soul. I think these are one of these jerseys that, like, you get on the side of the street when you're walking to the game. I think it's one of those jerseys that my sweet mother got me, I'm sure.
Oh, she is sweet. And shout out to the whole Bouquett family. Let's head over to Dayton Park in Houston, Texas. USA hosting the mighty Brazilian baseball team. Now, do we have any Major League players on Brazil? Jose?
I was hoping that there was going to be another story about a capper that, fell off the wagon, goes to Brazil, finds his form. I guess there's none of that in this, huh?
No.
Oh, fair. That's fair. Well, Bo Bichette's brother is on the Brazilian team.
Okay.
There's that. I don't know his name off the top of my head. I was going to call him Dante, but that's obviously his father. I don't know. Maybe it's Dante Jr. I don't know why I have that in my head besides his dad, but whatever. Again, call me Jimmy, USA Jose for the rest of the WBC, because I'm all in. I've been all in since December. I even looked at my bet slip when I bet the WBC winner, the United States, +150. It's like -120 now or whatever. There have been some things that have worried me a little bit. I'm not as confident as I once was. Like, I was hoping we would perhaps get 2 starts out of Tarek Skubal and not just 55 pitches against the Great Britain as a nice little warm-up start for him. So him participating doesn't matter. The U.S. is motivated. They actually care now because they got their pants pulled down in the finals by Ohtani. And that's how you motivate the United States, Jimmy. You have to beat them for them to care. It happened with basketball. They get a bronze medal. Now they care.
Redeem team.
They fucking get their ass spanked in hockey by Canada for like 10, 20 years. And now they suddenly care. And it's the only thing they care about. They lose last WBC. Now they care. And Jimmy, my least favorite thing about this United States team is they have a MLB Network analyst as their manager. And I think the arrogance by that pisses me off more than anything the U.S. can do. It's arrogant. It's stupid. And I honestly want it to come bite them in the ass because he's an MLB Network analyst and he's a jackass. But a perk of him being the MLB Network analyst, he's going to tell you everything that he's thinking because he has to. He has to. What else is going to be on the show for? He laid it out already, Jimmy. It's Logan Webb, it's Paul Skeens, it's Skubal, and it's Nolan McLean as the 4 guys. He already told us Nolan McLean is going to pitch the final, which, it's not the best case scenario. I would love Paul Skeens to pitch that final game, but I believe in Nolan McLean. He's a good enough pitcher against Japan, Venezuela, or Dominican Republic. And of course, Jimmy, Troy Torrance, I'm taking this from you, the mob angle. The U.S. and the insurance companies didn't let a good majority of these foreign-born players play in this tournament. They're on the side of the bracket avoiding Japan, DR, and Venezuela. They have a walk to the finals, and they're going to smash Brazil here. They're going to open hand, backhand, slap them. I would be surprised if this game went 7 innings. I expect this to be 15-0, an ass whooping. So I took the -9.5, -123. I'll double check the juice right now. -123, yes. I don't expect this game to be finished either. 7 innings, 6 innings, they get out of there for the win. Logan Webb pitches 4 innings, 3 innings. It doesn't matter. Brazil's not going to score. The U.S. rolls, and this will be the first of the U.S. is just open hand slapping everyone to get to the finals. Everyone.
And you're not going to have any concern once they get to the finals and the Japanese are ready for a repeat?
I hope it's the Japanese, Jimmy, because then again, they'll be motivated. They're going to want Rebenga. If it's the DR, then they're not, it's whatever at that point. I think it'll be tighter, but the pitching matchup I still think will be in the hands of the U.S. And if it's Venezuela, Jimmy, then I'm going to need to call into work because I'm going to need a colonoscopy for that game because that's going to be a very emotional game for me. But
explain the connection with being stressed out and then needing a cleaning of the or a deep dive into the colon.
Sometimes you need a clean colon to feel good.
Is that right?
Sometimes.
Okay.
That's what's been told to me.
And who has told you this?
You remember the naked person that walked into Southtown a few Paloozas ago?
Of course I do.
Yeah.
She's an angel.
Yeah. Wherever she is, I hope she's doing well. Yeah, she told me once upon a time,
That's valid. Very fair. Official action here on Team USA for Jose. Minus what number?
9.5.
9.5. And what was the VIG there on the minus 9.5?
In a baseball game, 9.5. Minus 123. I'm shocked that they put this total at a 14.5. 10-11 is what I expected this total to be because, again, I don't expect Brazil to score. Not one run. They're going to get just blown away by just Logan Webb sinkers and decent-ish relievers that they have. Ryan Yarbrough can throw in this game. Please use him now. Do not use him later. Use him now, please. But we'll figure it all out. I mean, the U.S. this is their tournament to lose.
Jose, official action, minus 9.5 at minus 123 for the American baseball team. And then the Dominican Republic, minus 4.5 at minus 120. AM says that 9.5 books are begging you to take Brazil in any way. And our Jose will not fall for that bullshit.
I feel square as fuck coming on the show and saying, hey, I bet the favorite in the tournament in the future. I'm taking the favorite minus 9.5, and I'm taking like the second favorite minus 4.5. I feel square as fuck telling you guys this, but like these first few games are just kind of a joke, like Brazil, Israel, Nicaragua, those teams are just here to get steamrolled, and I respect them for being here.
I just lost the Charleston Southern Winthrop game. An 11-0 run by Winthrop in the final 28 seconds.
Jesus. 28 seconds, absurd.
Unbelievable. I mean, beyond comprehension, unbelievable. I mean, so listen to this. And I don't mean to take us away.
Oh, no, you're all right.
Listen to this. This is just beyond this is going to go down to history here. The score what? So we fouled Winthrop with 1 second left, and the score 82-81. Okay, 83-81 foul shot, 84-81. Then we had the ball somehow with 1 second left. We had an out of bounds bad pass turnover and fouled again.
I know what. I can't wait to see what happened. I need to see the replay of that. Jesus Christ.
It's 82-81 with 1 second left.
That's crazy. Well, we're at the end of the program, ladies and gents. We have to go see what Carter and Ella are up to. By the way, Carter has hair now.
82-81 with 1 second left, and I lose 86-81. Have you seen 4 points scored in 1 second before?
No, I don't understand how they could be.
Oh, my God. The problem is that 365 on the live said that 0 seconds left were when it was 82-81, but it was 0. So it was less than a second left. So 4 points were scored against me with less than a second left.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up how that happened after the show and be very interested to see how that was possible.
Well, all right. Okay. All right. 82-81 with less than a second left.
I think Jimmy's going to be saying 82-81 with less than a second left a few times today.
Wow. It's never happened to me in my whole entire life. 46. That's
I don't understand. I logistically don't understand how it could happen. So that's why I'm going to watch it and be like, how the fuck did they do this?
Wow. Okay. All right. Jose has moved here in the WBC. Dominican -4.5 and Brazil -9.5. Let's review action here on the show. And AM says the worst part is if you bet this later, you covered with the 5.5. You're right. You're right. The line moved against me. Oh my God. I mean, that's just like beyond any comprehension. I just, whew. And then, UIC is up 18. So thankfully there, but you guys all cash with Florida Gulf Coast, cash with Northeastern, and I'm 0-1 to start the day. All right. Let's do a final review here of action. Let's go to the games that have that we have yet to play. What time is it? Jesus, almost 5:00. Okay. So we have Brown +2. I've bet it, but I haven't posted it yet. Wine Time on Brown money line. Dayton -1.5 for Justin. I would like to join him on that. Justin on the over 154.5 in Buffalo, Toledo. On the over 148.5 in Omaha, South Dakota. I'm very interested in Omaha on that one. And then I've already bet Bradley. Justin is on UCF +4. Wine Time on West Virginia -3.5. I'm interested in joining him on West Virginia. I'm on St. Peter's. -3.5, -110. That line's moved against me. The Gorkles on St. John's -6.5. Alt line at +110. And the Stacks money line parlay, Bowling Green, Toledo, and UCF at +387. Wine Time is on Ohio Bobcats +6 at -120. And I'm going to be moving on San Diego State first half. In the NBA here, Stacks play today, number 1 is the Celtics team total over 119.5. And I am going to move on the Mavericks. I'm going to wait, though. Stacks play day number 2 is the over 229 in Miami, Charlotte. I'm on the Hornets -7. I'm on the Rockets -6. Justin's on the Blazers +6. We're heads up there. Mackle on there. A lot of people on the other side of me there. But Dutch and I are on the Rockets. I'm on the Knicks money line -120. It keeps going down. I saw it -108. We got Justin -111. It had gone down for -114. And Justin's also on the over 229.5 -110. I'm on the Suns -5.5. Another line's gone against me. Justin is on Booker over 25.5 points -101. The Suns -4.5. And the money line parlay is Phoenix on the money line and the over 234. The over 234 in the Pacers-Lakers game here. Sorry, Gorkle. I see you're backstage. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I imagine your record is not right. Again, we can talk after the show. I'll talk to Preston and we'll figure that out for you, man. We apologize that the record was put in wrong. I imagine that's what you're saying. SJ -7. That's wrong. So we'll look into that, man. I'm sorry that's happened to you. So then we have here Justin on the Clippers +7. And I'm on the Pacers +9.5 at -120. We just went over the National Hockey League, and I just experienced, I think it's the worst bad beat I've ever, I mean, I can't imagine, it's just never happened.
Yeah, I don't know how you score 4 points in less than a second.
I mean, it's just fucking insane.
Was it 89-82 with a second left to go? Or was that the saying?
It was 82-81 with a second left to go. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. And not only that, but the score here in this game was, oh shit, sorry, I gotta just go quickly. This is just beyond me. I mean, this is just let's get move it here. This is just, I mean, so here we go. We had. Let's just go down to the bottom here. Quick. Oh, this sucks so much now. It's so much harder to see things now. We were outscored 11 points in 28 seconds. 11 points in 28 seconds. So I think this is going to take too long for me I think I just got to go through this. I need to get a drink and just go through this alone. But this is just beyond me. So maybe I'll stop. I mean, if I can just show, I just like to see play by play. This used to be so much better. ESPN screwed this all up, man. So here we go. Okay, now we got. Okay, here we go. 5 minutes left. Here we go. Let's go to 1 minute left here. 3 minutes left. Okay, so we're up 6 with 1:58 left. We are up 6 with 1:11 left. We're up 7 with 45 seconds left. Up 7 with 45 seconds left, and they lose by 5. A 12-point run against me. I mean, it's just fucking insane. Absolutely insane. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us here on Pub Sports Radio. Thank you to our guests, Justin Mcelvy, Wine Time Sports, The Goracle, and Jose Sweet Tea Tits Bouquet. Thank you to all you guys in the chat. Big Zoe, Phil Eagle Flyer, The Goracle, AM, TJ, Rem Most, Voodoo Ranger, The Wager Detective, Low Key Productions. We're going to get him on camera, so I'm looking forward to that. The Godfather. Thank you guys, man. All of you. Thank you so much for the support. Nut Flush Allen. Thank you.
Jimmy, did you recap college basketball?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Kelly, just scroll back in the video. You'll see it. Or you'll hear it, I guess.
I just did it 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. Well, I'm just beside myself, man. That's that one hurts. I guess you can never be comfortable. Never be comfortable.
Yeah, I got a relearning of that in baseball too. You can never be comfortable. It's all 9 innings. The Great Britain was like 2-1 the whole time, and then 7-1 just smackdown. So yes, I agree with you there. Never comfortable. Never comfortable.
That's never. I mean, that's the worst of my entire life.
I agree. Again, I need to go see it. We both need to go see it because I don't know how they score 4 points in under a second.
Well, what happened is they scored 2 foul shots. Then Charleston Southern calls a timeout, and they either didn't get the ball out or it was just a bad pass immediately and not a full second came off. Or it was stolen from the inbound pass and an immediate foul. So that happened in 0.2 or 3 seconds left and 2 more foul shots.
Yeah, I need to see it. And by the way, the Kadri return came out. It was a conditional second, 2 players, and like a 6th. There we go. 2027 conditional second round, conditional first round, in 28. Victor Olofsson and Max Curtin.
Yeah. And I mean the bigger piece is probably Victor Olofsson.
Yeah, and they get Kadri in a 4th round pick.
Oh well. All right.
2027.
Well, I've got more action to get in right now. I'm just this is what a roller coaster ride. That's awful. I mean, our capping was so good. Look at what we capped. So good. And Wine Time cashes with, Central Arkansas first half -4. But then he grabs cash with Northeastern and they cash with Florida Gulf Coast. And then I should have cashed Charleston Southern. We should have cashed every single one of these free games, early games, but I'll have to handle this on my own. I got to get action in. Much love to all of you guys. Jose, much love to you. Have a great, great weekend. At this time, in 3 weeks, Jose, you will be dealing the first table of the poker tournament.
Yep, I'm going to purchase my handy-dandy shuffly tool very soon.
I love it. Thank you guys so much. Go out there and get that cash. On behalf of all of us at Pub Sports Radio, we love you and thank you. Jose, take us home, man. Take us home, man. Bless our action. See if you can get me off of what the hell just happened to me in Charleston Southern. 12-point run against you in 40 seconds.
Yep, that's insanity. I wish everyone the best of luck, especially Jimmy. Hey, remember that Buffalo Sabres money last night, though? Oh, Oh, such an easy walk. So shout out to you, Jimmy, for that little boost there. But we need to go get that cash, guys. A lot of baseball coming. And I am going to take $5 out of Justin McKelvey's bank account. I can't wait till the San Antonio Spurs open and slap the Clippers tonight. Slap those bookies. Good luck to everyone not named Justin. Good luck to you, Jimmy. Let's go make some money tonight. And Lecce, a Los Bookmakers.